Burbank, the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes depending on the number of speakers.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to a meeting of the Burbank City Council. Before we proceed, I would like to note that unfortunately Mayor Schultz is not able to join us tonight, so I will be presiding over tonight's meeting. You're stuck with me. Before we begin, I ask that everybody please join me for a moment of reflection. And this moment is intended to begin our meeting with the positive and collective support for our beloved community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening. We encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work we will be doing tonight. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we are united in our passion for our wonderful city. As we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what they mean to those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Good evening, Madam City Clerk. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you, Vice Mayor?
I'm doing great. All right. Let's conduct the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Here.
Councilmember Mullins?
Here.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Here.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Here.
And noting the absence of Mayor Schultz. Thank you.
All right. Today there will be 5 periods of public comment. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period. The first public comment period is for general public comment on any matter concerning city business and or any agenda item. If you are here in person and wish to speak during public comment, you should have submitted a yellow comment card to address the council. Now, tonight, we have about 50 cards submitted, and we also have the phones, which, doing our math, looks like 4 hours of public comment. So the council has talked it through. We have talked with our city staff, and we really would prefer to pare it down to 1 minute of public comment so that we can hear all of you. And it really is our prerogative, and that's what we're going for so that we can responsibly do the city's business. Because after 4 hours of public comment, we would not be able to conduct the other 3 items. So we're going to give you all 1 minute and let you all know that if you've emailed the council, at least personally, I know Councilmember Takahashi has the same policy. If you've emailed us before our 4 p.m. meeting, we have seen your email, we've taken it into the record, and we'll give you the 1 minute. And that is for the general public comment and for the phones during that public comment period. So that's what we'll be doing moving forward tonight. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing what you have to share. And if there's something you haven't said tonight and you want to email us or call us, we're available. And thank you all for cooperating with us. We never know what we're going to get, and tonight it's a lot, and we want to make it a productive meeting for everybody.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I could, I want to say that I think it's a great move because most of the agenda items we have tonight are not new items. They are repeat items that are being brought back to us multiple times. And so the business of the city comes first. I appreciate that.
Thank you, colleague. Moving forward on this, if you would like to participate in the general public comment over the phone, you can call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person comments have been received. Additional in-person only public comment periods will be available after each report to council this evening. I would like to add that with 5 periods of public comment this evening, as I shared, I may have to reduce the speaking time, but we will go along and see how we do in each report. All right, I will call the names for public comment right after each speaker has spoken. And I know this is a Mayor Schultz thing. He loves to see jazz hands if you agree or disagree. It is helpful because then I can hear the next person, or sorry, you all can hear the next person who's being called up to the podium. I have done it before where I call names and folks don't hear who's next, so that's really helpful. Let's see, and we also have a seat, I believe, still reserved in the front, or do we not, Mr. City Manager, for whoever's next?
We will, after the presentations are concluded.
Great. So we will have a seat reserved in the front. If you hear your name called next, you can come up and be ready to speak when the time comes. And we will not start the timer until you start speaking. All right. And then I'm going to move into tonight's adjournment. So tonight, we will be adjourning in memory of retired library director Marcia Bell. Marcia Marie Miracle Bell was born in 1940 in Moncton, China, where her family were missionaries. They then moved to Glendale, California, where her father, Dr. Miracle, practiced medicine. Marcia attended school from kindergarten through 12th grade at the Glendale Adventist Academy. She then went to La Sierra College, now Loma Linda University, where she graduated with honors. Marcia then received her master's degree in library science at Occidental College. Marcia married her college sweetheart, Jan Richards, and then began working at the main Burbank Library as a children's librarian, a job she loved. Marcia always looked fondly on her time working with children. She often recalled helping a young Tim Burton acquire spooky books daily in the summer. I love that. Marcia was instrumental in the formation of the Friends of the Burbank Public Library. In 1980, she began serving as Library Services Director. And in 1993, she became the first non-elected female department head in the city of Burbank. During her time as Library Director, Marcia's main goal was to increase visibility for the Burbank Public Library, encouraging people of all ages and walks of life to utilize the resources available. Marcia later married Burbank Chief of Police Glenn Bell. After several years, the two retired and moved to Big Bear Lake, then later to Arroyo Grande. After Glenn passed in 2019, Marcia relocated to Chestertown, Maryland to be near her nephew, Mike, and his husband, John. Marcia Bell passed away on May 12, 2024. She leaves behind 2 sisters, Marianne and Mindy, her niece Marcy, nephew Mike, stepdaughter Kelly, and stepson Darren. She will be greatly missed. And on behalf of the City Council, our thoughts go out to Marcia's family. We also give gratitude for her service to the Burbank community and her ability as a trailblazer here in Burbank. And I would now like to welcome Denise Ovram to the podium to say a few words in memory of Marcia.
Thank you for having me. I'm here on behalf of Bud Ovram that we wanted to share some personal comments about our dear friend Marcia. And we appreciate your taking the time to acknowledge her. A lot in the community don't even remember her. She and Glenn have been gone for so long. For those of us who knew Marcia, it is with significant fondness that we recall her time working with Bud, involvement in the community, and marriage to Glenn, who in his own role played a significant part in guiding police services in this city. She was a joy to know by everybody. Personally, I had the good fortune to know her as an individual, not professionally. I kind of was a hangers-on, you might say. We stayed in touch over the years, and in fact, ironically, I received a note from her a week before she passed. I wanted to make sure that I shared her kindness, her love of gardening, her involvement in her church, and her continuing work with young people in her church. And of course, her love for Glenn and family. She was one of the most genuine, authentic, and sincere individuals I've come to know during my life, and she will be greatly missed. And again, appreciate your taking the time to acknowledge her. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the kind words, Denise. And it was just great reading her story as somebody who comes from the library system too. It's wonderful the work she did for our children's department and beyond. So thank you for that. And she will be dearly missed. All right. Tonight we have 6 announcements.
The following are announcements for June 25th, 2024. The Community Development Department invites you to participate in the second walking tour for the Downtown Burbank Transit-Oriented Development-Specific Plan Project area on Saturday, June 29th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. The meeting location will be at the former Bed Bath & Beyond space in the Burbank Town Center Mall, located at 201 East Magnolia Boulevard, Suite 100. City staff and the project consultant team will be available to answer questions and hear your comments. Please remember to bring water, comfortable shoes, and your great ideas. RSVPs are strongly encouraged at downtownburbanktod.com. For more information, please call 818-238-5250 or visit the project website. On March 15th, the City of Burbank adopted a waste reduction ordinance with regulations that strengthen waste reduction efforts within the city. On July 1st, this commitment to environmental sustainability moves on to the next step by prohibiting the sale and distribution of single-use polystyrene products. For more information, please contact 818-238-3900 or email zerowaste@burbankca.gov. In July, the City of Burbank will begin advertising all legal notices in the Burbank Leader. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. Visit Burbank is proud to announce the arrival of Elephant Parade Burbank 2024. Join us for the grand arrival event on June 26 from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., hosted by IKEA Burbank and located at 600 IKEA Way in the upper parking lot H. This free event will feature guest speakers, photo ops, and a live DJ. The public may view all 25 elephant statues through June 28th at 4 p.m. at IKEA. As part of the world's largest touring public elephant art exposition, the elephant statues will then be moved and located all throughout Burbank. Funded and initiated by Visit Burbank, this citywide exhibition will take place from July 1st to August 31st throughout the city. The City of Burbank is currently undergoing the California Environmental Quality Act process for the Aleppo pine tree removal and replacement project. A mitigated negative declaration for the project is available for public view at burbankca.gov/Aleppo MND. The 45-day public comment period ends on Monday, July 15th. Comments on the Aleppo pine tree removal and replacement MND can be submitted to Aleppo Pine Trees MND at burbankca.gov. The project and mitigated negative declaration is anticipated to be presented to City Council on Tuesday, August 27th. The November 5th, 2024 City of Burbank General Municipal Election Nomination Period will open at 8 a.m. on Monday, July 15th and closes on Friday, August 9th at 5 p.m. The nomination period will see candidates to fill 2 offices for member of the City Council for a full 4-year term ending on December 18th, 2028. To view the requirements for candidates for elective offices of the city and for more information, please visit burbankca.gov/elections or call the Burbank City Clerk's office at 818-238-5851. If an incumbent does not file by the deadline, the nomination period will be extended until Wednesday, August 14th, 2024 at 5 p.m. for candidates other than an incumbent for that seat only. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
All righty. We have 4 council presentations on the agenda this evening. And so to begin, I would like to start by calling a proclamation declaring July 2024 as Parks and Recreation Month in the city of Burbank. A lot of y'all are excited about that. All right. Since 1985, July is celebrated across the nation as Parks and Recreation Month, and the City of Burbank, together with the National Recreation Park Association, recognizes the power of parks and recreation to build strong, vibrant, and resilient communities. I now invite Maisha Gamina, Parks and Recreation and Community Services Board Chair, to join me at the podium. So, Maisha, I got a proclamation for you. It's a long one. So, on this Parks and Recreation Month, whereas Parks and Recreation promotes physical, emotional, and mental health and wellness through organized and self-directed fitness, play, and activity, and whereas Parks and Recreation create memorable experiences for all ages through meaningful and engaging programs and events, and whereas Parks and Recreation fosters social cohesion in communities by celebrating diversity, providing spaces to come together, modeling compassion, promoting social equity, connecting social networks, and ensuring all people have access to its benefits. Whereas July is designated as Parks and Recreation Month by the U.S. House of Representatives and celebrated across the nation, now therefore I, Nikki Perez, Vice Mayor of the City of Burbank, on behalf of Nick Schultz, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim July 2024 as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Burbank.
Thank you so much.
And now, Maisha, if you'd like to say a few words.
I would. I'd be honored to. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor Perez and council members for this very meaningful proclamation. First, I'd like to introduce my colleagues who are here. We have volunteers from the Arts and Public Places and also Cultural Arts Commission who are here. So thank you for being here. Volunteers, as I say your name, please raise your hand so people know who you are. Eric Connor, Stephanie Gerard, Cindy Pease, Jackie Brennan, and Maria Molina. Thank you for being here and joining me today. Okay, thank you so much. I also like to recognize the head of the department, Director Marissa Garcia. This would not be possible without you, and we're so thankful for you. I'm pleased to accept this proclamation on behalf of all of our commissioners and committee members and the staff. Everyone wearing a black shirt. You all are amazing. I see some other red shirts here too. Thank you for all the work that you do in our city. Our parks build a sense of community, positive experiences, and memories. The impact that the parks have is tremendous. I'd like to just share a few facts with you. Last year, 89,000 participants participated in our Parks and Recreation, our Sports and Aquatics program. That's very impressive. Our 42 parks and facilities were maintained. They were safe. They created great memories and enjoyment for families alike. Our 33,000 trees across the city helped to provide us with clean air and shade. We can all agree that inclusion is vital. And so it was such a pleasure to see that the department hosted an adaptive sports expo that engaged 350 participants and athletes with disabilities. 117,000 meals were served across our city and provided to people who are homebound or older adults. And also, all of the subsidies that the city provides ensures that all of our programs remain accessible for all. The animal shelter facilitated nearly 900 adoptions last year. Yeah, we could clap for that. Thank you. And hundreds of furry family members were returned home to their families. Animal control, I saw our animal control team here earlier. They responded to thousands of calls for support, and that was in addition to over 10,000 park patrols that they conducted last year. Let's clap for them too. These figures are impressive, but it's also, for me, the work that you do is about creating memories and enjoyable experiences for families, apart from the numbers. So for me, what this means is children laughing at McCambridge Park. It's walking Chandler Path and waving to my neighbors. It's swimming at Verdugo Pool. My favorite time is the pumpkin patch, where everyone's picking up their pumpkins and swimming. It's going to Starlight Bowl, Gary Marshall Theater. It's walking around our neighborhood and looking at the utility boxes and all the beautiful art murals that we see across our city. That's what our parks does. It creates this beautiful, life-changing, life-affirming environment for us that makes a difference and creates memories in our lives. So for thousands of people, these very many diverse experiences that our parks maintain, it just helps create joy. I am so proud of our parks, recreation, and community services works, and I'm humbled to serve in partnership and in community spirit with all of you. So thank you for this proclamation on behalf of the entire team. If you don't mind, I would love to have everyone come up here and take a photo. Is that fine? Actually, before photo, we have a film to honor all of you, right? Okay, let's do that. So can we show the film and recognize the staff and the As you can all see, it's way more than just parks. And I'm really grateful to all of the staff, to Marissa. Marissa and I grew up here in Burbank, so we know we have taken a lot of advantage of those parks as children and now as adults. And I'm just grateful for everything each one of you do to keep the parks running, to keep our shelter running, and to keep our city happy, because that's where it's at. So come on up, everybody in parks. Come on up, Marissa, and let's take a photo. Come on, Marissa, right here in front. How are you? Fine, how are you? Surprised and trying to... Come on, all right, no, right here in front. I'm that
You're still hiding. Come on, Chad.
Okay, big smiles. Hearts on 3. 1, 2, 3. Hearts. Do that again. 1, 2, 3. Hearts.
All righty, as folks shuffle out of the room, our second presentation this evening is just as important and very much related to parks. It's a presentation of a certificate of recognition to the volunteers of the Burbank Animal Shelter for their 30th year anniversary. I would like to welcome Eleanor O'Brien, Volunteer Services Director, to please join me at the podium. All right. Would you like to say a few words, Eleanor?
I would. They didn't tell me I had to be coordinated, though. So, on behalf of the VBAS, we want to thank the council for this recognition. 30 years ago, a small group of Burbank residents saw a need and wanted to help. I personally have been a volunteer for over 15 years, and during that time, we've seen the relationship between the VBAS and the Burbank Animal Shelter grow and flourish due to our common goal of helping animals in need. Working beside the dedicated and compassionate animal control officers, medical staff, and kennel attendants, the VBAS has grown to over 100 volunteers and over 150 puppy, kitten, and adult dog fosters. With the support of the Burbank community, we have been able to grow programs that help us save lives and enrich the lives of the animals in the shelter and get them more adoptable and in their forever homes. Whether it's sending an animal out for life-saving specialist animal medical care, buying thousands of cans of kitten food or tons of litter, or getting the shelter dogs out for much needed exercise, we're there to help, and we hope to be so for many years to come. So thank you very much.
Thank you for all those words. That was so great to hear. And I, as a dog parent myself, who is a proud dog parent of a puppy from the animal shelter, had him for 7 years. He's wonderful. I'm just grateful for all the work you do for our city. I know we are a city of dog, cat, and turtle lovers here. So thank you for everything you do. And on your 30th anniversary, thank you for your unwavering dedication to the Burbank community and the Burbank Animal Shelter. Your commitment to serving animals in need has resulted in many animals saved. On behalf of the Burbank City Council and all of our four-legged friends, I thank you for your hard work, dedication, and service to the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And if I can get everybody with the red shirts to come up. I see you all. You made a costume change. Alrighty. Our next presentation this evening is the recognition of the Burbank Water and Power Lineman for outstanding representation at the 2024 LA Area Lineman's Rodeo. I would like to invite Mandeep Samra, General Manager of Burbank Water and Power, Riyadh Simon, Assistant General Manager of Electric Services, and Tom Wilkie, Manager of Electric Distribution, to please join me at the podium. All right, Mandeep, if you'd like to say a few words about what these guys do, and it's amazing. I could never do what you all do. Please share with all of us how well they do it, too.
So I'm just going to say a few things about this group. First of all, they keep the lights on. When we have outages, they go out and fix them. They go out on those poles, go up there and fix them. And they also don't prep for this Lineman's Rodeo like some of the other utilities do. So it really just shows their dedication, the apprenticeship, what they've learned, and also just wonderful team that they have and the camaraderie that they have. I'm also going to pass it to Riyadh, too, and then Tom, so he can say a few things.
Thank you, Mandeep. I would like to explain a little bit what this rodeo is about. These guys train just like any other profession, except they have to be up at 40, 50 feet and handling 4,000, 12,000 volts in their bare hands. And, well, not bare, I'm sorry, gloving. Sorry guys, it's all right. I know. But they do that. The attorney was looking at me. I was right, that's not true. But they do that here, and it's unique. Even though the professional actually does this, not a lot of utilities do that. If you Edison or some of our local utilities, they do not do that. They actually turn people off and do the work. We actually keep people on, and they do the work energized. So, and they do that safely. And part of this rodeo is to test what these guys can do under pressure and under time. And the first thing they test them on is safety. Because if they do anything wrong, they knock them points, and you're probably not going to be at the top. And we ranked first and third amongst utilities like Edison, Pasadena, LA. These are big utilities here, and I'm very proud of these guys to be able to do that. And if you can, maybe I'll send it out next year. If you could go and support them, it's a really nice show. If you have kids, bring them out. They do quite a bit of entertainment for the kids, and they're able to see what our linemen can do out there. So with that.
Okay. I'm just going to call everybody out. With their certificates. We have journeyman teams and we have apprentice teams. Here we go. So first, thanks. Our first place team was made up of Nick Erickson, Cole Hazelwood, and Daniel Hernandez, who's not here. So those guys come up. Now these guys beat every other team overall. Okay, thanks. You can hand those out. Perfect. That's us too. Our next team of journeymen that came in third place: Charles Lorenz, Andrew Gomez, Aaron Moore. Our next journeyman team: Jimmy Karen, Christoph Cardos, and Chris Lowe. Come on up as a judge. Now, we also have an apprenticeship program that teaches these guys to do their job. It's a 4-year program, and we have this group of men left. First, I'm just going to call you guys in order. Jake Selko, Fernando Vargas, Kyle Hutchins, Bobby Garcia, Dylan Murray, and Cesar Pineda. So a few of these guys in their respective categories of the apprenticeship program, Caesar won an award, Dylan won an award, Jake won an award, and the other guys finished great too, right? Right. Anyway.
Thank you all, seriously. Could never do what you guys do. Thank you for keeping the lights on. Thank you for I don't think I have ever had a power outage that was longer than 3 minutes. Thank you for keeping the lights on, and congrats, you all did amazing. And if you haven't had a chance to go, it's an amazing show. All right, our next presentation has a lot to do with keeping the lights on. So I would like to keep Mandeep and Riyadh up here because we're going to talk about how our utility is amazing and recognize Burbank Water and Power staff for once again receiving the Diamond Level Reliable Public Power Provider designation. Congratulations. Mandeep, would you like to say a few words? And just, again, congratulations. It's a huge achievement. Folks, just so you know, we are one of, I believe, 110 or 115 cities in the nation who receive this recognition. It's very prestigious.
And I think this is really due to the staff that we have, the apprentice program, the managers, and electric division. You really work hard day in, day out. Our outages are very, very short compared to some of the other utilities, and it's because of the fine work of the staff over here. So really appreciate everything that you do. And just to provide some context, there are over 2,200 public power utilities in the nation. So we are amongst like the 5% top for this. So thank you so much, and I'll hand it off to Riyadh.
Thank you, Mandeep. And while we do a very good job of maintaining reliable power, this award is really about safety, making sure that we have a safe utility, as well as security. We have cybersecurity and physical security teams that do a very good job. We have power purchase. You know, we can't have a reliable system if we don't have purchased the power. So Mandeep's team does a very well. Her previous team now does a very good job of that, and obviously the residents, we appreciate you sticking it out. I know it's a lot of rate increases that are happening, but we do our best to make sure that we keep the lights on and the quality of power there, not just the lights on. So with that, thank you.
Thank you all. Somehow we managed to keep the lights on, keep the water running, and do it for much lower cost than some of our neighboring cities. So thank you for putting up with some of those rate increases. It goes to pay these guys and all the folks who do an amazing job keeping the lights on here in Burbank. And now, on behalf of the council, I would like to recognize you on earning the American Public Power Association's Diamond Reliable Public Power Provider designation. On behalf of all of us, I congratulate you on this most outstanding achievement and thank you for making an impact in our community. All right, thank you for bearing with the presentations, everybody. And now, Mr. City Manager, while I make my way back up there, do you have anything to report?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. I actually have two brief items for tonight. The first item, I'd like to call up our Assistant City Manager, Courtney Pageant, to provide a brief update on library safety measures.
Hi, good evening, Vice Mayor, council members. Courtney Paget with the City Manager's Office. Wanted to provide council a brief update on on the status of 2 items pertaining to library security issues that you've been hearing about most recently at the last City Council meeting. The first is pertaining to security cameras. City Manager's Office has been working with the Information Technology Department, our Library Services Department, as well as Public Works to do a full assessment of the cameras at all 3 of our library facilities. Information technology has identified cameras that are not working, that can be repaired, and those that need to be completely replaced. So they are currently in the process of getting those cameras repaired and procuring new cameras to replace all of those that are not functioning. I don't have a time frame yet on when all the cameras will be up and running, but we will provide those updates to council accordingly. The second item is pertaining to expansion of our Street Plus program. Street Plus is our downtown ambassador program as well as our homeless outreach services program. So we are working with Street Plus under our existing agreement to expand to add 4 additional staff to the Street Plus agreement. 2 of those staff will be assigned exclusively to the library. So we don't have the full deployment details worked out yet, but the idea is that we'd have a 6 to 7 day deployment where they could rotate to all 3 of the library branches. The other 2 staff would be dedicated to our parks, doing the same thing because we have similar issues and need some additional oversight in our parks facilities and locations. But both of those teams could be utilized to address certain issues and do some cross-utilization in both facilities if as needed. So we will continue to provide updates to council. We are working with Street Plus on that to do the recruitment and hiring for those staff. So obviously it takes a little bit of time, but we're hoping to expedite that and get those staff on sooner than later. We just want to assure our council as well as our library staff, I know some of them are here, that we are listening to the concerns, we are evaluating all the concerns, and we are going to take them seriously and do everything we can to improve the conditions at the library facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager Paget. And I know we have some more items to report.
Yeah, if I could, I have one more brief item. I'd like to call up our Public Works Director, Ken Berkman, and talk about a more fun thing, Touch a Truck event that just occurred. So, and he has photos. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Berkman.
More fun than the elephants tomorrow? Is that?
Way more fun. Wait till you hear this. So, Madam Vice Mayor, council members, this is a lot of fun for me to be able to deliver this message to you and show the pictures when they come up. We had an event, a Touch a Truck event at Providencia Elementary for 300 special needs summer school students. And, you know, a personal note, I've had a lot of things in my decades of career here that have put a smile on my face to build freeway interchanges and subways and an aquatic center. But this day, I really smiled so much my face was hurting. I mean, it was so much fun to see these kids get so much out of this, and a special thank you for Barbara Perry of USD Resource Specialist to help put this all together. Public Works Supervisors, Danny Zacharias, Michael Smith, and Jason Dilby, and the team that you see. Just a great event, and it was so sweet to see all these kids get in there. And lastly, certainly apologies to the neighbors because the kids were honking the horns, and we have some pretty loud horns there. So it was well worth it, though. You could see it yourself. So that was it. It was a lot of fun.
I'm just upset I wasn't invited. That looks fun.
Maybe next year. Our next item is this evening's presentation. We have an update from the Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena Airport Authority. I want to welcome Mr. Frank Miller, Executive Director of the Hollywood Burbank Airport. Mr. Miller, welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. It's good to be back and talk about the airport and all the progress that we are making. Let me see here. You could just want to give you an update on what's been going on. We've had a couple of staff changes as well that I'd like to bring to your attention, since they do work very closely with departments of the city of Burbank. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay. On May 6th, the commission approved what we call the guaranteed maximum price for the project. Based upon 60% design drawings that were submitted to us, and after negotiations with the design team, we developed a $1.1 billion guaranteed maximum price for the project. And again, I'd like to remind everybody, it's not just a terminal building, but there's a lot of other things that are going on as well, parking garage, roadway system. But the total project, once you add in the owner's costs of doing this work, it comes to nearly $1.3 billion. As we've been going through the design, there have been elements that we were very careful to address. We did have charrette meetings, and of course, during those meetings, we were told that we need to meet the ADA requirements of the community, and we are doing that. What they're talking about is extra-large elevators. They need ADA-compliant check-in kiosks and gate counters, braille and supplemental wayfinding graphics. All of that is being contemplated as we go through this process. As we have been going through this process, we have been meeting with the Burbank Advisory Council on Disabilities, the Pasadena Accessibility and Disability Commission, and the ADA coordinators with the Glendale Department of Public Works. We wanted to get the right input as we are going through this process. Our architect actually has a suit that he can put on, or a person can put on, that will help to simulate certain disabilities so that they have a better understanding how people move around, and to make sure that we are taking all of that into consideration. Resiliency. We talk about resiliency of the building in the event that power goes out. And typically we would assume that that would be due to some type of a natural disaster. That could be a somewhat long-term event for the airport. We want to maintain life safety, of course, during that process, make sure the airline operations can continue, and that the communications, IT, is also part of the concern. We talk about sustainability as we go through the design. We do have an aspirational goal of LEED Gold. We're strongly at silver right now. We think we have the points to take us over the threshold into a gold LEED designation. And I want to emphasize the word think, because ultimately all of that is subject to the discretion of the U.S. Green Building Council. We will submit all of the documentation to them, identify what we have done, whether it's materials that we have been using. We're now putting some solar panels on the terminal building, so all of that goes into the package, and we're cautiously optimistic that they will come back and say that we have attained gold. We've also been working on arts in public places, and I'll show you a couple of examples in a few minutes. But if we go to the next slide, just wanted to point out that work is going on. We did have a groundbreaking on January 25th, which you attended. And we chose these pictures because we've talked about the elevation shift on the site that we're building the terminal. It's about a 20-foot shift in elevation north to south, and about a 10 to 15-foot shift east to west. So you can see that's taking up a lot of dirt in a mass grading project, and making sure that we can provide a building that will work for the airport. If we go to the next slide, please. This is the two Electras. This was identified as the piece for the exterior. And as you see here, it'll be located in the plaza between the terminal entrance and the parking structure. And let's go to the next slide. I believe shows the interior piece that will be located just past the security checkpoint, and it's called When We Reflect. When we were doing the art and public places, we coordinated with the Burbank Arts Commission. And we had a lot of discussions with them, and we had an advisory panel comprised of 7 people that are in this type of industry and artwork and artists. And we provided 3 options to the commission for both the interior piece and the exterior piece, and these were the 2 pieces that were selected. At the request of a Pasadena commissioner, we're also doing another artwork program that will focus really for the local artists in our area. And so that is now being discussed. We've identified a location. We assume, or not assume, we plan that it'll be a rotational location. And by rotational, typically, we're talking about a year. We'll have pieces up for a year. We'll try to create an inventory so that we don't have to go through a process each time that we want to change the artwork. But again, that will rely on or will provide an opportunity for local artists to have some views or viewings in the terminal building. Next slide, please. On Wednesday, May 22nd, the authority issued $725 million in bonds as we now began to put in place the financing for this project. We had over 100 institutional investors partake in the transaction. 12 of the 15 investors were part of a meeting that we had in a week's time with a lot of people. Our finance team met with a group of 11 investors in Burbank. We took them on a tour of the airport, and when we were finished with them, we got on an airplane and we flew to Boston and met with investors there. We traveled down to New York or Princeton and met with investors there and finished in Philadelphia. And the largest order that we received was from New York Life, owned by McKay Shields, which was one of the investors that attended the meeting here in Burbank. In total, we received over $8.8 billion in orders, or about 12 times the amount of money we actually needed. Next slide, please. The strong interest by the investors allowed Bank of America Securities to lower the interest rates by as much as 15 basis points. The final pricing for the program for the 2024 bonds resulted in a true interest cost of 4.54%, and the total net debt service of $1.32 billion, which is 73 basis points and approximately $180 million lower than what we had anticipated. This strong investor also allows or establishes a very strong foundation for us, because we do have one more bond issue that we'll have to undertake. That will happen as we get closer to the completion of the terminal building, and that is to do the demolition of the existing terminal building and provide the funding that we will need to extend the taxiways on the airport. Next slide, please. Also wanted to identify to you that we do have a new fire chief at the Burbank Airport. Captain Pianka was promoted to fire chief just recently. He will also report and coordinate with the Director of Public Safety and the Chief of Police. He began his career at the airport as a firefighter 10 years ago, rising to the rank of Assistant Fire Chief. And prior to joining the airport, he served with the South Tucson Fire Department for 20 years and rising to the rank of Battalion Chief. And he'll be working very closely with the Burbank Fire Chief as well. Next slide, please. We've also appointed and created a new position, a Deputy Police Chief. This is Mr. Neil Galucci, and he will report directly to Chief Scarvana, and this is part of a succession plan. The chief eventually is going to be retiring and moving on, and so we created this position and brought Neil on board so that he had ample time to work with the current chief, and then will become the chief when Mr. Scarvana does retire. So wanted to provide that information as well, because we also work very closely with the Burbank Police Department. Next slide. So that's my brief report to you, but I thought we'd end this evening by replaying, for those of you who came to the groundbreaking, the video that we had. And so with that, that's how I will close. And then if there are any questions for the project, please let me know.
Introducing Hollywood Burbank Airport's replacement passenger terminal. A new, state-of-the-art, modern terminal that will elevate Burr. The replacement terminal will be situated on a new site accessed via improved roadways from North Hollywood Way. Approaching the replacement terminal, the overarching canopy and sweeping roofline come into view, drawing travelers into the outdoor plaza and the main entry where the enhanced guest experience begins. The silver screen and the searchlight columns are reminiscent of the old Hollywood era, while the architecture evokes a reinterpretation of mid-century modern. Once inside, passengers are welcomed into the light-filled check-in hall with terrazzo flooring and other warm materials. Passengers utilize automated kiosks to receive their boarding pass and check their bags before proceeding to the security checkpoint. After clearing security, guests enter the Great Hall and Central Food Court. Filled with natural light and views to the airside, the customer experience continues with access to a variety of restaurant options, retail shopping, and other amenities. Heading down the concourse, one side of the central circulation zone is occupied by the comfortable gate lounges that are designed as common use to accommodate any airline. With flight information displays, additional concessions, and restrooms located opposite the gates. Upon arrival, passengers deplane via an accessible, covered boarding ramp, and after a short walk to the terminal entry, proceed to the baggage claim. When complete, the replacement passenger terminal will maintain the ease and use of the unique boarding experience of the legacy terminal while providing an elevated customer experience in a new, modern, and convenient facility that will serve the region for decades to come.
Madam Vice Mayor, if there are any questions, be happy to answer.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Mr. Miller. We're all excited for the terminal, I'm sure. I don't know if my colleagues have any questions.
Just to reiterate, what is our planned opening date? What do we have in the future?
We will open the terminal building in October of 2026.
Okay. Okay.
And
Excellent.
I might add that in August, we anticipate that you'll see steel starting to come out of the ground. And by December 12th, it's anticipated that we'll be topping out the steel. It's moving that quickly.
Okay.
Thank you so much for Councilmember Mullins.
Sure. No questions. I just want to thank you for the continuous updates that we receive, a lot of emails, and really excited to see this moving forward. And there's a lot of progress that's been made. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Miller. And I'm really excited to see you all still trying to reach for that LEED Gold. I appreciate it. And I know our community members do as well because we care about sustainability here. And also glad to hear there's a plan for our chief, Scarvana. He's phenomenal, gave me a wonderful tour of the airport and is very knowledgeable about it. It'll be a sad day when he leaves us, but I'm excited to know that we have a plan there.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, thank you.
That's everything. Thank you. All right. Our next item is reporting on closed session. Mr. City Attorney, will you please report on our closed session?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, and for the benefit of the public, City Council met this afternoon at 4:30 to discuss two items in closed session. The first item was conference with the city's real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 concerning negotiations of the courthouse parking structure lease with Creative International Investments. The parking structures at 301 East Angelino Avenue, and the city's negotiators, David Kriske. Council met to discuss price and terms and took no reportable action. Council also met with the city's labor negotiator, Ms. Betsy McClinton, Management Services Director, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, concerning negotiations with the Burbank City Employees Association and the Burbank Police Officers Association. The City Council took no reportable action.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Now is the time for general public comment. I will be calling out the speaker's name as well as the person who is next in line to speak in order to keep public comment moving in a timely fashion. We have a designated seat in the front row. Now it's available. It's that first seat right there that says general public comment. And it's for folks who are up next. A timer is also available on the podium. As you all know, we got a big stack of cards and a lot of folks on the phone, so we'll keep it to 1 minute. If you're finishing up your sentence, go ahead and finish it up, but after that, I have to cut you off, so thank you for cooperating, thank you for following along, and thank you for the use of the jazz hands. It's much better for us because we can visually see what you support, and the next speaker can hear their name when it's called. All righty.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I could address one thing before we start. Just to the members of the public, there was an item that was slated to be on tonight's agenda because the mayor is not here. It's an item that I wanted to make sure there were 5 council members present for. Of course, I do believe some folks are here tonight to talk about it, but we will try to get that on as soon as possible on the next agenda. So I do apologize. That was unfortunate and unforeseen.
All righty. And persons may choose to use the first period of public comment to address an agendized report, but will not be able to speak on that item following this segment. Please state your name for the record, and feel free to correct me if I say your name wrong. And apologies for all the computer noise we have. We're getting ready. For those wishing to call in during the general public comment period, please call in now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person comments have been received. All right, I have my comment cards here, and we will begin. Our first speaker is Zaid and Kaden. I believe this is for 2 people. Can we do that? It's just one. Okay, sorry. All right, great. So our first speaker is, I believe, Kaden, and are followed by Caleb Carr. And you can feel free to move the microphone to where it's most comfortable for you.
Hello, esteemed council. I've come here to ask for a ceasefire so our remaining Palestinian brothers and sisters can live to see another day and find stability in a shelter. Almost 15,000 innocent Palestinian kids have been murdered. There has been an ongoing genocide, and it shakes me to my core that we aren't doing anything about it. We insist you to agendize the permanent ceasefire resolution so that innocent people can stop dying and being displaced. The idea that almost 37,000 innocent lives have been taken away and many more starving and suffering by experience catastrophic levels of hunger. I would hope that 2.1 million innocent Palestinians would live the lives that they dreamed of and deserved.
Thank you for your comment. All right, I'll let you all off with that one because he's very impressive, very young. But let's please keep it to the jazz hands. All right, our next speaker is Caleb Carr, followed by Jean Schamberger.
Hello, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and members of the council. My name is Caleb Carr, and I'm a resident of Burbank. I am once again calling on my city to agendize a vote on a resolution calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. I'm not interested in a letter of support for Joe Biden, who has continued to actively facilitate this genocide. On the contrary, I want my city to take a courageous stance where our federal government has faltered. Dozens of cities across the nation have already provided us with a model for what the ceasefire resolution should look like. And so it's time to join them and stand against this brutal and endless war machine. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Jean Schamberger, followed by Ray Scholl.
Good evening. The SB 35 public website shows that the developer of 910 South Mariposa filed a formal application for a new SB 35 project on May 10. SB 35 requires the city to decide whether the project qualifies within 60 days of filing that application. July 9 is the 60th day. The public website has no information on the city's decision on site eligibility. The agenda forecast does not show a date for public hearing on the project. I understand that Mr. Prescott will determine if the project qualifies for SB 35 and that council will consider Mr. Prescott's determination at a public hearing held after the 60-day deadline, but before the 90-day deadline for public oversight and design review. August 8 is the 90th day. Please don't let this project be approved by default because of a missed deadline. When Mr. Prescott's determination is available, please issue it so the public immediately. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Ray Scholl, followed by Mr. Schlossman.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for getting my name right. It's much appreciated. I was invited here tonight by Melissa. I'm a nominee or a candidate for the Burbank Airport Citizens Advisory Committee. And I was asked to come introduce myself. So that's what I'm taking my minute to do. I've been a Burbank resident for 17 years. And during that time, I've had a period of service. I'm actually a Parks and Rec instructor. I'm a foster parent with the VBAS. And I'm a former Marine officer. I'm also an F-18D aviator. And so I thought I could offer my services to the advisory committee just based on my knowledge of the ins and outs of airports, environmental impact, noise complaints. I think I have something to offer to the city, so I'm here to do that. I'm also a professional leadership coach, so I am skilled and trained in how to connect with people, understand their values, beliefs, and how that influences their behavior and their attitudes. So thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Joel Schlossman, followed by Andrea Brooks Kinder.
I read his resume. It's very impressive. Look, here's my sign. I got this postcard from the Water and Power Department. Everybody who uses water and power, their bills just went up $240 a year, and y'all should be ashamed of yourself for what you're doing. You are without feeling to the suffering of the people here in Burbank. My sign says, rip off school bond, not needed, vote no. 818-442-8118 is my phone number, and I need everybody's help to defeat this thing. These folks are incompetent over at the school board. They had an agenda item at the last meeting. I said, how much are you spending? And they did not answer me. They voted on something without even knowing how much they were spending. Now that's just an example of the incompetence going on over there in the face of public comment. It's a legitimate question. So vote no, November 5th. It's $10,000 for every citizen over the life.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Andrea Brooks Kinder,
Close.
followed Kinder.
Brooks Kinder, Andrea Brooks Kinder.
That was my second thought.
I hope I'm kinder, but it's kindergarten.
And you're followed by Shanna Warren.
On June 7th, at your request, the city manager published a report on library safety, written by the outgoing library director. My colleagues and I have reviewed this report and found that every section has misleading or false statements. We have emailed a fact-check response to each member of the council. Tonight, the point we're here to make is that the library's approach, with its twists of truth and omissions of facts, is what prompted us to go public with our concerns in the first place. Even with better investigation and management, we believe its fundamental flaws would persist and undermine its effectiveness. Many of the library staff have long lost confidence in the outgoing director, but also in the library administration and management's team's ability to handle library security effectively under the current strategies. We request a meeting with the city council members, the city manager, and the management services to discuss these issues in detail.
Thank you. That's your time. Thank you, Andrea. Our next speaker is Shanna Warren, followed by, I'm so sorry, Barbara Howell.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Perez, City Council members, and city staff. My name is Shanna Warren, and I'm the CEO of the Boys and Girls Club of Burbank and Greater East Valley. I first want to start off thanking you all for your support of our programs. Your past support has allowed us to provide after-school and summer services for families who really need us. I am here tonight for a request for public service funds for our after-school and summer enrichment programs. We are requesting $15,000 for scholarships for extremely low-income and low-income members to attend the Boys and Girls Club after school and for our full-day camp during winter, spring, and summer breaks. The Boys and Girls Club currently has 32 locations, 18 of which are located in the city of Burbank. Our after-school enrichment and summer day camp programs are offered to all children ages 5 through 18. Funding from the City of Burbank will benefit 40 children from the City of Burbank for 10 weeks of full-day camp and 36 weeks of our after-school program. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Barbara Howell, followed by David Cashian.
Good evening, City Council members. It's a pleasure to speak with you this evening. I also am here to speak about the Community Development Block Grant funding. Before I do, I would like to express our thanks for the support that we've enjoyed from the city over the years. And just to remind you that this year is BTAC's 50th anniversary. Many of you celebrated this at our annual gala in March, and we have other events coming up over the coming months to continue the celebration. Part of our success has been made possible by the support from the city. And so just quickly, I'd like to remind you that BTAC, although we work with people who are experiencing homelessness, our primary goal is to help prevent people from becoming homeless. And so the services that BTAC provides in providing groceries, providing utility assistance and rental assistance as much as possible, help people in our community to remain in their homes. And unfortunately, a growing number of those people are retired older Americans. And so please help us as much as possible.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is David Cashian, followed by Rosie Dean.
Good evening, Council. David Gaishan, speaking on Agenda Item 9. I represent the Apartment Associations of Greater Los Angeles. AGLA urges the City Council to provide additional time beyond the proposed 90-day outreach period to ensure sufficient engagement from both owners and renters. While the expedited timeline aims for efficiency, extending the outreach period will allow for more thorough and inclusive process, giving all community members the full opportunity to participate and provide the City Council with a far more accurate analysis of the community's current views on this highly charged and impactful issue. Further, we request that the two consultants, Pivotal Strategies and FM3, actively engage with AGLA to effectively promote community meetings, pop-up events, and the surveys. By engaging with AGLA, we can ensure that our membership in Burbank is well informed of the multiple ways for them to fully participate in these outreach activities. Finally, we ask that the survey be designed in a way that does not require rental housing providers to disclose any confidential information, protecting the privacy of participants.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rosie Dean, followed by Mike Van Gorder.
The SB 35 public website shows that the developer of 910 South Mariposa filed a formal application for a new SB 35 project on May 10th. SB 35 requires that the city decide whether the project qualifies within 60 days of filing that application. July 9 is day 60. The public website has no information on the city's decision on site eligibility, nor does the agenda forecast show a date for the public hearing on this project. I understand that Mr. Prescott will determine if the project qualifies for SB 35, and that council will consider his determination at a public hearing held after the 60-day deadline but before the 90-day deadline for public oversight and design review. August 8th is day 90. Please don't let this project be approved by default because of a missed deadline. I request that Mr. Prescott's determination be uploaded to the SB 35 public website on the day that it's issued so that the public may receive timely notification of his decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Mike Van Gorder, followed by Robert Ramsey.
Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council, my name is Mike Van Gorder, and I'm a homeowner and city council candidate here in the city. My home costs nearly half my family's income, making us severely cost-burdened, like a third of Burbank's renters. This council generally agreed, and rightfully so, that time was of the essence in the adoption of a rent cap ordinance. Therefore, I speak today with concern that staff's recommendations put the timeline for moving forward well past the 90 days, as requested by council. Is this survey as planned going to find all the families displaced by rent hikes? How many fewer school enrollments will be worth the time the staff's proposal will require? The experience of crisis is here for thousands of Burbank residents, and while the council admirably has made moves forward, the housing insecure deserves speedier, meaningful action. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Robert Ramsey, followed by Gail Just.
Good evening. My name's Robert Ramsey, retired Burbank fire captain, but I'm here tonight on behalf of Burbank Elks 1497, and we're celebrating our 100-year anniversary coming up. Going through some items in the Elks Lodge, I found that during the 40th anniversary, the city decreed it that week to be Elks Week and joined in the festivities. So I'm here tonight to ask you something similar. Can you do something with us? Join in this monumental achievement of 100 years in the community and be part of our celebration. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment and congratulations. All right. Our next speaker is Gail Just, followed by Roy Simonson.
The SB 35 public website shows that the developer of 910 South Mariposa filed a formal application for a new SB 35 project on May 10th. SB 35 requires the city decide whether the project qualifies within 60 days of filing that application. July 9th is day 60. The public website has no information on the city's decision on site eligibility. The agenda forecast does not show a date for public hearing on this project. I understand that Mr. Prescott will determine if the project qualifies for SB 35, and council will consider Mr. Prescott's determination at a public hearing held after the 60-day deadline, but before the 90-day deadline for public oversight and design review. August 8th is the 90th day. Please don't let this project be approved by default because of a missed deadline. I request that Mr. Prescott's determination be uploaded to the SB 35 public website on the day it is issued so that the public receives timely notice of his decision.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Roy Simonson, followed by Elizabeth Bax.
Good evening, Roy Simonson. I'm here to urge you to stop the 910 South Mariposa Butterfly Project. Now it's up to 40 condominiums, 5 stories with underground parking on a single lane horse trail that ends at the bridge. This is where all of the horse trails from all the equestrians anyway, you see the impact is going to be irreversible.
Thank you for your comment, Roy. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Bax, followed by Mauricio Morales.
She would like to wait for the item.
Gotcha. So I'll save this for the agenda item. Our next speaker is Mauricio Morales, followed by Gabriela Ambris.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mauricio Morales. I'm the owner of the house located at 1834 North Buena Vista, right in the corner of Van Owen and Buena Vista Street. The last accident we have was a very, very bad accident. It never happened to me. I've been there 39 years. This is the second time the car crashes in there. And according to Mr. Talamantes, before he helped me, in 2012, I think he was mayor over here. And they fixed the fence, and they put a very good fence, because after that, 3 cars hit the fence. Nothing happened to the house. But unfortunately, about a month and a half ago, one Tesla came to the side of the fence and destroyed my neighbor's garage. I mean, it was a big hit.
Thank you for your comment. Unfortunately, the time is up, but thank you. We hear you.
Please.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Our next speaker is Gabriela Ambris, followed by Naveen Greer.
Good evening, council members. My name is Gabriela Ambries, and I'm here today as a proud Jew calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution to be put back on the agenda. We have been coming to you all for months now to get this agendized, yet there has been no action. I am aware that what is going to be brought to this council is a letter of support for Biden's proposal. I want to be clear that I, along with many others in this room with me tonight, will not support this. We have been continuously appalled by Biden's actions and in no way support him. Massacre after massacre is being committed. Crisis after crisis is emerging in Palestine. Even now, as I speak, people in Gaza are dying of starvation, dehydration, disease, and American and Israeli bombs. Children are having their limbs blown off. They are experiencing traumas that will be with them for the rest of their lives if they are allowed to survive this. We will not be silent. We will continue to make our voices heard, especially on behalf of the voices that have been silenced in Palestine. We have a duty to act. This resolution has been pushed off for far too long. Add it to the next agenda and put it to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Naveen Guerre, followed by Giancarlo Abero.
Good evening. I had something prepared for tonight, but I have to make it brief since this is my fourth time standing here demanding for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. I don't know what else to add. A genocide is taking place in my country, Palestine, and no one cares. Gaza and the West Bank were being auctioned for sale at a synagogue in LA on Sunday to create what they called Angelo neighborhoods. This is an outspoken agenda of ethnic cleansing. How many beheaded children you want to see until the world stops this out-of-control Zionist war machine? My people, Christians and Muslims alike, are the most resilient and bravest humans on this earth, and we will never bow down, because we, Palestinians, wake up every morning to teach the rest of the world life, sir. Ceasefire now.
Thank you for your comment. Can we please keep it to the jazz hands? Thank you. Thank you for your comment. My next speaker is Giancarlo Abero, followed by Nasiha Solakovic.
My name is Giancarlo Bejero, and I'm here to support a permanent immediate ceasefire resolution to be put back on the City Council agenda. As a recently graduated undergrad and incoming graduate student, I want to take my time to speak for the students in Gaza. Since October 7, Israel has destroyed all colleges, libraries, and universities. The IDF has killed 95 university professors and more than 6,000 university students. I'm asking the Burbank City Council to not only pass a ceasefire resolution to stop this genocide, but to stop this cultural genocide. Israel is purposely bombing universities and libraries to erase Palestinian histories, cultures, and heritage. No students in Gaza will graduate, nor will they step foot into a place of learning for years to come. My heart breaks for the students of Gaza, especially when my student tuition funds for the bombs and guns that massacre Palestinian students and civilians. Calling for a ceasefire does not make me anti-Semitic. Calling for a ceasefire is me showing my humanity and wanting this genocide to end. We are citizens of Israel's greatest supporters, so the mass killings of Palestinians weigh heavily on our tax dollars.
Thank you for your comment. That's time. All right. My next speaker is Nasiha Solakovic, followed by Sumun Pendakur.
Hi, I'm an ethnic cleansing genocide survivor from Bosnia. Wasn't enough for you guys to call it genocide, so you gave it a cuter name. My point is, I don't need to look in a dictionary to figure out what is genocide. I know what it looks like, and what we're seeing in Gaza is worse than what my people experienced. So I think it's shameful and disgraceful that you keep pushing off this agenda item in the ceasefire resolution, particularly while asking for campaign funds, as if you're doing something about it. In case you're not familiar with war, let me allow to illustrate. Israel has dropped more bombs on Gaza than the entirety used in World War II in the bombings of Dresden, Hamburg, and London combined. 70,000 pounds of explosives have been bombed on an area smaller than the size of Washington, D.C., when Hiroshima was 15,000 pounds. That's a fraction of it. And Gaza is 50% under the age of 18.
Thank you for your comment. That's your time.
Ceasefire now.
Our next speaker is Sumun Pendakur, followed by Sunil Malhotra.
Good evening, City Council. I come to you tonight as a Burbank mother, a mother who can't stop thinking about 6-year-old Hind, trapped in Gaza in a car with her dead relatives, then murdered by 355 Israeli bullets paid for by the U.S. Now, that may feel very far away, but as an American mother, I'm thinking about the emboldened racist woman in Texas who attempted to drown 2 Palestinian children ages 6 and 3 in a pool this week. U.S. politicians have legitimated this type of horrific behavior, have amplified the conditions that led, for example, to the stabbing death of 6-year-old Wadea in October in Illinois. As a mother, I can't bear to think about Wadea's pain and terror as he was stabbed 26 times for being Palestinian. You could have passed a ceasefire resolution in March, April, May, now it's June. 4 months later, how many more have died on your watch? Your constituents demand it, and your morality does too. Agendize it and vote on it. Here again is a copy of the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Sunil Malhotra, followed by Avraham Stern.
As a Burbanker and a father of an 11-year-old boy and a 5-year-old girl, I wonder how City Council would act if what's happening in Palestine were to happen in Burbank. If we were bombed with white phosphorus, illegal under international law, on Olive or Glen Oaks, a weapon that burns flesh to the bone. If my children, your children, you were intentionally starved, killed slowly over days, weeks, months. If all our schools, Woodbury, Burroughs, Muir, Disney, were bombed, our hospital, St. Joe's, decimated, how would Burbank City Council react? Would this issue be complicated then? After the Holocaust, we as a world said, never again. We invented the United Nations. On June 19, the UN said Israeli authorities are responsible for extermination. When we know what we know, we all have two choices: hide, delay, avoid, weaponize procedure, or, in your case, agendize and call for a vote, a resolution that says enough, not in our name. Here is the resolution you've all seen. Vote your conscience finally so we can all see where City Council stands. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Abraham Stern, followed by Amani Ishaq. Abraham Stern. All right, going once, going twice. Okay. Amani Ishaq.
My name is Amani Jirius Ishaq, and I am a Palestinian American and granddaughter of Nakba survivors. As someone who works in Burbank and feeds into the economy as well as your paychecks, I do not feel represented by the lack of action taken by this council. We call on City Council to agendize and prioritize the permanent ceasefire resolution that we have put forth and call for a vote next month. By delaying to agendize and vote on a resolution, City Council appears to be weaponizing and procedure and process and or simply ignoring your constituents. It is extremely discomforting. Well over 40,000 have been killed after 9 months of deliberate starvation, thirst, bombing, inhalation of white phosphorus and debris, forced displacement during heat waves and winter floods, amputations without anesthetics, stress, anxiety, and insurmountable grief. The healthcare system has collapsed. Every single university in Gaza has been destroyed. I am a first-generation Palestinian college graduate, and I've used my degree to serve the city of Burbank. Your constituents do not feel heard or respected.
Thank you for your comment.
As we continue to pay your
That's
salaries
time.
and feed your families,
Thank you
the
for your
resolution
comment.
and call for an immediate and permanent
Thank you.
ceasefire now.
Thank you. My next speaker is Levi Riley, followed by Anne Marie Osgood.
Well, as you can tell by my kofia, I am Israeli. The Burbank community has silver-plated you with an immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution. Please look only inside the four corners of the resolution. You will find its content is accurate, balanced, and delicately worded. Do yourself a big favor and do away with any manufactured static about what the proposed resolution is not about. Be mindful of your actions on these resolutions. They will say more about your own respective morality than they would about the unambiguous call of the subject resolution. Last I heard, you are not reposed with an official duty to check your humanity at the door when entering the sanctum of this Burbank City Hall. Finally, remember that you are on record. Please do not dare shame the city of Burbank and yourselves individually by appending Biden's name to any would-be city declaration on this issue. To do so would be akin to crediting an arsonist with extinguishing the fire that he himself has so unabashedly stoked.
Thank you for your comment.
For agendizing this item on your next
Thank you for
meeting.
your comment. Your time is up. My next speaker is Anne Marie Osgood, followed by Mark Scrogg.
Good evening, City Council and staff. As the new president of the Burbank Coordinating Council, I am honored to be part of the rich history and enduring legacy of our organization. I am here to kindly request our suggested funds from the Community Development Block Grant. Despite the challenges we have recently faced, including the daunting possibility of complete dissolution, thanks to my Burbank and the resilience and support of our community, we have inspired to embark on a brand new and exciting beginning with some innovative and fresh changes. I would like to thank our new board for their dedication and passion, and vital to our revitalization efforts. We were made committed to our two hallmark programs, the Holiday Basket Program and Camperships. I am proud to say this past holiday season, we were able to provide holiday baskets to 290 families, as well as had 60 campers apply to be sent to camp. Thank you, Burbank, for your unwavering support. Together we can achieve great things and create a brighter future together. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Mark Scroggs, followed by David Donahue.
Good evening, everyone. I want to recommend everyone to check out, if they can, there's been a series in the LA Times on the entertainment community and the effects of contraction and strikes and what's going on with the business. The people, why jobs are leaving, why people are leaving, and how it's affecting everyone. It's going to affect other businesses here also, as it did with the strikes last year. I also want to encourage everyone who works in the entertainment industry to research and start speaking to elected officials and potential officials about what they can do for the entertainment industry. We've been excluded from a lot of stuff. We're asked for contributions, and that's about it. Last year, the strikes cost the state at least $7 billion. It's going to cost more this year because the way the producers are going, they want to strike again. So, thanks a lot.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is David Donahue, followed by Jordan Barger.
Good evening, Council. My name is David Donahue, Burbank homeowner and resident. I'm going to try to speak quick to get in everything I want to. On June 12th, I attended the Burbank Library Trustees meeting. I made comment in support of the library employees and their safety. After I made my public comment, I sat down in the audience and I observed Emily Weisberg and Vice Mayor Perez seemingly ping-pong text messaging back and forth between each other. It was something that I noticed for the continuation of the entire meeting, which was about an hour. I placed a public records request to the city, and I've received notification that there was no information pertaining to the city of Burbank. I would ask the council, and I would ask this council to ask the city manager, if public requests are not met with proper, any sort of vetting, how am I, as a Burbank resident, somebody who's in the room and active in Burbank politics, to know that this is relevant? I would ask that you sign under penalty of perjury that no items were present. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Jordan Barger, followed by Eric Connor.
I want nothing less than for the City Council to agendize and vote on the permanent ceasefire resolution that we have brought forward. I'm not asking City Council to solve an international crisis. I'm asking City Council as a governing body to call for a permanent and immediate ceasefire, for an end to the bloodshed, for an end to the genocide. We have given the City Council a copy of the permanent ceasefire resolution that we want to put on the agenda. I'm giving it to you again today. Furthermore, I refuse any statements in support of President Biden. President Biden continues to sign off on arms shipments that are used to bomb refugee camps, hospitals, and schools. He is actively participating in a genocide and must be held accountable for it. So no, we do not back him, and a letter of support is not what we have been asking for. It is honestly offensive to me that you think that that will appease us and get us to stop demanding for the ceasefire resolution to be passed. Thank you for your time. Free Palestine.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Eric Connor, followed by Sarah Humphreys. So it looks like Eric isn't here anymore. So our next speaker is Sarah Humphreys, followed by Krista Heskey.
Excuse me. Good evening. I'm here to express concern regarding the Burbank Planning Division's approval of the administrative use permit for the proposed installation of 5G cell phone towers at 800 South Main. As a community, it is our responsibility and moral obligation to prioritize the safety and well-being of our residents, especially our children. This location is less than 1,000 feet from two preschools, McKinley Elementary and Horta Middle. Alarmingly, the associate planner, Fatima Benitz, in charge of this project, was unaware of the proximity to the schools. A lack of due diligence is terrifying. There are many cities in California and across the nation who currently don't allow cell phone towers within 1,500 to 3,000 feet of schools, parks, daycare centers, and residential areas. And many will not be renewing existing permits for towers. We request that an agenda item is added to explore this, and I request that you direct staff to research compliance with the current laws.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Krista Heskey, followed by Gina Bollinger.
Good evening. My name is Krista Heska. I'm one of the owners and directors of Our Village Preschool. I'm here tonight to express my many concerns regarding the Burbank Planning Division's approval of the AUP for a 5G tower at 800 South Main Street. I believe that the potential health and environmental risks associated with this project warrant careful consideration and further investigation. As a business owner of a preschool, it's my responsibility to ensure the safety not only of the children that we teach, but also for the faculty and staff who are the backbone of our school community. A few years ago, an elementary school in Ripon, California had a cell phone tower on their campus, and subsequently 4 students and 2 teachers were diagnosed with cancer. After pushback from the community, the cell phone tower owner, Sprint, shut their tower down. The Palo Alto Unified School District, Walnut City, California, and Shelburne, Massachusetts all require cell phone towers to be set back a minimum of 1,500 to 3,000 feet from schools. We need Burbank to do better.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Gina Bollinger, followed by Chloe Cross.
Good evening, Council. My name is Gina Boulanger. I'm a teacher at Our Village Preschool at 720 South Main. I'm here to express my concern regarding the Burbank Planning Division's approval of the administrative use permit for the proposed installation of the 5G cell tower at 800 South Main. And I ask for your support to our cause. When I found out about the AUP approval a month ago, I was shocked to discover that my school and many, many neighbors had not been notified. After reaching out to neighbors, I learned that they were discouraged to appeal similar decisions due to exorbitant appeal fees. From outside looking in, it seems like a major roadblock that prevents citizens from participating in decisions being made without notice. And at $5,000, it appears that in order to protest or even express concern over a permit, one needs to be able to afford to pay to play. I hope that members of council here tonight and fellow residents consider what kind of governance we want to see in our beautiful city. I want to see transparency and community involvement, and I hope that you do too. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. My next speaker is Chloe Cross, followed by Marva Kornbach.
Do I start? Okay. This morning, I opened my phone to the image of a young girl, maybe 6 years old. She was lying in a bed, immobile, tears trickling down the side of her burnt face. Several layers of skin had been incinerated, her eyesight taken from her. She cried because she was in pain from the burns. They're not allowed pain medication in Gaza. She also cried because she was lonely. She was once a beautiful child full of life, and now she is permanently maimed and disabled thanks to the bombs built by the United States and sent by genocide Joe Biden. The next image, an emaciated infant, ribs and spine protruding from paper-thin skin, intentionally starved to death by the Israelis. These are the images I see every day, all day, for 9 months. Every time I think I've seen the worst, there's more. As a neurodivergent person, I've battled with depression my whole life, but I've never dealt with suicidal ideation until this genocide. I struggle to find hope in the future if this cruelty is allowed to continue. If the people put into positions of public trust can turn a blind eye to the hundreds of thousands of starving, orphaned, missing, maimed, and murdered children, what hope is there left for humanity? Please, I'm begging.
Thank you for your comment. My next speaker is Marva Kornblatt, followed by Nicolette Lefebvre.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of council. I'm here to speak about the AUP approval for 800 South Main. 2 notices were sent out. Neither one is accurate, yet there's been an approval. It does not reflect the accurate zoning for the property. This is zoned neighborhood business, and there's a portion of it that is zoned R1. It should be noted that this property is adjacent to R18 zoning. I was a member of the Rancho Master Plan Committee, and I want to point out to you 10-1-2453, a Rancho Review Board shall be formed to review all development projects in the Rancho Master Plan area that are subject to development review for compliance with this article pursuant to procedures, blah, blah, blah. Purpose and intent, 10-1-1909.1, this section requires the director to host a community meeting prior to making a decision
Thank you for
regarding
your
development
comment.
review
That's time.
application. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nicolette Lefebvre, followed by Alan Dare Mardisorian.
Good evening, City Council. I'm here to bring awareness to the city's plans to approve an AUP permit install wireless telecommunications facilities, aka 5G technology, on top of the neighborhood business located on 800 South Main Street. This building is centrally located between two preschools, McKinley Elementary School, and is attached to an R1 residential block, sharing property lines with residents on either side. The original public notice released on April suggests A, meaning singular 5G antenna, was to be placed on the 800 South Main Street building. But after further independent investigation, it was found that there is not only one antenna to be installed, but a total of 6 large antennas standing at a height of 10 feet each. Upon speaking with the contractor applicant, Rob Steersey, he willingly shared with pride that that's just the beginning. There are plans in motion after the initial proposed project to have multiple additional antennas to be installed on the same building, thus increasing the amount of radiation exposure to all those within a minimum of 1,500 feet of this vicinity. Withholding this kind of information lacks integrity and is morally wrong.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alan Dermarderosian, followed by Christine Ramos.
Hi, I'm Alan Dermaderosian. I am a Burbank resident. I'm here to speak again about the lane striping on Olive Ave above Glen Oaks Boulevard. We finally learned in March that the reason for that was the Complete Streets program that the city is enrolled in. I've read that program and the outline, and I can say with complete confidence that that program will result in deaths. LA City had a similar program in the 80s, and they found that the number of pedestrian deaths spiked. When they removed that program, the accident deaths went down. So since I have limited time, I will email the council the details on that. But again, I would urge the city to remove itself from that program. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Christine Ramos, followed by Joe Pimienta.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Council, City staff, and Burbank community. Thank you all for the opportunity to be here tonight. My name is Christine Ramos, and I'm the Director of Operations at Family Service Agency of Burbank. I'm here to thank you for your support of FSA's residential therapeutic care programs for this past year and the 17 years before, and to request your continued support in the coming year. 18 years ago, in partnership with the City of Burbank, FSA developed Puerto Nueva at Care Cottages. For all the time since, FSA has quietly operated this program in Burbank. Its goal, to end the threat of homelessness and violence in the lives of vulnerable families and individuals, and to ensure their transition to safe, stable, permanent housing, allowing them to live happy, healthy, meaningful lives. The Care Cottages at Puerto Nueva shelters 5 families in an unmatched 3-year stay. This allows families the necessary time to heal and work towards self-sufficiency goals, vital to their long-term success. Families are provided with, oh my goodness, okay.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you all.
My next speaker is Joe Pimienta, followed by Jacob Flores.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and everyone in the chamber. I'm going to make this one really quickly. It's simply saying that I am in full support. I am once again speaking in the need for the Burbank City Council to vote in the support of a full ceasefire, permanent and immediate ceasefire, and to have a resolution passed. The reason why I say that is because putting in a letter in support for Biden is basically insulting to those who have been arrested, assaulted, harassed, and intimidating, specifically for opposing Biden's continuous aid to the Israeli regime. We want the City of Burbank officials to stand by the right side of history and demand an end to the ongoing genocide of the Palestinian people. I'll see you on the next agenda item. In the meantime, free Palestine, ceasefire. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Jacob Flores, followed by Lilibet Jimenez.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Jacob Flores, and I'm a high school counselor at Burbank High School. I'm here to voice my support for President Biden's ceasefire proposal, which is currently in negotiation. This proposal, approved by the UN Security Council, outlines a comprehensive plan in 3 phases, with Phase 2 including a pathway to a permanent ceasefire, though I sincerely apologize if I offend anyone who has expressed disapproval of plans associated with President Biden. While there are understandable reservations about the feasibility of this plan, it is crucial to focus on its humanitarian potential. The primary goal is to stop the ongoing violence and provide immediate relief to those suffering. By supporting this proposal, we advocate for a tangible pathway to peace, ensuring humanitarian aid, security, and the possibility of rebuilding lives. I recognize that some may speculate about political strategies, such as waiting for a different U.S. administration. However, this resolution transcends any single political figure. It is about what we should strive for as a global community committed to peace and human dignity, regardless of who is in power. Apathy and despondency can easily overshadow our efforts for peace, especially in such complex times, but we must let hope fuel our convictions even stronger. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. My next speaker is Lilibet Jimenez, followed by Majed Harb.
My name is Lilibeth. I'm a Burbank resident. I've rented in Burbank for 3 years. I will briefly speak on 2 topics. First, I would like to share my experience as a renter in Burbank. I have lived in 2 different apartments. Our first apartment had many problems structurally. It was at such a slope that it affected my back. It had wasp infestations, gas, and water leaks. Management would respond to emergency situations slowly, if at all. Our current apartment is better, but we fear our second rent increase coming in September. We won't be able to afford it. I'd like to ask the council to act with more urgency on rent caps. Secondly, I'd like to ask that a ceasefire resolution be agendized for the next city's council meeting. I have attended these meetings since April, asking for the city to pass a ceasefire resolution. Time after time, I have seen my fellow Burbank residents give heartbreaking and informative public comments on the devastating attacks Palestinians have endured during this ongoing genocide. You owe it to our Burbank Palestinian friends and families to listen to them and act. I do not support the letter of support to Biden's proposal that has been presented by council. Please agendize and vote on ceasefire resolution brought forward.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Majed Harb, followed by Ahmad Shath.
My name is Majed Harb. I'm a civil engineer. As we stand here today, some 70 to 100 children are being shredded into pieces with our weapons, our money. Basically, I'm not going to stand here to cry for those babies because there is a God that's going to avenge their murder, basically. However, I think there is a much bigger genocide that's happening in this country. It's perpetrated by those politicians who have sold their souls to AIPAC and other political action committees, basically, and they are destroying the spirits of America. They have totally destroyed the American dream and also the American economy. Now, a king like MBS is saying no more for the dollar. We're losing respect all over the world. We're destroying the American ideals that all of us, I came here like 45 years ago for the American dream, the American ideals, freedom, justice. All of a sudden, all of this has gone. No more by politicians who've sold their soul.
Thank you for your comment. I'm sorry, your time is up. Our next speaker is Ahmad Shath, followed by Brenda Aurora.
Assalamu alaikum means shalom, means good evening, Brother Constantine. I have one thing, just shame if everyone doesn't call for ceasefire. I lost all my family. I am only the one here. Do you believe that? For what were you waiting, guys, to call for ceasefire? Just I need to know what you waiting to call for ceasefire. This is humanity, right? We are not enemy. Right? To watch us and back to home eating and back again the next day. Just call for ceasefire, right? Please call for ceasefire. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And I want to announce one thing. Believe us, as the God say and in Quran, He promised us to give it us back. And if you don't know, guys, I'm coming just here to say good evening to my brother Constantine and to let you know Palestine will be free. And remember that Quran is not wrong. The right things in this world, the Quran.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Brenda Aurora, followed by Nas Sola. Brenda Aurora. Going once, going twice. All right. My next speaker is Nas Sola, followed by Matt Fabius. Nas Sola, going once. All right, Matt Fabius, come on down.
Hi, I'm Matt. I'm a renter in Burbank. I feel like this is silly having to retread the same territory over and over again, but here we are again with city council members having asked for the surveys to be done by September, and then getting another proposal trying to push it back further and further. It seems very transparent now what the goal is, to wait until next year so that hopefully there are some new city council members in office. And I just think that's so shameful to the democratic process. There is a mandate clearly for something to be done on housing. It was the city council's top priority this session, and staff just keeps coming back with proposals to push it further and further back. And I just want to say that my wife and I have been displaced, so I hope that this will prevent others from being displaced too. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Veronica Christensen, followed by Darcy Conkle.
First of all, this is not the reason I'm here, but I just want to say, please look at the request being put forth by the Palestinians to accept their resolution and vote on it. But the reason I'm here, and I think you know why, SB 35 requires the city decide whether the project qualifies within 60 days of filing the application. July 9th is the 60th day. The public website has no information on the city's decision on the site eligibility. The agenda forecast does not show a date for public hearing on this project. I understand that Mr. Prescott will determine the project qualifies for SB 35 and that the City Council will consider Mr. Prescott's determination at a public hearing held after the 60-day deadline, but before the 90-day deadline for public oversight and design review. August 8th is the 90th day. Please do not let this project be approved by default because of a missed deadline. And also, war is not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Darcy Conkle, followed by Ali Valdez, and that will be my last speaker card.
Good evening. The SB 35 public website shows the developer of 910 South Mariposa filed a formal application for a new SB 35 project on May 10th. SB 35 requires the city decide whether the project qualifies within 60 days of filing the application. July 9th is the 60th day. The public website has no information on the city's decision on site eligibility. The agenda forecast does not show a date for public hearing on this project. I understand that Mr. Prescott will determine if the project qualifies for SB 35, and that the council will consider Mr. Prescott's determination at a public hearing held after the 60-day deadline, but before the 90-day deadline for public oversight and design review. August 8th is the 90th day. Please do not let this project be approved by default because of missed deadline. I request that Mr. Prescott determination be uploaded to the SB 35 public website on the day it is issued so the public receives timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. My last speaker card is Ali Valdez.
Hello. One of the issues I'd like to talk about tonight is in regards to our community's call for a ceasefire resolution. We have been incredibly clear. We do not want a letter of support for Joe Biden. We want a ceasefire resolution like the ones that have been passed in cities all across Southern California. I am deeply disappointed at how long it has taken our city to condemn indiscriminate bombings of civilians, engineered famine, and the mass destruction of civilian infrastructure in Gaza. including housing, hospitals, schools, and religious institutions. We came to you in March asking for a ceasefire resolution to make it clear to Congressman Adam Schiff that his constituents do not support tax dollars going to bombs and weapons. After 4 months of silence from Representative Schiff and now our city council, we are back again to say that your constituents are not going anywhere. We are demanding a real ceasefire resolution to be passed in the city of Burbank and not a letter of support for Joe Biden. I cede my time.
Thank you for your comment. All right, I'll give you all that one because we're at the end. But now, and bear with me, we have in-phone comment. So we have completed our general public or in-person general public comment, and we'll be moving on to calls in public comment. Madam City Clerk, do we have any callers?
We currently have 17 callers on the line.
Great. And for those folks calling in, please remember to lower the volume on your TV or computer and take your phone off of speaker when you deliver public comment. Thank you. Let's bring on the first caller.
Our first caller is Rafat.
Good evening, council members. In America, we value all human being lives, regardless where they live in this world. Palestine is part of this world. We should also care about them and value their life. Therefore, I am in support for immediate ceasefire resolution to be back on the agenda. Thank you for your time and thank you for taking my call.
Thank you for your call.
Our next caller is Sabrina Silver.
Hello?
Hi, Sabrina. You're on with City Council.
Okay, good evening. SB 35, the public website, shows that the developer of 910 South Mariposa filed a formal application for a new SB 35 project on May 10th. SB 35 requires the city decide whether the project qualifies within 60 days of filing that application. July 9th is the 60th day. The public website has no information on the city's decision on site eligibility. The agenda forecast does not show a date for public hearing on this project. I understand that Mr. Prescott will determine if the project qualifies for SB 35, and that council will consider Mr. Prescott's determination at a public hearing held after the 60-day deadline, but before the 90-day deadline for the public oversight and design review. August 8th is the 90th day. Please do not let this project be approved by default because of a missed deadline. I request that Mr. Prescott's determination be uploaded to the SB 35 public website on the day it is issued so that the public receives timely notification of his decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Our next caller is Fiona Stenberg.
Fiona, you have 1 minute.
Good evening, council members. My name is Fiona Stenberg. I am an 11-year-old Jewish Burbank resident. I will be attending Dolores Huerta Middle School this fall. The last 8 months have been heartbreaking, overwhelming, and confusing. Calling for a ceasefire is a strong way to stand up for all human beings as equals. A ceasefire saves lives. It seems like no one cares about the bombing of schools, hospitals, and refugee camps in Palestine. It is so hard to pay attention because it puts me in a heavy headspace. But it is nothing compared to the suffering happening in Palestine. 9 out of 10 children in Gaza are experiencing severe food poverty. This doesn't match the values we are learning in class. In school, we learn to speak up for each other, to use our words right away when something harmful happens. Every day that goes by, more and more people are killed, and our city doesn't say anything. It makes me feel so sad. Please make a difference. Ceasefire now.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Violet Shaw.
Violet, you have 1 minute.
Hi. My name Hi, my name is Baisha, and I recently graduated McKinley Elementary. I love snacks and eating. I have been noticing on YouTube that a large amount of videos have been talking about the problems in Palestine. I don't want to sit back and watch. I want to help take action. I don't think that's fair that kids in Palestine have been suffering from food loss and have had their homes taken away. Although I don't know every detail, I know it's not right. It takes more than one person to make a difference for things that aren't fair. We need the city of Burbank to gather around as a community and realize what the Palestinian people are going through and do whatever is in our power to help. Ceasefire now.
Our next caller is Patricia.
Patricia, you have 1 minute.
Hello?
Patricia, you're on with council. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. I am a Palestinian Christian, and I'm calling to urge all city council members to support an immediate and permanent ceasefire. It's been almost 9 months now, and the devastation in Gaza is beyond measure. Israel is wiping out entire bloodlines of Palestinians with their indiscriminate bombings that have left Gaza resembling the horrors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Disease is soaring and starvation is at unprecedented crisis level, with 50,000 children in Gaza needing urgent treatment for malnutrition because of forced starvation. There is no food, no water, and nowhere to go. Not to mention that there are 17,000 orphans that are unaccompanied and left to fend for themselves in the midst of a war. Just imagine if they were your children. We need the city of Burbank to pass a ceasefire resolution, and we need it now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Gigi.
Gigi, you have 1 minute.
Hello, yes, council members. I'm calling to speak on agenda item 9 and provide some visibility on what kind of rent burden I, as a renter in Burbank, am impacted by, even as an employee for a studio here in Burbank. The past 4 years of employment, I've only just this year received a 3% raise in my salary, whereas my rent within those 4 years has increased by 30%. With the rate of which rent is increasingly raised, this is becoming unsustainable and does not even include upcoming utility rates being increased as of July 1st, nor factoring the cost of groceries and gasoline prices. I want to share what I feel should be inputted and applied for the rent cap. Thank you.
Thank you for your call.
Our next caller is Karen.
Hello. Thank you so much for taking my call. I am a new Burbank homeowner, and I moved to Burbank from West Hollywood because of your belief in and support of green spaces. I'm an avid equestrian, and I'm deeply concerned about the condo project at 910 South Mariposa and the development's formal application of a new SB 35 project on May 10th. As other callers have said, July 9th is the 60th day, and the public website has no information on the city's decision on eligibility. Moreover, the agenda does not show a date for a public hearing on this project. Please don't let this project be approved by default because of a missed deadline. Burbank, in listening to all the speakers here, is committed to parks, green spaces, and inclusive community access. This condo project is not only a safety hazard, but destroys Burbank's gateway to Griffith Park.
Thank you for your
and historic
comment.
Brick.
Your time is up. Thank you for your comment.
Our next caller is Raj Kamal Singh.
Hi, my name is Raj Kamal Singh. I've lived here and worked in Burbank for 4 years now and love it here. I'm requesting the City Council to put in place rent caps. I'm expecting my rent to increase later in the year and will likely have to find a new living situation because of a lack of rent caps. I'm also calling on City Council to put the permanent ceasefire resolution back on the agenda for the next City Council meeting. I also do not support the letter of support to Biden. Thank you.
Thank you for your call.
Our next caller is John Giroux.
Yes,
John.
thank you very much, Vice Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and City Attorney. Thank you very much. You've heard me say this before. We have a great city. We need to stay focused and keep Burbank as a great city. And as mentioned, the rental market is very soft, and there are very, very many vacancies. In addition to 3 million square feet of vacant office space, we need to energize this town, bring in some good marketing strategies, increase the housing supply, and keep things rolling as a very prominent city in LA County. Rent control is not the answer. Rent caps will not be the answer. Everything that landlords produce here and provide is for the benefit of tenants. That's why they call people housing providers. Just as the city.
Thank you for your comment. Your time is up. Thank you for your comment.
Our next caller is George Giroux.
Good evening, Council. George Giroux, here to talk about the community outreach before enacting any citywide shift in the underlying way that the market works. There needs to be fairness in the process. There needs to be proper disclosure. People need to know the short-term, medium-term, and long-term consequences of a policy like rent control. If we want to have the immediate stimulus of a rent cap, we also have to accept that this may have long-term consequences for the city. To rush the community outreach to occur before an election is not a legitimate consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next caller is Laura LaRocca.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Perez and members of the City Council. My name is Laura LaRocca, and I live in the Burbank Rancho. The city's SB 35 public website shows the developer of 910 South Mariposa filed a formal application for a new SB 35 project on May 10th. SB 35 requires the city to decide whether the project qualifies within 60 days of filing that application. July 9th is the 60th day. The agenda forecast does not show a date for a public hearing on this project. I understand that Mr. Prescott will determine if the project qualifies for SB 35, and the council will consider Mr. Prescott's determination. Please don't let this project be approved by default because of a missed deadline. I request that Mr. Prescott's SB 35 determination be uploaded to the public website on the day it is issued so that the public receives timely notification for his decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
The next caller is Nori Walla.
Good evening. The SB 35 public website shows that the developer of 910 South Mariposa filed a formal application for a new SB 35 project on May 10th. SB 35 requires the city decide whether the project qualifies within 60 days of filing that application. July 9th is day 60. The public website has no information on the city's decision on site eligibility. The agenda forecast does not show a date for a public hearing on this project. I understand that Mr. Prescott will determine if the project qualifies for SB 35 and that council will consider Mr. Prescott's determination at a public hearing that will be held after the 60-day deadline, but before the 90-day deadline for public oversight and design review. August 8th is day 90. Please don't let this project be approved by default because of a missed deadline. I request that Mr. Prescott's determination be uploaded to the SB 35 public website on the day it is issued so that the public receives timely notification of his decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your call.
The next caller is Maya.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, thank you. We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Maya, you're on with City
Okay,
Council.
great. Hello, Vice Mayor and esteemed members. I'm here to discuss the problem of gas-powered leaf blowers and other two-stroke engine machines which are a scourge on the residents of Burbank. I actually met Vice Mayor Perez back in December and discussed it with her eagerly, but never heard back since then. I wanted to quickly highlight the many harms that these engines cause to all of us. While there seems to be no interest on the side of the city to either legislate, reform, or promote alternatives, I'd also like to bring to light the problem with reporting offenders. Due to the shortened time, I will be emailing the council members with my full script, and I look forward to a response. Despite city ordinance on noise saying that it cannot exceed 75 decibels, these engines easily exceed 100 decibels, and we suffer exceptional levels of noise all around Burbank multiple times per day, 7 days a week, and nothing is being done. Two-stroke engines generate mind-boggling levels of pollution, and I encounter them everywhere around Burbank, near a hospital, at a bus stop, parking garages, city hall.
Thank you for your
every
comment,
yard,
Maya.
alley,
That's
and street.
time. Thank you for your call.
The next caller is Lois Westfall.
Good evening. The SB 35 public website shows that the developer of 910 South Mariposa filed a formal application for a new SB 35 project on May 10th. SB 35 requires the city decide whether the project qualifies within 60 days of filing the application. July 9th is the 60th day. The public website has no information on the city's decision on the site eligibility. The agenda forecast does not show a date for public hearing on this project. I understand that Mr. Prescott will determine if the project qualifies for SB 35 and that council will consider Mr. Prescott's determination at a public hearing held after the 60-day deadline, but before the 90-day deadline for public oversight design review. August 8th is the next day. Please don't let this project be approved by default because of a missed deadline. I request that Mr. Prescott's determination be uploaded to the SB 35 public website.
Thank you for your comment. Your time is up. Thank you.
The next caller is Liz Radley.
Good evening. The SB 35 public website shows that on May 10th, the developer of 910 South Mariposa filed a second formal application for an even bigger SB 35 project. State Bill 35 requires the city decide if the project qualifies within 60 days of filing the application. July 9th is the 60th day. The public website has no information on the city's decision on site eligibility. The agenda forecast does not show a date for a public hearing on this project. I understand that Mr. Prescott will determine if the project qualifies for SB 35, and that council will consider Mr. Prescott's determination at a public hearing held after the 60-day deadline, but before the 90-day deadline for public oversight and design review. August 8th is the 90th day. I believe an SB 35 project is approved by default if a deadline is missed. Please don't let this happen. So I request that Mr. Prescott's determination be uploaded to the SB 35 public website.
Thank you for your comment. Your time is up. Thank you.
The next caller is Avraham Stern.
Good evening. My name is Avraham. I'm a Jewish American, and I'm here to urge you to agendize a ceasefire resolution for Palestine. Israel's war against the Palestinian people is unethical and indefensible. As Americans, we're funding Israel's military. Therefore, we have a right and a moral obligation to stop their villainous military campaign, as President Reagan did in 1982. I have relatives that were killed in the Holocaust in part because politicians in the 1930s and 40s said it wasn't a local issue and refused to help. I promise you, we never forget. It's time to face the truth. The Israeli government are a bunch of liars and murderers. They do not represent Jewish people. They seek to colonize Gaza, and they are not shy about it. If you will just listen, Google Maya Golan, Bezalel Smotrich, and Ben Gvir, you will see they are bragging not only about murdering Palestinians, not only about destroying Gaza, but about how they can do whatever they want, and America will pay for it. They are laughing at you and taking you for fools. Palestine is real. Palestine's existence is not a threat to Jewish people. Zionism has sold you this lie. Zionism is a threat to Palestinians, to Jews, and to American democracy. I refuse to allow Jewish legacy to be tarnished by Israel any longer, or for American hard-earned tax dollars.
Thank you for your comment. Your time is up. Thank you for your comment. Folks, if we could please keep it down so we can hear the next caller.
The next caller is Tanya M.
Hello, I'm a new resident of Burbank, and I am imploring council to implement a rent cap. I pay $1,951 for 450 square feet. And it's not just the rent that's ridiculous, it's what is being offered for that sky-high rent, or better yet, what is not being offered. Apartments are being rented with no refrigerator, no stove, no dishwasher, no parking, old carpet, old paint, etc. And I'm afraid with the way things are going, the Burbank that we all know and love is soon going to resemble the streets of Hollywood and Los Angeles, filled with homeless and despondent, because it's not only unfair to expect us to keep up with these rent prices, but it's not sustainable. So you've already spoken to a gentleman who him and his wife got kicked out, and they can't keep up with the rent. So if you want us to look like downtown LA, keep up with the rent hikes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next caller is Anonymous.
Hi, I want to call for a permanent ceasefire resolution for Gaza. Of course, it's ridiculous and shameful that City Council hasn't done so already. Please put it on the agenda. Also, regarding rent cap, that would really help Burbank. Half of Burbank is rent burdened, and me and my partner are among that statistic. Regarding the survey, Agla got to ask for things. If the city is going to reach out, is it going to be reaching out to non-local landlords? Will they also be reaching out to displaced tenants? As someone previously spoke, they just are getting pushed out of Burbank. They'll be pushed out by next month. I have a friend who got an illegal rent increase of 11% just recently, a couple months back. That's illegal. Who's stopping it? So many people are going to get pushed out. It's going to increase homelessness. It's bad for Burbank. It's bad for Burbank residents.
Thank you for your comment. Your time is up. Thank you for your comment.
The next caller is Matthew.
Hello, Burbank City Council. My name is Matthew, and I've rented in Burbank for the last 2 years working for the entertainment industry. I'm calling today to push for a need for rent stabilization immediately. Please do not delay in its implementation, as more and more residents are due to be displaced as it's getting pushed further and further. And also, I would like to call for a permanent and immediate ceasefire resolution in Gaza. Please agendize this item immediately, as it is of the utmost severity. Free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
The next caller is Sophia.
Hi, 13,000 children have been massacred, killed, 37,000 people massacred, and all we hear from Biden's press secretary over investigations of Hind Rajab and the Central Work Kitchen is we are looking into it. Investigation is going on. Been hearing this for 260 plus days. Please be on the right side of history. Those that have passed the ceasefire resolution, the Palestinian Arabs and pro-Palestinian supporters have constituents that feel heard and supported and feel safe. I'm calling you to urge you for a permanent, lasting ceasefire resolution. Please do the right thing. Please be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you for your call.
The next caller is Tom.
Hi, Tom. You're on with City Council.
Somebody should tell these idiots that keep showing up and taking time away from regular citizens that you don't even have the power to fix potholes in the city of Burbank, let alone determine foreign policy. Stop Gaza? Are you kidding? Go to Adam Schiff's office and tell him that. My name is Tom Brader. My Twitter handle is Tom_Brader818. Spanky, also known as Constantine Anthony, has blocked me on Twitter. He's not allowed to do that. Mr. City Attorney, I'm putting you on notice that your council member has blocked me. You understand? He's blocked me. You better make him unblock me. Thank you.
Thank you for your call.
The next caller is Carolyn Barnes.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Carolyn Barnes. I've been a Burbank resident for about 20 years now. I'm also a mom and active in many Burbank activities, and I am calling tonight to express my concern regarding the Burbank Planning Division's approval of the administrative use permit for the proposed installation of a 5G cell phone tower that's being put at 800 South Main Street. And I ask for your support in our cause. Other cities across California and the entire country are enacting restrictions for 5G towers near schools, daycares, parks, residential areas, because there is a scientific evidence that radiation exposure causes unacceptable damage to humans, especially children. This tower would be in the middle of 4 schools with nearly 2,000 students. I'm requesting that you direct staff to provide you with research on how to add restrictions on cell tower locations in Burbank to protect our residents before the multiple towers are built at 800 Main Street. Thank you.
Thank you for your call.
The next caller is Gio Greer.
Good evening, City Council. I couldn't be there in person because I just finished my baseball game at Burbank High. I'm calling to ask you to put back a ceasefire resolution on the agenda and not a letter to the president. Every day, hundreds and hundreds of innocent people, especially kids, get slaughtered in Gaza with our own tax money, and many get arrested in the West Bank where my grandpa lives. This genocide needs to end. Ceasefire now.
Thank you for your call, Gio. Hope you had a great baseball game.
The next caller is Ziad Ibrahim.
Hi, my name is Ziad Ibrahim. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Hello, Ziad. You're on with the City Council.
Awesome, thank you. So I'm a resident of the Glendale Burbank area, and I'm calling to touch upon what a lot of callers have already spoken forth about. I'm calling to put back the ceasefire for a Gaza resolution on the agenda and not to just send a letter out to Biden. A lot of your residents in Burbank have been complaining about inflation, and I'm pretty sure, and high rent control, and I'm pretty sure we would have issues like that way less often if we weren't sending billions of our tax dollars all the way over to help Israel slaughter a bunch of innocent kids in Palestine. Sorry I'm starting this my first time doing a call like this. Please put the ceasefire resolution back on the agenda. It's urgent for all the kids that are being killed day by day as we're doing this call. Please, thank you.
Thank you for your call.
That was our last caller.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk, and thank you for everybody who sat through public comment. All right, I'll give it to you. Go ahead and clap. All right. Thank you all for sitting through this with us. And now is the time for a brief response from City Council, the City Manager, and/or the City Attorney. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I do have a few responses. First off, staff will follow up with the Elks regarding their 100th anniversary and get the details and see what we can do. So I forget the dates, but we'll follow up and see if we could do something as far as recognizing that. Also, very happy to meet with the library staff that was here tonight. So we'll reach out. My office will reach out this week and set something up. But more than happy to meet with them. And then I'd like to call up Mr. Prescott. He's got 3 brief updates related to the cell phone tower, Mariposa, as well as a tentative date for the leaf blowers.
Hi, Mr. Prescott.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Perez, members of the City Council. The subject of the discussion of gas-powered leaf blowers and other devices is on the August 13th City Council agenda. So we'll take that up with Council and the public on that date. Regarding the SB 35 project at 901 South Mariposa, a timely administrative determination will be made once our review is complete. The review determination will be posted once it has been shared with the applicant and the City Council. I assure you that we diligently monitor deadlines with our colleagues in the City Attorney's Office, and no deadlines will be missed. Finally, regarding the AUP for cell site, that project was reviewed and found to be in compliance with local and federal regulations regarding wireless communications facilities, so it was approved. It was appealed to the Planning Commission, and that hearing will take place on July 22nd. I want to remind the council that that decision is appealable to the City Council, so just to be mindful of that if you're engaging the community, so that we can assure a fair and impartial hearing. And also, just a reminder that state and local governments may not regulate wireless telecommunications facilities based on perceived health effects from radio frequency emissions. And our laws are consistent with that regulation. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Prescott. Any questions?
Thank you. I have a quick question. There was, and I know we have to be really brief because it's not on the agenda, but clarification on the 60 days versus 90 days. I heard a few speakers talk about it today. Can you just
You heard a few speakers talk about it? What did they say? Do you remember exactly?
We can repeat it. I'm sure you can. But can you tell us what's the 60 days and what are the 90 days? Because there seemed to be a little bit confusion. And if
our ordinance was written at a time. Well, let me just say the law has changed since our ordinance was written. So we're trying to interpret our ordinance consistent with the law. SB 35 was revised effective January 1st. This is the first application we've had. We've actually received more applications recently, which will be posted to the site. But we're working through that with the applicant, and as Mr. Prescott indicated, we will make sure to adhere to the timelines and agendize it for council so no project is deemed approved for failure to meet the timelines.
Thank you, Mr. Prescott. Any other response from staff? No? All right. Colleagues, who would like? Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I actually have a follow-up for Mr. Prescott regarding the leaf blowers. Just a really quick question. The caller also mentioned, had a question about how to report a leaf blower that's not in compliance or loud, or how does that person reach out to you?
I recommend that you contact our code compliance staff via the 311 app, the city's 311 app. If you do not have the city's 311 app, you should download it to your phone. You may also call or email code enforcement, but the preferred way is through the 311 app. And I don't remember the number for that off the top of my head. So.
Okay. And similarly, another caller mentioned some issues with their rental unit. One was with the no fridge and some other issues. Is that a similar process, or?
Yes, code enforcement. I'll remind the council and the public that one of the new positions the council has given in the next budget includes an enforcement person, code enforcement person specifically to follow up on these sorts of housing issues.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prescott. All right, and Councilmember Takahashi, since you've got the floor, would you like to share any responses?
That was
That's it. All right. Councilmember Mullins.
I saw somebody else's hands going up. Well, I want to congratulate everyone who received the awards tonight, Water and Power, Parks and Recreation, and also acknowledge everyone who's here today to talk regarding the ceasefire. And I understand that the city manager, if you don't mind, give us the date when this will be coming back on the agenda.
The request by Councilmember Anthony will be coming back at the next meeting, which I believe is July 16th. So we have that slated for then.
Thank you. And thanks for answering all the items that came up before us. There was one more item, and I'm not quite sure if we know exactly what the issue is, and it was Mr. Morales, I believe, that lives at 1934 Buena Vista regarding the train. I don't know if anyone has been dealing with that situation.
I think we have, but we'll follow up.
Okay.
We have his information.
I think, yeah, he left too fast before we can get any additional information, so I appreciate that. SB 35 was answered, but everyone else has called or talked about item number 9. We will address that when we get to item number 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mullins. We can't do that at this time. The time for public comment has ended, so we can't respond to the public. Councilmember Anthony?
Yes. During the meeting, obviously, we're going to be busy. If you want to speak with one of our staff privately, you're more than welcome to come up and have an aside with any of our staff members if they're free. There's that opportunity.
That would be disruptive of the meeting. We shouldn't be having side conversations.
Oh,
we're here to support council.
Sure. Okay. Let me rephrase it. You're not allowed to just come up and bother anybody. But there are folks outside. You can ask questions. They can create a situation where you'll be able to talk with us later in the week, email addresses, all of that. You can contact. We're open for that. It's just we have to do the business of the city. That's why you can't just come up. Sorry, that's what I meant to say. Obviously, there's been a delay with the agenda item we've all heard about tonight. This is not what I wanted for tonight. I was hoping to be able to tackle this issue head on. So I do want to apologize for that. There have been numerous delays, and it's unfortunate. But like you heard, we do have it scheduled. It is slated to come back on the 16th. And at that time, we're going to have a discussion, and we're going to talk about this in depth. At that point, I think, is the best time for us to deal with it. Everything else we're going to deal with tonight, the stuff that we talked about. And yeah. So like he said, the ceasefire resolution has come back on the 16th. That's what we got.
No, the item that's coming back is the council member's request for a letter of support.
Right. So hold on.
If I can have some order in the room, please, let's respect the process. I would really appreciate that from all of you, and that'll help us answer you. Please.
Excuse me.
Please.
If the public cannot abide by the chair, we will.
Excuse me. This is not. Ma'am, I need you to follow the process of the meeting, and we need to hold decorum. And if that's not possible, we do have the right to ask folks to step out if we can't carry out and conduct the business of the city. And I know council members are attempting to respond at this time.
Yes. Here's the deal. I have requested a very specific item. I have asked for that to come back, and it is coming back on the 16th. It was asked as a letter of support, not for the president. Let's be clear. I'm not here to ask this body to support somebody who's running for higher office. What I have asked is a letter of support for a specific list and actionable proposal coming from the current administration. And I don't care who the current administration is. If it was Trump, that'd be different, but it wouldn't be, because I would still look at the proposal on its face. And that's what's coming back. So that's what I've agendized. When we have that discussion.
You're asking for money on Facebook to fund your campaign because you're doing so much.
Thank you. That's not what we're talking about tonight, though.
We see you.
Thank you.
We will be back. We ain't going nowhere.
I hope you're back on the 16th, because that's when we're going to be talking about this. Thank you.
Thank you, folks, for maintaining order and decorum. We are trying to get through this, and I do want to address a couple things now that my colleagues have had the chance. For starters, with the ceasefire resolution and the letter and all of that topic, I know this is Councilmember Anthony's agenda item. For this meeting, the mayor, who is unable to attend due to unforeseen circumstances, had asked the city manager and myself to push the agenda item, because as we met last week, the mayor and myself met with members of the group that are calling for this agenda item. They shared the importance of the mayor voting on this. And I agree, this is a really important item. So it should be 5 council members voting on this issue, which is why it has been pushed to the very next meeting. I promise you that is the reason for that push. And the 5 of us will take a look at it at the next meeting. And for those of you that we met with, you've heard from the mayor. He's been transparent about this. And I hope you can continue to work with us on that and know that it's coming in the next meeting. And thank you again for those of you who have weighed in. I've seen some of you here. Thank you for those of you that are Burbank residents coming in and weighing in. I've seen on you consistently here weekly. We know you're here. We see you. We have met with you. And you all know, you know me, and you know the mayor. And you know that when we met with you, we've been transparent, and we said when all 5 of us are on the dais, and this is just one council member's opinion, but I feel like it's inappropriate to take up an item that you have been asking for week after week without one of us present. So that is why we are doing this. And then moving, please, if we can maintain decorum, sir.
Excuse me, can you please step out of chambers? You'll need to step out if you cannot abide by the chair's instructions.
And I know there was a gentleman who shared if you could ask a question for clarification. I don't know if what I shared was sufficient clarification for you. If you have other questions, I'm happy to talk to after this meeting. Online, via email, I'm happy to schedule a meeting with you. I'm sorry, I don't mean to say no questions, right? But that's just the process of the meeting. It's Robert's rules. It's the way we're ordered. It's why I can't give my personal opinion when I'm going, thank you, next caller, right? So I know it's not individualized. I'd love to answer each of you individually. I've met with several of you. So please understand we are moving it to the next meeting. It will be there. And know that we hear you every time, well, at least I can speak for myself. I hear you every time that you come forward. And the reason it was moved this time was for that reason. So thank you for those of you who are here, who share your opinions. Email me. I look forward to talking with you more if you'd like between now and the next meeting. Let's set up a time to meet and continue the conversation. Let's see, for the Elks Week, I know the 100-year anniversary is coming up. Wow, that was a weird shift. For Elks Week, that's coming up. So please, I know the Elks Lodge folks are very interested. Please do email us and connect. We'd love to go and attend and share the invite. For the folks, can we actually connect again with Mr. Mauricio for the car crash situation? And then I know somebody came up, I don't know if this was addressed yet, the lane striping on Olive. I know we've talked about it before, but if we could connect with Mr. Allen because he shared some more info.
That is coming back. That was a request, I think, of Councilmember Mullins. Before we do anything permanently, we were going to come back with the stats, and I think it was going to be later this year. I don't have the time frame for that, but I know that's going to come back.
Great, thank you. And then Maya, who called on the phones. Yes, we spoke. I remember this, and believe me, the city manager can attest. I think I've pushed him every single time we have talked about the leaf blower issue. Councilmember Takahashi brought it up the first time. It's been a minute, and we have been anxiously waiting to get it back on the agenda. So for now, August 13th, and keep that date on your calendar. And then the last thing I will say, and only address this because this comment was directly to me. Mr. Donahue, to address your comment, let me read you once again the first line of the CPRA, which you have cited multiple times in your emails. CPRA requires that any writing related to public business is subject to disclosure. As was responded to you via email, I was not conducting public business in answering emergency text messages on my work cell phone for my day job. You clearly have a gross misunderstanding of the term public business. The device you saw me using is my work phone. And I have to mention it once again for the public record. Not sure what you're looking for, Mr. Donahue. Not sure why you watch me every meeting. Not sure what the obsession is with me and why you do multiple Public Records Act requests. Or why you needed to count the number of times I was on my work device. It's odd. And like I've shared for the public record, your excessive surveillance of me as a person out in the public makes me extremely uncomfortable. I want that in the public record. And I would also like to say, for the public record as well, not for council meetings, for everybody else in the public, as you know, for meetings that I attend as not a member of that sitting body, obviously you won't see me here on my cell phone, but for meetings that I attend outside, myself, and I know Councilmember Takahashi as well, we're mental health providers. We work in that sector, and many times we're in healthcare, mental health, in those fields, you got to respond to your work calls when there's a crisis. And I appreciate the public for understanding that. And I do have to say, we were both elected for that experience as well. We bring a very unique set of skills. And I know that members of the public can understand that, and I'm grateful to those of you who understand that, and in fact see it as a good thing. So thank you for that, and I wanted to clarify exactly where we're at. That's not how this works.
Point of order is a question, it's not
No, it's not a question because it's
The
not an
public
agenda
comment
item.
period is closed.
This is not an agenda item,
Point of
Mr.
order is
Donahue.
for the council to rebuke what I said.
The public does not call a point of order. That's for the body.
Does the vice mayor allowed to
Mr.
do that?
Donahue, you do not have the microphone right now. The comment period is over.
And these are exactly the things I mean. So thank you to everybody who came. Thank you to everybody who was respectable and respected the process of the meeting. As you all know, it's not easy to run, so I appreciate it. And if we have not answered your questions, reach out via email, and rest assured you will be responded to. Thank you. All right, let's continue. All right, on to the consent calendar. The consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, can you read the consent calendar?
And thank you, Vice Mayor. Tonight we have 6 items on consent. Item 1 is approval of the City Council minutes of the joint meeting of June 4th, 2024, and the dark meetings of June 11th and June 18th, 2024. Item 2 is approval of the request for the use of business cards for the Landlord-Tenant Commission. Item 3 is adoption of a resolution authorizing the execution of a subaward agreement with the Los Angeles County Aging and Disabilities Department to support the City of Burbank supplemental nutrition programs and supportive services, authorizing the city manager to execute the subaward agreement and amending the adopted fiscal year 2024-2025 budget by appropriating funds. Item 4 is approval of a right of entry and encroachment agreement with Disney Worldwide Services Incorporated to provide employee shuttle services at the downtown Burbank Metrolink station and at 8 places along the city's right-of-way. Item 5 is approval of a 5-year master services and purchase agreement renewal with Axon Enterprise Incorporated. And item 6 is approval of a 5-year enterprise licensing agreement for Oracle Enterprise Performance Management Cloud through Oracle Incorporated. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I make a motion to move the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Great. Motion by Mullen, second by Takahashi. Let's take a vote.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Thank you.
All righty. Reports to council. We have 4 reports to council this evening, and I am going to try to get us to stay on track. So our first report is the first report to council tonight is the selection of one nominee to the Hollywood Burbank Airport Citizens Advisory Committee. After staff's presentation, the City Council will proceed with in-person public comment only. Speakers will be allowed to speak on the item at the conclusion of the presentation, as long as the speaker has not spoken on this item during the first period of general public comment. 1-minute speakers will be called first, followed by 3-minute speakers. All right, Madam City Clerk, please present the report.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Perez, members of the City Council, Kimberly Clark, City Clerk. Tonight, I will be presenting item number 7, selection of one nominee to the Hollywood Burbank Airport Citizens Advisory Committee. On June 4th, 2024, Council selected 3 nominees to serve on the newly created Hollywood Burbank Airport Citizens Advisory Committee to be appointed by the Burbank Glendale Pasadena Airport Authority Commission. The CAC will be a 9-member advisory body comprised of 3 members from each of the cities of Burbank, Glendale, and Pasadena. The CAC will gather public input on airplane noise issues associated with the airport, as well as assist in the update of the authority's noise exposure map and noise compatibility program. Following the selection, one of the nominees, Kathleen Doheny, withdrew their application. The City Clerk's office began advertising and accepting applications for these 3 nominations on April 18th, 2024. The deadline to submit applications to the City Clerk's office was Monday, May 20th, 2024 at 5 p.m. The City Council is being asked to select a nominee from the remaining 7 applicants: Gail Shaw Hawkins, Christina Cervantes, John Moran, Raymond Scholl, Pete Diamond, Robert Watson, and John Carrozza. The applications are listed in the order in which they were received. Please note that previous applicants Terry LaRonda and Victor Cabrera requested to be removed from consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Do we have any public comment?
Not on this item.
All right, thank you. Then I'm declaring the public comment period closed, and we will go on with the voting process.
By show of hands, okay?
Yes.
Gail Shaw Hawkins, Christina Cervantes, John Moran, Raymond Scholl. Raymond Scholl is appointed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam City Clerk, and congratulations, Mr. Scholl. We will send your recommendation over to the Airport Commission for consideration.
Yeah.
Madam Vice Mayor, just also for those, congratulations to Raymond, and also for those who applied and were not selected, please continue to apply to our commissions. We're always looking for volunteers from our community. Really appreciate you applying.
You can check our website or double check with the City Clerk's office if you are interested in serving in one of our many boards and commissions. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Takahashi. All right, the second report to council tonight is the adoption of a resolution to approve the annual action plan for fiscal year 2024-2025 Community Development Block Grant. Ms. Maribel Leland, our Housing Authority Manager, and Sinai Gonzalez, Administrative Analyst of the Community Development Department, please present the report and welcome.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am happy to be here tonight, Simone McFarland with Community Development. And as you indicated, I have my team here with me, Maribel Leland, Casey Lee, who is our new housing manager, and Sinai Gonzalez, and Marlene Galvez in the back. So we have quite a few people here to cover.
Welcome to everybody, welcome.
And can I have the presentation, please? Thank you. So each year, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, grants funds to local jurisdictions to address the needs of the community. In Burbank, we use these for a variety of projects and services to support council goals. One of these goals is the reduction of homelessness, and emphasis for funding is placed on services that assist with these efforts. Before I talk more about the coming year, I'd like to quickly recap last year's efforts. Last year, Council approved a total of 9 public service and capital grants, and more than 2/3 of these funds have been expended, and we expect 100% to be expended of the public service funds by the end of this month. We will have capital projects that will roll over into next year, and these include the Homeless Solution Center, BTAC's new roof project, the Santa Anita Playlot, and the Armenian Cultural Foundation solar project. Tonight, we're asking Council to adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 24-25 annual action plan, along with CDBG services and capital recommendations, to allow staff to submit our CDBG and home investment partnership applications and certifications. As you can see from this slide, this year we have a little more than $1 million to allocate towards these programs. These are broken out into 3 categories based on HUD guidelines. Approximately 65% is allocated to capital and economic development projects. 15% is allocated to public service projects, and 20% goes towards administration. Prior year carryovers are allocated to capital projects, and these are primarily made up from unspent capital funds from prior years. This gives us a little less than $750,000 for capital projects and slightly less than $160,000 for public services. HUD also provides general guidelines for announcing the opening of applications with a posting in the newspaper. Additionally, we email those who have applied in previous years. In Burbank, we rely on our Goals Committee to make recommendations regarding allocations. The Goals Committee meets once to hear from all of the applicants, and then again to review the applications and make recommendations to the council. The committee takes this process seriously, and I really would like to thank them for donating their time towards this. So let's talk about the public services category first. This year we had 7 applications from various nonprofit agencies that totaled a request of $255,475. This number far exceeded the allocation amount of $159,688. So the Goals Committee had to make hard decisions because all of these organizations do wonderful work. This year's applications have previously applied for funding in the past, and the programs for which they applied are already in existence. So let's review each one. But before I begin, I'd like to note that when we started this process, staff estimates the amount of funding that we will receive. And we actually received a little more than our estimate. Therefore, the recommended amounts have been slightly adjusted to reflect the proportional increase. Additionally, the recommended amounts that you will see on each slide are based on the Goals Committee's recommendations. Staff is in agreement with their suggestions. The Armenian Relief Society is our first applicant. They welcome all low-income residents, and they have programs that focus on assisting people with limited English proficiency, including Armenian, Farsi, Russian, and Arabic. The requested CDBG funding would help provide case management, translation services, senior services, and connections with public benefits. They focus on 3 key areas: economic opportunities, supporting seniors and disabled adults, along with addressing homelessness. These funds would be leveraged with $9,600 of their own and provide for office space and utilities at the Burbank Youth Center. The Boys and Girls Club has been offering after-school and summer day camp programs for years, focusing on ages 5 to 18. After-school programs run from Monday to Friday until 6 p.m., and there are all-day camps during school breaks. The funding would provide for 40 scholarships to extremely low-income students to attend after-school programs and at least 6 weeks of a summer camp. The money is leveraged with private and governmental grants. The Burbank Coordinating Council has proposed to provide low-income families week-long overnights and/or day camps. The proposed fundings would assist between 4 to 10 day campers or 3 week-long campers. The Coordinating Council originally asked for $20,800, but was recommended for less as there were questions about transitioning leadership, and the application requested a large increase in funding from the prior year that the committee felt was not fully explained within the application. The amount that they requested last year was $6,500. And because a representative from the nonprofit did not attend the mandatory presentation, the committee did not have the opportunity to ask clarifying questions. Burbank Noon Lions provides funding for low-income eye and hearing care for adults and youth. BTAC serves as their screening center to ensure eligibility and refers clients. Home Again LA also provides referrals to this program. These funds would help 32 people with their vision needs. BTAC is celebrating 50 years of helping people. Their grocery program helps provide food, thereby allowing limited funds to be spent on other priorities. Recipients of the program can also use the laundry, the shower facilities, and apply for rental and utility assistance. The recommended amount of $50,117 could feed 773 people during the year. Home Again LA, or as we call them, HALA, provides a number of programs to the homeless and those getting back on their feet. The program for which they are requesting funding for is to assist their homeless outreach services and would fully fund a dedicated team member focused on homeless families. They propose to help 50 unduplicated households, securing housing for at least 40 of those. Family Service Agency, or FSA, helps homeless and those fleeing domestic violence and has been doing so since 1953. While providing housing within the care cottages located in Burbank, FSA helps with financial planning, mental health services, legal needs, career planning, and life skills coaching, as well as clinical case management and peer support. These funds would help offset the cost of a training director and a bilingual, bicultural advocate. This completes the public service section of the CDBG program. In the category of capital and economic development projects, the city received only one application from Upwards, who requested $152,000 in funding to provide business coaching to small businesses who offer daycare services for children. The businesses assisted would be those who employ less than 5 people and focus on children ages 0 to 13. They would provide marketing support, family matching services, enrollment automation, electronic billing, and payment administration. This program qualifies for funding under the Economic Development, which is part of the CDBG Capital Program. Under this category, the project must create jobs. Oftentimes, when there is an economic development program that is funded through CDBG, it is because it's a priority in the annual action plan. In Burbank's plan, our priority has been indicated as homeless and housing. Regardless, because there was only one application, staff in the Goals Committee suggests that the city not award funds and allow staff to reopen the capital applications portion only. By reopening the application process, staff anticipates receiving at least one proposal in this category that is city initiated. If approved, this would occur towards the end of summer of 2024, and staff would spend more time marketing the application process and can allow additional time for responses. Additionally, staff would focus on capital projects that are close to being constructed. The Goals Committee has agreed that they would be willing to participate in another review process. This completes my presentation, and you have a whole team in front of you for any questions you might have. Thank you.
All right, before we go to questions, do we have any public comment? All right, seeing none. Colleagues, do we have any questions for staff?
I actually have, yes, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I actually have a couple of questions. So at the very back of our packet, I believe it was the second to last page, it's a chart. It says public service programs. Attachment 4.1, thank you, Councilmember. Looking at that, I'm looking at the last two columns. So the second to last column on the right is what we had originally been proposed from the federal government, and then you're saying later they amended that and we actually had more funding available, and these are the adjusted numbers in the last column.
Correct.
Okay. So I do see from according to, so almost everybody got more than they got last year, except the New Lions got the exact same amount, and coordinating council had a very reduced amount. So, and this was, so they weren't able, so they didn't send a representative to meet, and you said there was a change in leadership.
They did not send a representative to the mandatory presentation meeting to the Goals Committee.
Okay.
So there was some questions that the Goals Committee had, and they were unable to get those questions answered because there wasn't a representative there.
But we do have the full application here.
Yes, we do.
I do see that Ms. Osgood is here from the coordinating council. Is it all right, Madam Vice Mayor, if I could just bring her up and ask her just a few questions? She is an applicant.
Then yes.
Ms. Osgood, do you mind
Come
just...
on down.
Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Osgood. How are you? So you heard the staff report. Obviously, there was a change in leadership. Now, I know you've been with the coordinating council for a while, but you're not in your current position. Can you just walk us through what happened? And you said earlier you mentioned you're now the sitting.
Yes, yes.
So,
So I was brought on actually as vice president. They could not find a president. There was really only 4 of us on the board. We had one person just leave in the middle of the term. Our goal was really just to get holiday baskets done to serve the community. We went through a huge transition. I was just fighting to keep the organization alive. That was my number one goal. Unfortunately, during all this, when we were trying to find new board members, things unfortunately just fell through the cracks. We did, however, miss the meeting. I will tell you, with our campership program, we had double the amount of applicants this year. I think camps are becoming more and more important for parents who have kids at home. They will just be on screens. So this program, we need to save this program for the city.
okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So here's what I want to talk to council about. We did get, obviously, a generous boost at the very end here. One of the biggest recipients from increase from last year was Burbank Temporary Aid Center. They got almost $9,000 extra, but the Burbank Coordinating Council dropped $4,500. Here's my pitch. I know our goals in the city is to combat homelessness and get people housed and prevent it. The camperships that go to low-income families, these week-long away camps and day camps, they are transformative for a low-income youth at that age. If we are only focused on lifting people up once they've fallen down, we are going to spend 10 times as much helping people after the fact. I'm proposing that we move 5,000 from the 50,000 at the Burbank Temporary Aid Center to the Burbank Coordinating Council, putting their total at 7,040. The reason I'm offering that, to prevent these families from falling by the wayside, giving these kids this opportunity, giving the parents a chance to work during the summer. That's a huge component of this, right? I think it's going to do more in the long run than just $5,000 worth of help. So that's my proposal. I just want to shift 5,000 from one group to the other and then make no other changes. And I think it's okay because they would still be, Burbank Temporary Aid Center would still be above what the recommendation was before we got the boost. So they'd be over 45,000.
So, Councilor Anthony, to that, and before we keep going, I know some of my colleagues have more questions, so let's get through those questions first, and maybe let's leave that to a deliberation. So, who's next? Councilor Takahashi, you want to go for it?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have a couple more questions. Thank you. Thank you for the kind of preview, and I have some questions around that as well. So, again, with column H and I, and changing the numbers from the initial recommendations to the updated recommendations once we had the new numbers. I'm curious the reason for the inconsistency and the increases between the various organizations, how instead of across the board a certain percentage increase, that some of them got more, some of them didn't get increases at all. Could you speak to that a little bit?
So if they were already recommended as a total funding for the amount that they asked, we did not give them an increase. So I believe there was, like Boys and Girls Club asked for 15,000, the Goals Committee recommended 15,000. So we didn't give them over what they originally asked for, we just kept them at that top level. And then we took the funds that were left, the same goes for the Noon Lions, and I think there was one more, a Burbank Coordinating Council.
No,
So, and then when we took the money that was left and did it proportionally
with the rest of them.
For the rest of it. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, got it. Is there anything that says we can't give more than what they've requested?
No, in fact, council has done that in the past.
Because I'm thinking that even though these organizations requested and they got the maximum, that this increase in funding was unexpected. And so the decisions that were made, both for maybe the organizations requesting money and also for the commission, just for fairness sake, it might be a thing to consider to unify the percentage increase. Just a thought. And then to Councilmember Anthony's point, if we did decide to increase BCC, which I have a question about that actually before I follow up, is that we can just reduce the percentage that's increased of every organization and then give a little bit more to BCC. So that's an option. Okay. I actually have a couple more questions for Ms. Osgood. Sorry, you're busy tonight. If you come on up, please.
Okay.
Yeah. Just to give more time on this organization.
Of course.
But now you mentioned some of the struggles that you had in the organization, and I'm curious now, do you have the capacity to be able to do the camperships double the size of, or you said that there's a double the request. So do you have the capacity now as an organization to be able to handle the number of camperships that the proposed, let's just say for the sake of argument, last year's funding provided for?
So the good news is we have a full board. We have a full board now of 7 people who are incredibly dedicated to grow the program. We are going to be making some changes. You know, it's a very old school. It's been around since 1933. It's done so much for the city, but there are changes that need to be made.
Mm-hmm.
So we are going to try to come up with some more innovative ideas to grow the campership program, because I think there's such a need for it. And that's our main staple, right? Holiday baskets in December, and then the campership programs in the summer.
Great. And a follow-up question to that. So I'm curious also, the request you made was almost triple what it was last year. So could you speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So our auditor is the one who did the application for the campership program. He saw the applicants coming in, which we were almost double. So in his mind, and we all approved in his mind, that if we have a brand new board and the campership program was going to continue, then he went for the gusto, since it doubled from last year. Okay. So basically 30 to 60 applicants.
Okay, great.
Which is about 20,000, 60 applicants.
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you for the answers to the follow-up questions.
Of course. Anybody? Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. So she's here. Go ahead. Yeah.
Let's not make her go back and forth.
I don't want you to sit down. Question. I know in the past we used to have those little bottles where we collected money for the camper program. So do you still do that where you collect money?
So they took some time off doing that. It was called Coins for Campers. And so that's another thing that we want to get back to implementing, because it's in all of the elementary schools. And I think it's a really great goal. We make it a contest, right, for the elementary school kids. Whoever collects the most coins for the campers wins a pizza party at the end of the year. So that is definitely something that we're going to talk to BUSD to implement again.
So do you have plans? What would happen if the city does not, obviously did not give you the full amount because you've seen the report? The second question is, if we continue with the 2,040 that we're proposing to give the organization, do you have plans? How would you pay for the camper program?
So that is another thing that the new board is planning, is to increase our fundraising. You know, looking back at getting to, do galas or whatever it is to increase our funds. That's on our agenda for the year, is to get back to fundraising.
Okay, because I think even if we increased it slightly to give you additional funds, I think that's probably going to be still required to do additional fundraising on your part, because if it
100%.
costs a lot more money. And I'm really interested to hear about, not because I don't believe in the program, and I know Councilmember Anthony's request still on the table, but I also would like to see a little bit more responsibility applies to the new board to put pressure to see how successful we're going to be in order to run the program, because my fear is that if there's no added pressure in getting things up and running
course.
again, that it will go away completely.
100%. And that's what we were worried about. With the two board members that were left, we're like, okay, can we continue this program if there are people who are not going to step up? Thankfully, there were. Even though we had double the amount of applicants for campers, it doesn't mean that all those applicants will follow through. So far, we've had 25 applicants follow through on their applications. It's like holiday baskets, right? It's a difficult process because they have to do it online. So, yes, there needs to be more oversight. We need to continue to grow the program and figure out easier ways for it to follow through.
And if I may, one last question. Can you describe, it's been a while since we heard about the camp program. I know Janet used to come out here and remind us. Can you remind us who's eligible, when the program starts, and the age of the students or, the individuals who can participate?
Sure. So it's basically elementary to middle school, to the end of middle school, so 5 to 14. We try to get the applications starting in April. So we get the applications out to the schools just like we do for holiday baskets. It all goes to the schools. And then we have a list of camps that we have already vetted. And we give them, when they apply, then when we vetted their application, their income, then we connect the camp and we pay the camp directly.
And are those camps locally here in the city of Burbank, or it could be anywhere in the San Fernando?
They're all local. Yeah, they're all local. And so right now, we have not done any overnight camps. So I don't know. I know he put that in the application. So that is, in fact, I talked to Shanna Warren about that. We should be reaching to do overnight camps as opposed, because there's so many camps in Burbank that already give scholarships to kids. So that is another something that we want to look into, is sending kids to overnight camp, which will be more expensive to send them to overnight camp.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I have one more question. Sorry.
Councilmember Takahashi, go for it.
I have one more before I wrap up. So this is a question for staff, just a general question. After the organizations are given the funding, is there a reporting, or is there a way to find out whether that money was used for the project? If it wasn't used, is it recovered? What happens after the money's given?
Yes, when we do the final contract and in the application, there was reportable numbers that we agree upon, and then they have to present, each of the nonprofits presents that information to us. And in particular, this is CDBG funds. So there's a lot of reporting because it's a federal program. And so all of those numbers have to come back to us, and that has to happen before they get paid. So there's a process where you approve it tonight, whatever that number is, then we issue a contract working with the city attorney's office. In that contract, there will be the metrics that we want to see back, and then those metrics come back in, along with the request for reimbursement, and then those funds are cut.
Thank you. And then the reason why I asked that, colleagues, is because if we did decide, just for the sake of argument, to adjust the numbers, and the BCC didn't end up using all of it or was struggling, that they would just only be being reimbursed for what they actually used. So that's something to consider.
But also, CDBG funds are finicky. If you don't use them, you lose them. So does anybody else have questions? No? Okay. I have a couple questions. I want to go into the capital improvement projects. So why do we have a sense of why we feel we maybe didn't get more applicants than the one?
We're not really sure, Vice Mayor. It just depends. Sometimes we get a lot of applicants. Sometimes we get very few. We feel that if we reopen this process, that we know that we'll get at least one city applicant that we're preparing, should council want to do this again. And then we're assuming that the prior applicant would apply again. But if we open it up, we advertise it, we give more time for advertising and more time responses, we think that we'll get better, not better, but more applications.
Thank you. And then looking at the 56,000-ish for carryover, I know you mentioned a lot of that is coming from capital improvements already, back to capital improvements. Is there any percentage that's coming from the social services projects?
No, it's all coming from capital. It is leftover funds from capital, and so that's why it's going back into the capital account.
Great. That's great to hear. I know, to Councilmember Takahashi's point, sometimes the programs won't use the funds, and that's something to consider. They're finicky funds, and a lot of cities leave a lot on the table because of that. So thank you for that. Those are my only two questions. All right.
Could I ask a follow-up to your question?
Yeah.
If we were to go out and ask again, would that still be considered within this same block grant?
Yeah, same fiscal year.
Oh, okay.
So it would
how
just
quick would that be turnaround?
We would do it in August, and then we would bring it back to council. We would have to go through the same process again. Council would approve it. We'd take it to the goals committee. They would review it, make another suggestion, recommendations, and then we would bring it back to council and do it that way.
Okay, great.
All right. Anybody want to share thoughts? Councilmember Mullins, I know you said you had comments, not questions.
I know my comments were just to give out a big thanks to all the nonprofit organizations for everything they do. And I know the city would not be the same without all the work that all our nonprofits do. They do an amazing job. They take care of lots of needy families, lots of individuals to place them in housing. So I do wanted to acknowledge all of them. And now that Councilmember Anthony brought up the point about adding additional funding, I really don't want to penalize one organization versus the other. And I do agree with Councilmember Takahashi that if we're going to do it, we need to be consistent along the way. But I don't know, I can't remember the amount you mentioned. What I'd like to try to do is to come up with the 6,500 that we had given in the past. I think that is something that we can manage to do without really hurting the other organizations. And according to my really quick calculation, and I could be wrong, it's an additional $3,000, less than $3,000 that we can manage to find from other organizations. And I want to see, and this is really to help you out a little bit, but I want the board to start doing more work. I want to see you guys be out in the community again and do the fundraising and everything that you've done in the past. And in this way, we're not penalizing, BTAC for everything. We're not penalizing other organizations because they did show up. They did put down the report, and not to say, I know they had difficulties getting leadership in here, but we're still willing to help, but not to penalize one organization and to just do the $6,500.
I mean, I'm okay with that. The only reason I mentioned BTAC is because they had the largest increase, both from last year and after we got the extra boost. So at both points, they got the biggest jump. That's the only reason why I mentioned them. But pretty much. I'm just looking at the
So,
numbers.
council members, if you want to give 6,500 to Burbank Coordinating Council, that means you need to take 4,460 from somewhere else.
So if we all look at column I, it adds up and we've got no remaining funds, so we would need to take from somewhere to give to. And to that point, I share Councilman Mullins' concern, right? Where I don't know that I want to penalize one org over another. Even though they have the increase, it's still not the requested amount.
Sure. And no, I understand that. Here's the reason, again, why I bring it up. If you go back one column in H, the goals committee approved them when we had limited funds. They gave them $45,000. They said that's what they need. Family service, they got $25,000. Boys and girls got $15,000. And then when we came to the next column and there was a big surplus, they added an additional 5,000 to BTAC, but only 2,800 to FSA and 1,700 to the Armenian Relief Society, right? And 200 to Burbank Coordinating Council. So for me, I would be.
So is your argument essentially the other, let's call them larger nonprofits, received a $2,000 increase while BTAC received a $5,000 increase?
Yes, and
Okay.
that's kind of, yeah. And separate from that, even going back last year, the jump was the highest from last year to this year. They had the biggest increase as well. So we already, from column E to column H, they had the biggest increase. And then from column H to column I, they had the biggest increase. So that's the only reason why I'm bringing up that organization. I'm more than comfortable. If we want to shear off a little bit from the other guys, I'm totally fine with that.
And definitely want to hear Councilmember Takahashi's thoughts, but I think staff has something they want to share.
So I just have a suggestion. If you look at column H, where the Goals Committee made their recommendations before we got the increase, the difference between the total funding amount for column H and column I, which reflects the increase, is $9,873. So should you want to give Burbank Coordinating Council more money than the $1,832 that you see in that column H, what we could do is take whatever number you want to give them, put that number in there, and then subtract it from that 9,000 and proportionally give it out to the other remaining groups.
Thank you for, that was exactly what I was describing earlier, so thank you for restating that more clearly than I did.
Okay, so if we go to 6,500, you're going to have $5,413 left over.
From the 9,873.
And so that
Then
would be
you
distributed.
divide it.
Okay.
Among everybody.
Well, you want to, oh, I see.
Because she's taken the total.
Because it's over the total they requested.
Yes.
So you're saying
Yes.
to divide up the other 5,413 amongst the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So if you give $6,500 to Burbank Coordinating Council, that leaves $4,668 that we would then actually divide into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different categories. So at the end of the day, the Coordinating Council will get a little bit more because they get a percentage of what's left.
Great. I think that's great. Yeah.
I got everything except that at the end, they're going to get a little bit more percentage.
Because what we're going to do is take that $4,668 that are left and divide it by 8 or 7 applicants, or do you want it divided by 6 applicants?
The 6 applicant,
Okay.
because we are already allocating that
Okay.
funds.
Thank you for the
Right?
clarification.
There you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
too bad I don't have a calculator. I
All
would have done it in a heartbeat.
Yeah. So bump Coordinating Council up to what they got last year.
Yes.
And then anything left over in column I, give it to the other 6.
6, correct.
Okay.
Great.
Great. It sounds like we have consensus. Does anybody want to make a motion?
I move that math.
I'll
forward.
second that math.
Mr. City Attorney, is that sufficient?
As long as staff understands the math, that's sufficient.
All right, Madam City Clerk, let's go for a roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, staff, for the presentation. Really appreciate it. And for the math that we obviously could not do. All righty. Our third report to council tonight is a review of a proposed community outreach plan regarding a potential rent cap. Ms. McFarland, you stay with us here, and Director Jonathan Jones, Communications Manager, come on up and please present the report.
Fantastic. We're moving right along. Can I have that presentation, please? Thank you. So tonight I am talking about the outreach plan and potential rent caps. And this item, I have Mary Bell Lineman helping me again, our Housing Authority Manager, and then Jonathan Jones, our Public Information Officer, who are both present. And I'd also like to acknowledge Jill Vanderboort, Ian McMillan, and our City Attorney, Joe McDougall, who helped prepare this report. So tonight we're coming to council at your request to talk about an outreach plan for potential future conversations concerning rent caps. To complete the robust outreach that council has requested within 90 days, tonight staff is asking for the following: a sole source PSA with pivotal strategies for community and public outreach, and a sole source PSA with FM3 to conduct a community-wide survey. And then lastly, we're asking that the city manager be allowed to approve any ancillary documents to execute and implement these PSAs. The plan we're presenting tonight meets council's directive to conduct outreach within an approved budget of $300,000 within 90 days, and bringing back those results to council on October 1st at the council meeting. There are two components to the outreach plan for tonight. The first is community meetings and providing overall community information, and the second component is to conduct a professional survey. The first component would be conducted by Pivotal. The outreach would include a total of 5 meetings. 3 of those would be in person, and 2 would be online. Staff would try to vary the days and times along with the locations so that the in-person meetings would offer a variety of options for the public to attend. And all of these meetings would include translation services for Spanish and Armenian. And I'd like to note, after the publication of the staff report, we realized that one of these meetings that we proposed was on Labor Day weekend. And so we would easily change this to a different non-holiday day. Okay. Additionally, promotional materials and information would be provided at 5 pop-up events. These include places where many Burbank residents are known to frequent. Outreach materials would be developed and include both written materials and e-based information. These would include flyers, yard signs, emails, social media, and advertising, along with a dedicated website. And all of these materials would be available in English, Spanish, and Armenian. Lastly, for those who don't feel comfortable attending online or in-person meetings or just can't meet any of those meeting dates, there would be an online form that would reflect the questions similar to those being asked at the in-person meetings. For all of these options, staff will strive to provide a safe, friendly, welcoming environment where people can safely express their opinions without fear of repercussions. The second component for outreach will include a professional survey. The survey will incorporate email, text, phone, and postcards. It will be available in English, Spanish, and Armenian. The survey would be between 12 to 15 minutes long, which allows for approximately 25 to 50 unique one-part questions. Some of these questions would include demographic information, including where they currently reside, their age, gender, ethnicity, and whether the interviewees live in a non-English speaking household. Additionally, we would ask if they're a landlord, homeowner, and/or a tenant, and we would attempt to verify this through the USPS, United States Postal Services address list, along with asking for their zip codes. Postcards would be sent to random households where telephone and/or emails cannot be matched to residential addresses. The postcard would have a unique survey link asking respondents to participate in an online survey. The survey proposal would strive to include only those persons living within Burbank. And for landlords, the city has provided a list to FM3 that includes 1,800 names of people that own residence in Burbank and have their tax bills sent to a different address. This information came from the title company. And the list contains P.O. boxes. Some of the owners are listed as LLCs or hold titles in other similar ways. Additionally, some may have listed as multiple properties that they own, and the contact person could be a property manager. So all of this will reduce the number of contacts that we can survey. The list doesn't include emails or phone numbers, so FM3 would match up the addresses with other available databases to cross-reference the phone numbers and emails. All said, this is the best way that we have to determine if an owner could be a potential landlord. If this item is approved tonight, each council member would be able to have a meeting with FM3 to discuss topic areas of discussions for the survey. In this way, FM3 can find areas of similarity and understand what is important to each council member, thereby creating questions for those conversations. Sorry, my throat is like starting to block up. When considering these topic areas for the survey, FM3 recommends that the council considers what type of information they want to collect within the survey and how the answers will provide context to the future rent cap discussion. In other words, what does council want to achieve, and how can the survey provide the answers that inform council's future decisions? FM3 will ask each member for their top 2 areas of focus and their goal for the survey. In closing, staff has focused on providing a number of avenues to obtain feedback from the community. Staff wants to ensure that each person has a way to provide feedback in a safe and non-threatening environment. By including in-person meetings and online feedback component, and our statistical survey, there will be a lot of information collected in a variety of ways for council to consider at the October 1st meeting. This concludes my report, and I and my colleagues are here for any questions you might have.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. McFarland. First, we have public comment. All right. On public comment, you'll get 3 minutes. And I will read the first name and then go from there. First, we have Ron Bax, followed by Elizabeth Bax. Welcome, Mr. Bax. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members. I'm going to be short because I've got a little over 3 minutes here. We'll have to cut it down. As a housing provider who has dedicated decades to maintaining and nurturing our community, I am filled with a profound sense of dread at the current trajectory of our local housing policies. My family has been providing housing for 65 years, and I have personally been at my own helm for my own ship for 40 years. August 26th will mark my 30th anniversary in multifamily housing, a milestone that should bring pride, yet it is now overshadowed by uncertainty. Over the years, I've consistently turned down offers to sell my properties, responding to the countless calls with a polite no. Thank you for calling. However, after witnessing the recent council meeting, my resolve is wavering. Vice Mayor Perez gaslighted Councilmember Mullins. Mayor Schultz insinuated about the defeat of Measure RC in 2020, and Councilmember Anthony, a follow-up which felt disturbingly premeditated, have all contributed to a growing sense of foreboding. The blatant misdirection and historical revisionism on display, particularly in Councilmember Anthony's convoluted speech, highlighting a deeply entrenched bias. All 3 engaged in gaslighting the public that extensive outreach had been undertaken, obscuring the fact that it was not, for the issue under consideration, rent control. It was harassment and et cetera. For the past year and a half, I have tried to advocate for a measured hands-off approach using math, logic, and common sense to illustrate the potential disaster that extending rent control beyond the state policy could bring. My pleas have fallen on deaf ears, and it seems that the council is either naive to the consequences or complicit in the impelling upheaval. The experience of other communities which have suffered under similar policies have not prompted any reevaluation from our leaders. What truly terrifies me is the prospect of selling my properties to a developer who will evict all tenants, remodel, and then raise rents to exorbitant levels. This fear is becoming a grim possibility. The council refusal to consider the economic realities of their dismissal of expert opinions predicting catastrophe outcomes leaves me no choice but to brace for the worst. Should the policies proceed unchecked, I soon may find myself saying, "I'm listening," to the next caller as I contemplate an exit I never contemplated. Let's go to the last paragraph. When will the economic report of the impact to housing providers be contemplated? I believe the city attorney has mentioned twice, I assume a state requirement, for such a report. Actually, the city council should request a report covering the economic and social effect on the entire city. The effect of the rent control will not be confined to housing providers. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Bax, followed by David Donahue.
Okay, I have three of you guys. First off, I thought I only had 1 minute. So now I have a little more time. And I just want to say that I just got an email notification that alerted me that IATSE is going into a tentative agreement with the producers. So that's huge news for all of us. As far as jobs coming, hopefully, as long as we all say yes to it, members that is. I want to thank the staff, all of you so much that worked on all this to make this happen. Outreach is, I think, a big key component in all of this. I personally feel that communication is lacking to the community as far as what's happening in this city. Although it's posted, it's not coming to the residents. It's us having to dig and find it. There are many things that are happening that many residents and homeowners and don't know that are happening. Although I'm appreciative of all the outreach, I believe that this is really fast to make all this happen. I don't understand why we have done 5% of the work in the amount of time we had, and now we're going to try to do 95% of it in less time, much less time. I'm first wondering if the survey can be done after the outreach, because something that's was not noted for people that are watching at home is that the survey will not be done until after the survey will be done before the outreach. I feel that people need to be educated to be able to answer these questions, and a lot of people in Burbank, as I just stated, don't know what's going on. Can the meetings be recorded and put on the website that has been stated will be created? The idea of dividing into groups during the meetings, there was no talk about that just now. Going in, it's not like a town hall like Burbank's used to having. And creating these little groups of 20 people is going to be, I don't know if it's meant for all of the meetings, but I could see maybe it happening at one, but putting it into small groups and being guided through the hour and a half will make people uncomfortable, a lot of people, and they just won't come or they'll walk out. It feels like this is being done to keep people from coming. I don't think that's the goal of the city. We want as many people to find out what's going on as possible. So many community members are unaware of all of this. We need to know what rent control will look like. We need to know how much money you're going to spend to make this happen. We need to know what the impact is. I think all the residents deserve to know that.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is David Donahue, followed by Joe Pimienta.
Council members, staff, my name is David Donahue, homeowner and business owner here in the great city of Burbank. First, I want to, like Liz did, applaud staff for putting together a really good presentation. I commend them. I also have faith that they'll be able to incorporate, I think, all of your feedback as you are going to be able to sit down and talk to FM3, and you're going to be able to talk to Pivotal, because that's my concern, is that what is the information that's going to be presented to the public? How is it going to be presented? And as Liz mentioned, how is that going to be recorded? I will also say that from being in here for about a year and a half and listening to Mr. Bax speak to this council, I have never heard him so passionate. I have never heard him so dejected. And I echo and support all the things that Mr. Ron Bax just said to this council. It is disappointing to hear that, it's disheartening to hear that he would even consider that, because I feel that after a year and a half of his community involvement, what else could you ask for a resident of Burbank? What else could you ask for from a housing provider in Burbank who has dedicated that much of his time? I'd like to take the remaining minute and 45 to address the vice mayor. Your public comments to me were disappointing. And if you focused out and kind of framed my request for information, which is allowed, in any other way than they being professional and courteous, I take offense to that. Because one of the things that you omitted, and you may not have known this, but I've also done an information request to Councilmember Anthony. So if you were going to frame me in the light that you were attempting to do, you might be able to frame it in the way that I did the same request to Mr. Anthony. The remedies available to a person resident for any action, any matter, as I see you looking to the city attorney for guidance, is that a resident is allowed to be able to find recourse and remedy that it may not be available in this format. It would be unfortunate that due to some of the actions and comments that you've made that I may be forced to do that or consider those actions. Because to be so reactionary to a professionally communicated request, to me may indicate that you're trying to hide something. Because the request that I've made of you, I've made of the mayor, and I've made of Councilmember Anthony. It is not unusual. So to frame it in any other way, that is a little bit disappointing and unbecoming of the vice mayor. I would also close by saying that this is going to be a very important issue on the rent control and the rent cap. And how you frame the context of that is critical. So again, thank you very much to staff for your work, and thank you to you council members.
Thank you for your comment. The next commenter is Joe Pimienta, followed by Dustin Blankenship.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and everyone here present. As you all may be aware, I am in big favor of a rent cap, particularly the one that BTU has been proposing, which is a 3% or 60% of the CPI. I want to use my time this evening, however, to tell you about another building that is being rent-evicted. It is a property with 8 homes, two out of which the people that used to inhabit it have already been displaced. 2 of them are in their 80s and are on a fixed income. 1 is on disability, and the other 3 I did not speak to. But when I spoke to one of the residents, one of them in her 80s, she said to me, I have nowhere else to go, and if there are protections to be put in place, it is too late for me. She gets her food out from the food pantry because she can no longer afford the high cost of groceries, so she relies on the kindness of her neighbors. As I've said many times before, we all agree on what the problem is when it comes into housing, which is that everything keeps getting more and more expensive. As a homeowner myself, seeing the rising cost of materials to make repairs, it is pretty infuriating to see that everything is just becoming very unaffordable. However, because I have a mortgage, I have a little bit more stability, which is something the tenants do not have. So I like to change my tune a little bit and actually say something to the mom and pop landlords. Organize. Get together, form a unified front, and tell the big corporate landlords that they are ruining it for the rest of you. Because you're right. Things are getting more expensive, and the high cost of insurance is ridiculous. You're absolutely right about that. And it makes no sense for you to keep paying more money for something that it does not improve. So yes, I do agree with you. But I also do think that there is a better solution, one that does not require taking the advantage of those who have less stability. So I will also like to say that because of the way that things are going, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when things will get a little too expensive for you as well. We at the Burbank Tenant Union have been proposing methods that will stop the bleeding. So here's one for you. Join together, organize, and that way you can actually tell, that, organize and tell those that are above you that, especially the corporate landlords that do not live here in Burbank, organize and tell them that we are Burbank, that Burbank are its residents, and that you also support people over profits. Thank you for that. Thank you for all your work, and I'm looking forward to the rest of it. Have a good evening.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Dustin Blankenship, followed by Michael Nana.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Dustin Blankenship, and I've been a landlord income provider in Burbank for over 8 years. I figure if the landlords want to redefine themselves, I should be allowed to do so as well. I want to speak tonight about the upcoming outreach campaign to discuss potential rent stabilization in Burbank. As I have in the past, I want to voice my concern for the timeline to get this done. I appreciate the extensiveness of the outreach proposed by city staff, but in reading the proposed timeline, I see that a report will not get back to you until October. Members on this council have stressed in the past they want to decide this issue before the end of the year. I worry that if council decides to move forward with a rent stabilization ordinance, city staff will not have the time to write that ordinance before we reach your proposed deadline. I would like to see rent stabilization voted on as quickly as possible. After this report comes back to you. In August, we, the landlord income providers, will see our allowable rent increase rise to 8.9%. Residents will continue to be priced out of their homes every day this drags out. In order to make this timeline quicker, I suggest that when approving tonight's outreach campaign, you also direct city staff to begin to prepare a rent stabilization ordinance. If you do vote to implement rent stabilization, the only thing this outreach is answering is the number. No matter what the council decides that number will be, everything else in an ordinance would be the same. This way, all city staff needs to do is fill in the blank, and your ordinance is ready to be voted on. This also gives city staff the time to fully and carefully decide how to implement rent stabilization and how to enforce it. The Burbank Tenants Union recently submitted an ordinance written by our public council that has already been thoroughly vetted to comply with Burbank's city charter. That might be a good base to build on. Most cities hire consultants prior to the passage of an RSO to advise on program design and structure. They also help answer questions that you are currently asking at council meetings, such as program cost. By starting this process now, city staff will have the time to thoroughly answer those questions and have a robust ordinance written without rushing it at the end of the year. And once again, I ask that you direct city staff to begin doing the legwork now while we wait these 3 months for a report back on the number. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. My next public comment card is Michael Nana, followed by Shant Norhadian.
How's it going? So, I kind of had a lot of time to think about this since the last meeting when we heard over and over and over again, rent control doesn't work, rent control doesn't work, rent control doesn't work. There's actually even someone that likened the cost of apartments in New York, or the expenses of apartments in New York, to the fact that they have the oldest rent control, which, I mean, like, that's really the equivalent of just saying 100% of people who have gotten cancer have also drank water at some point in their lives. Like, there's no, like, correlation is not causation with those two things. So I just wanted to point out the vast majority of the actual sociological literature of the past 15 years has all demonstrated one thing consistently, and it's that rent control is primarily good at keeping people where they are. Surprise. And a few studies that I wanted to point out were housing market spillovers done by MIT, 30 years of rent control in New Jersey by Professor Ambrosius et al., and then his follow-up study, 40 years of rent control in New Jersey, followed by Out of Control by David P. Simmons in the Journal of Urban Economics. And what all of those studies, just those 4 that I've mentioned, have found is that when you control for any loophole within any local rent control ordinance that allows a landlord to take advantage of the ability to, say, take an existing property and convert it to a condo. When you control for any of those in a local rent control ordinance, there is no statistical significant change in what rent control does to the available supply of housing. So I would just encourage all of you to actually look at what the sociological and scientific literature is saying, instead of what we're getting from a lot of, speculative market neoliberal shibboleth about what rent control does or doesn't do. Like, we have data on this now, so we don't actually need to be running back and forth between, oh, it works, it doesn't work. It's like, it's really good at keeping people where they are, which allows you to then build in complementary policy that can actually alleviate the strain. You can actually get public housing. You can actually expand availability of units, because rent control is not a silver bullet. It's not the only thing you can have, but it's an important part of what can actually get us to a point where we're, not burdened by the inability to live. Yielding the rest of my time. Thank you. Also, Free Palestine.
Thank you for your comment. My next speaker is Shant Norhadian, followed by Dan Kay.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Perez, members of the City Council, City Attorney, and staff. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you again tonight. My name is Shant Norhadian. I am a proud resident of Burbank, and I work for a local family-owned housing provider. I'll focus my comments on the agenda item. First off, I wanted to thank city staff for their time and efforts in preparing the staff report and the attachments. I did have the following two observations and questions. First, staff's report and the attachments indicate that staff and Pivotal Strategies intend to conduct extensive community outreach through interactive community meetings and pop-up events from July to September. Accordingly, wouldn't survey participants be more informed and the results of the survey more instructive if the survey was conducted after the community outreach activities rather than before or concurrent with said activities? Secondly, FM3 Research's proposal indicates that they will aim to achieve a sample of approximately 100 housing providers, which only represents 16.7% of their total survey sample size. And I believe staff indicated in their presentation that they had already identified 1,800 housing providers, so less than 10% of the housing providers are going to have feedback into this survey. So does that mean if more than 100 housing providers participate in the survey that their responses will be disregarded? Lastly, I am sympathetic to the emotional comments and anecdotal evidence provided by my friends on the other side of the table. But should citywide legislative policies be premised on such notions and a knee-jerk reaction to act, or should they be premised on quantifiable data, objective reasoning, and due process? I thank you for your time and consideration, and I yield my time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Dan Kay, followed by Jared Cavanaugh.
Good evening, City Council, City staff, and fellow Burbank community members. My name is Dan. I've been a renter here in Burbank for 6 years. And I wanted to talk about a few things. One of them is about the plans for the outreach. Constantine, you as well as Councilmember Mullins, you don't agree on a whole lot, but you agreed that doing further in-person evening meetings is going to result in the same people coming, saying the same things. It's not productive. We've been there. We've done that. I think it's just extending the timeline. City Council unanimously directed staff to get this outreach done in September, and now they are proposing a plan that will go into October. I think we can get rid of some of these in-person meetings. They're not productive. Maybe compress this timeline. I think staff is amazing. I think they're very capable, and I think we can get this done in September like City Council had originally agreed on. Another thing I want to talk about are these 8.8% rent increases. That's why renters across the city, including myself, are fighting for a lower rent cap. This 8.8%, it's going up to 8.9% in August, and it's just unsustainable. In 3 years, that means your rent increases 30%. Folks across the city, they enter into a lease agreement that they could afford at the time. And then 3 years, 30% rent increase, and they are displaced. It's simply unsustainable. That's why 50% of the city are rent burdened, and 30% of the city are severely rent burdened. It is causing mass displacement across the city, and a rent cap is the best way to get it under control. I want to leave with one question. Landlords prefer to be called housing providers. What do we call them when they decide to no longer provide housing due to no-fault evictions and unsustainable rent increases? Do we call them housing confiscators, homelessness producers? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Jared Cavagnolo. Sorry I butchered your name the first time.
Nailed it that time.
Followed by Ali Valdez.
Thank you, members of council. So just a few questions, mostly regarding the survey. Saw an attachment to that. Looking at it, it seems like 600 residents of Burbank. I was just wondering how that number was determined, if it is indeed a representative sample size. I'm going to assume that the people making the survey know what they're talking about, and I know you can't go much bigger than that, or it doesn't really, you get diminishing returns in terms of surveying more than that. But I'm also wondering about the proportionality of it in terms of tenants and landlords in the city. I know Mr. Nahadian saying that, you know, only 100 out of the 1,800 landlords are going to be kind of proposed to be surveyed there. What he neglects to mention is that it also said that, you know, roughly half of those 600 were going to be renters. So that's about 300 out of, just quick and easy math, maybe 50,000 some odd renters in the city. I'm sure that was just an oversight on his part. Also wondering why, actually just confused. In one part, it mentions that the survey respondents are going to be Burbank residents. In another, it mentions that some of the landlords may or may not reside in Burbank. So that seems contradictory. I'm also wondering why we care about the opinion of people who are only invested in our city to make a buck off of other people's livelihood. And if we are going to care about them, why are we not reaching out to former residents of Burbank who were tenants and who were displaced due to high rents or no-fault evictions, maybe some of the same actions of those own out-of-town corporate landlords that we are apparently seeking the input of. Also, just a reminder that, you know, those out-of-town landlords are not your constituents. Finally, just not sure, it seems like you're using random sampling, so that's going to obviously include people who are tenants, people who are landlords, as well as homeowners. I hope there's a reason for that, since this is obviously an issue that mostly affects tenants and landlords. I mean, not falling into either of those categories myself, I'm not trying to like weed myself out of the possible survey sample here. I'd love to give my opinion, but given the length proposed of the survey in terms of both questions and time, like, I just really hope these questions are comprehensive enough to get some new information on a topic that we've been discussing for over a year and a half. Making any argument that this is somehow rushed, just laughable, frankly. And in a way that's going to reach people who have not yet been heard on this issue. That seems to me like council's main objective, is to get voices we haven't heard. But given the comprehensive nature of all this outreach, I hope we get just some more information that we haven't already heard in that year and a half. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And then my final comment card is Ali Valdez.
Hello. Just want to reiterate what other folks in the room have said. Tenants have repeated over and over again that addressing unaffordable rent increases must be done as soon as possible. Staff's suggestion to come back with findings in October is unacceptable, as it will delay any action taken by council on this issue. If there is an issue with writing an ordinance, like Dustin suggested, members of the community have presented you all in this room with an ordinance that you can work from. I'd also like to push back against the suggestion in attachment 2 regarding polling landlords who may or may not live in the city of Burbank as a part of the survey. The whole point of all of this outreach is to hear from Burbank constituents, and this proposal flies in the face of that. And since Burbank renters make up almost 60% of the population, the results from this survey should accurately reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Seeing no more public comment, I am now closing the public comment period, and we will move on to questions. Or actually, is there a brief response from staff?
I have a brief response. A lot of the commenters asked the question, why do we care about landlords? And they're characterizing them as parasitic. I just want to make clear that the United States Constitution recognizes the property rights of property holders, and those property holders provide housing, and the city retains an obligation to ensure that they receive a fair return. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. From my perspective, we're trying to strike a balance between constitutional protections, which are well recognized. So I just want to make that statement clear, because some people seem to have a question about that, but the city does have an obligation in that regard. And I want to ask a few questions of council, because part of this, there's some question like, what's going to be the survey? And the survey person wants to meet with the council members. And, we're talking about this outreach and doing this outreach. And so I think what will help us cue this matter up are what is really the purpose of the outreach, because as staff, as one of your 2 staff that you hire, I'm not quite sure if the purpose of the outreach is to tell the public something or to ask the public something. And when I say the public, I mean both renters and housing providers. Is the outreach to ask them? Because the council hasn't given us direction yet to prepare an ordinance. The council has, for the last 18 months, been taking progressive steps to increase protections, and the council has not yet made a decision on an ordinance. And so I just want to make that clear, like, we're rushing to do this, and we really want to accomplish it by the 90-day deadline that council gave us, and then bring it back. But from staff's perspective, we really are looking for direction. Are we telling, or are we asking? And then what are we asking? And I think that that's going to be meaningful for us as well to carry out your directives.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Any other response from staff?
Yes, I have a few, but I'm writing our CAO's notes down.
I wrote mine down too, so I'll share them.
Okay, thank you. So a couple of items. The introduction that we do when we do the breakout sessions, we can record that introduction, and we can include that with the electronic feedback section. So we can do that, and then people that don't attend the in-person meetings can also get the same information that we're providing initially in those conversations. Secondly, the council requested that we return within those 90 days. There was some comments about doing the survey first or the survey last or whatever order. If the council wants us to meet that 90-day deadline, they basically have to be at the same time. They have to be concurrently happening. Otherwise, we just can't make that 90-day deadline. In regards to the question about why did we pick 600 people, the reason why is because that's where we get into the statistically accurate numbers. And at 600 people, it gives us a plus or minus of 4%, a margin of error. And so usually within 5% is kind of the number we want to look for, and 600 gives us that plus or minus 4%. And so we as staff always are watching our pennies. To do more than that would give us a margin of error less, but would have cost us a lot more money. And so that 600 number is the number that was selected. Out of that 600, we want to have at least 100 landlords. That doesn't mean we're going to just ask for 100 landlords and then exclude anybody that's after that. But our goal is to have at least that, because if we have 100 landlords, our statistically our margin of error is 9.8%, and we don't want to go any higher than that. So our goal is to have at least that. If we have more, say we get 300, which I don't think we'll get half of that, but if we did get 300, then that number goes down, the margin of error goes down to 5.7%. So the more landlords that we can have, when we break out that group's opinions, the lower the margin of error is going to be. Let's see. The landlords in Burbank, we're going to strive, I know there was some confusion in the staff report. We're going to strive to have all of those landlords that we interview to be within Burbank. We can't guarantee that because some people, will ask certain questions like, what's your zip code? Where do you live? We know through the post office service, like I indicated during the report, we have some ideas, but there may be some that slip through the cracks. But our goal is to have those people that live in Burbank and own rentals in Burbank. And then, let's see. Yep, you can jump in, and then I have one more when you're done.
Hi, Jonathan Jones, Public Information Office. Thank you to everyone that came out at this hour and commented, first of all. I just want to make it clear one thing. There was some talk about finishing this in 90 days and all of that. This is 90 days from July 1st when there will be money available, right? We can't ask anyone to work without having a contract in place, and 90 days from July 1st is September 29th, and the first council meeting after that is October 1st. So that's why you see that date on there. I just want to make that clear to everybody.
And the last one that I'm going to refer to the city attorney on is the answer to the economic impact report and how that will be handled at the end.
So there's been discussion about cost. Different council members have talked about cost of whether there's a rent control program or whether it's enforcement. I mean, the council approves certain costs based upon, narrowly focused programs that we've brought you. We do have the Section 9212 report that was done for Measure RC. And while it doesn't necessarily use the exact same cities that the council gave us direction to bring back in our last report, it does a good job of meeting the statutory requirements to look at the potential costs of a full-blown rent control program based upon the experiences. So in terms of the impacts to the city of creating a program, in our discussions with staff, we decided that's the best number for now because that was the most rigorous analysis, and everything else we'd be doing, we'd kind of be guessing. In terms of impacts to the community, that's something that could be the subject of outreach and asking. There's some studies. I know Councilmember Takahashi had identified a report. I don't know that we've had time to really digest that. And some of the speakers this evening talked about some 30 or 40-year assessments of rent control programs in other cities. I mean, that's something that that's kind of an economic issue that's beyond our typical municipal, work. That's probably something we would ask rather than tell people, and it would really require further research. In terms of overall impacts, we've received inputs or comments from some landlords that talk about the consolidation that Mr. Bax actually discussed this evening with small landlords. We've had a large property owner tell us that he's received multiple offers for people to sell their small properties to him. So that's already kind of a conversation that's happening with the consolidation. That's anecdotal. I don't even know what the surveyed population is. And so there's some trends that could happen. And if council wants us to put our finger on that, we would, we need to come up with a game plan. So there's costs of running a program versus economic impacts. And we'd have to think a little bit more about how to deliver that how to package and deliver that information.
All right. Thank you. And with that, does council have any questions? Councilmember Mullins, it sounds like you want to start.
I have lots of them. Clarifications, questions, but before I ask the questions, I want to really thank the city attorney for clarifying and what a house provider does and what our obligations are to the housing providers. I think we often forget that we do have an obligation for them as much as we do have an obligation for our renters. As much as we hate to talk about our obligation because we're focused on accomplishing one goal, and that is to put a rent cap. But I think as an elected official, that I was elected by the entire voter population here in Burbank, whether there were renters or housing providers, homeowners, or et cetera, I have an obligation to everyone in the city to do the right thing. And when I received this report, I asked myself, are we doing the right thing? Am I doing the right thing as a council member? It really bothers me so much when I hear from the renters that we have been talking about this for, 13 months, 15 months, God knows, started as soon as we got on office, we got elected, the conversation started, that we've been talking about it for so long and nothing happened, and we need to rush this through it because we have to get it before the election is over because we're going to lose 2 council members. Well, maybe, I don't know, I don't want to speak. One would come back, and we know for sure that the other one, is running for a different position, and I know he's going to win. So it really, we have 3 council members that are still going to continue to be sitting here discussing this after November 1st, after the election. So why is it that we're all pressured, including staff, to get this done before November? Really puts my mind very disturbing that we're going to be putting all of our efforts into pushing something through so we can accomplish it before the election, even though we have 3 council members and perhaps 4 that will continue being here on council. So having said that, when we talk about why do we include landlords or who are out of town, I can tell you a very simple reason. I have a neighbor who's 85 years old who had to move to Idaho next to her son because she lost her eyesight. And guess what? She has her house rented. And that's what pays for her medical bills over in Idaho. And so if I don't include her, there's probably lots of other examples like this where a lot of retirees, mom and pop, who had to relocate to be closer to family members so they can be taken care of, and they rely on that income. I'm not talking about a big corporation that might be in Florida enjoying the sunshine, but I'm talking also about what do we do with those homeowners? Do we include them or we don't include them? Do we tell them, no, you're not important to us because I know you're shaking your head, but I care about my neighbor. How is she going to pay her bills? So I'm not laughing about it because I take that very seriously as a council member. I also have, I need some water. I've been around government 35 years. And I know when we're trying to rush something to get it through because a special agenda or because we're trying to get something done before a certain date, we're going to get a little sloppy. Staff did an excellent job to get this through as fast as they can so we can satisfy the council members because we asked for it to come back. But I read this report and I have a lot of questions, and that tells me we didn't spend enough time on it because we're trying to rush through it. So under page 2 in the discussion, let's forget pages, but under the discussion and the outreach, are we going to talk during the outreach sessions to the public about the consequences of implementing such a program, and as the city attorney indicated, what is going to be our cost and what services are we going to cut to meet those costs? In Measure RC, and I had to pull back to pull the information that was provided and look at the argument, the analysis by the city attorney, look at the argument against Measure RC, and it does talk about $6 million that we have to look at implementing such a program, and what services are we gonna cut from our community? What is a homeowner, a renter, a housing provider gonna give up because of the cost of the $6 million? I want the public to hear that. Are you going to talk about it during the public comments? During the public outreach? Is this something that we're planning on talking about?
Yes, we've talked about that, and that would be one of the things that we actually discussed with Pivotal, is to talk about what that cap would, what the impacts of that cap would be if there was a cap, and what the cost would be, and how that would affect our budget at the city, and how would that be implemented? Would we have to cut something? It seems to me that we probably would. We have not unlimited funds, so, and then would that change the opinion of the persons that were involved in participating in one way or another? We have talked about doing that.
And are we going to also include that in our survey to let the public know we have AB 1482 and this is what the cost is going to be, and we're asking you your opinion on that?
That definitely could be included in the survey, and when you talk to FM3, I think that would be something, council member, that you would need to bring up with them, and when you have that discussion regarding the questions that are going to be developed in the topic areas.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney asked earlier that you need directions from council about the outreach. Is it we're asking or we're telling? Is that how you phrased it?
Yes.
So if I understand you correctly, you're saying when we have the community outreach and the survey, are we asking our residents, are we asking the housing providers, the renters, and everyone else, we are going to implement rent control, or do you want to have additional rent control?
Well, it could be any number of things. When we did outreach for the districts, we were able to look at the law to see what the law arguably requires us to do. And so we laid out a scenario where under the charter, there was a minimum revision to the charter approach to districting, which would be 5, and then there were other possible iterations. And so we were able to kind of show what that would look like. But it was 5 or they weren't able to say, well, we don't want any, because we were trying, the council was just getting the feedback, and the scenarios were fairly limited. The scenarios on what could happen with some type of rent stabilization, let me use a broader term, are really very broad. For instance, Glendale has what I think Councilmember Takahashi referred to as a soft cap, 7%. And a landlord, I believe, I'm not an expert on Glendale's ordinance, but the way the soft cap works is a landlord can increase the rent up to that point, but if they go over that, they have an obligation to offer relocation assistance so that the tenant can choose to move. And I don't know if it's 3 months or 1 month, but there's a financial consequence which has kind of a soft regulation. Well, because the landlord has the choice to go up to the Tenant Protection Act limit, we don't have to provide necessarily a whole board to review fair rate of return hearings and rent setting. And if you're doing a soft cap, I mean, I don't know why Glendale picks 7. Why not 5? Why not 2? I mean, theoretically, you could pick any level that you would pick for a rent cap as a soft cap, and you're softly regulating the market because you're not saying, you're letting the cost of relocation dictate whether the landlord increases beyond your soft cap. And so you don't bear the burden of conducting all of the hearings necessarily. I mean, I'm saying that, I haven't looked into it. And that's different. And I think tenants, I'm just going to speculate wildly, would feel safer with a hard cap, because it would mean they wouldn't have to move. They know the cap is the cap, and the burden falls on the city to provide a due process and a hearing board to make decisions on, to decide in a discretionary context whether or not the landlord is allowed to have an increase above the cap that's set. So they're very different. In one, the city has the obligation of holding the hearing. In the other, the landlord is free to go up to the state's limit, but there's a consequence to going above whatever cap this. So I don't know how we get at that, but I mean, if we just say the city wants to set a 3% cap or a 5% cap, are you in favor or not? You're going to get very limited responses, plus everybody's comments. And some people will write no way with a word or two, and some people will write you 10 pages. Right, but they're going to tell you yes or no on that limited. Does council have a limited question, or do they want to float a couple of alternatives? And I can say from a city governance perspective, the two operate very differently. And I would think we could do something like mirror the renovation eviction, say 3 months, keep the financial consequence the same as a renovation eviction. They have to come up with, if it's $3,000 rent, or if, you could go with a market rent versus the actual rent times whatever the multiplier is, so that at least in some respect, the tenant also has choice. And so these are the options that the council could consider. It's not just another pass at RC. It could be anything, and I know Councilmember Takahashi has asked, well, what are the range of costs if we do this or that? The only study we have was done on the 9212 report on RC. And so that's really the best we have, but that was on a hard cap, right?
And we also have the comps too, right, from the other cities.
We do, but the problem is that there are no apples. There's grapes, there's apples, there's oranges, there's bananas, because the cities will say they enforce, but many of them don't really. For instance, when I read their remedies, they say criminal. I will tell you that probably none of those cities have actually brought a criminal misdemeanor enforcement for an excessive rent increase or a alleged retaliation, because the courts don't want those. I can tell you that criminal prosecution has reformed 2 or 3 times just since the pandemic, and trying to clear out our jails for very minor offenses, right? So a rent increase prosecution. So they, like, 5 of the cities said that that's a remedy. And I'm going to tell you, I'll bet you there's not a single case. Now, they also said they have administrative enforcement, which is a citation, and that's 100, 300, 500, success of 500, and maybe 1 or 2 have done that. But all of those ordinances, many of those ordinances are relatively new, and they may not have gotten to that point yet. So some of them said their program is 1.5 million, and some of them said their programs are 5 million. And that may or may not include enforcement, and they may or may not have actually done any enforcement yet. So what I'm saying is they're not really comparable. They're worth looking at, but to be honest, Ms. Leyland and I had a conversation about the type of housing regulation and compliance that we do, and her staff does on a regular basis. But it's Section 8, and the more we talked about it, the more it's like, well, there's a waiting list, there's income information, there's landlord compliance and inspections, but it's very different, and it's much more intensive. So we can't really extend that, and so we went back to this 9212 report. And as to the others, I can tell you that if we don't have to have a hearing body, and we don't have to hold due process hearings, and we're not requiring the landlords to file their rents or register their rents, the structure that we need is much smaller. If we do complaint-based and we go after violations of the Tenant Protection Act, all we have to do are review complaints, and we can review all the complaints, and it's still less paperwork than having 30,000 landlord or whatever, 1,000 landlords provide us regular annual data on 30,000 units. They're completely different programs.
So as I think just listening to you, the complication of the different variation of which direction and what kind of conversation is going to prompt during the community outreach, even during the survey. And here, we're putting the pressure that you need to gather all this information and come back to us on October 1st because we need to make a decision by October 1st. And I heard you, I mean, you took us down a lot of streets and valleys or, mountains and going up and down and different variation into what can possibly happen does require a lot of attention, does require us that we do have to do thorough report to find out exactly what the public wants to do with such subject. So, in my opinion, with the community outreach, that is the discussion we need to have with the public to know what exactly the consequences and what different programs, and all this is probably going to come up during the discussion at the community outreach. What concerns me is the survey, you're not going to have the opportunity to elaborate as much as we can elaborate on at the community outreach unless we already had 1 or 2 meetings or been shown online, and then therefore people can understand what we're doing, what have been the discussion, and so have a little bit of an idea of what to expect when the survey comes. So that's this council member's input on what I'd like to see. Now, the other thing I want to talk about is the dates that we have put on attachment 1, page 1. And I know, Ms. McFarland, you did say something about holidays because I brought it to the city manager's attention in my meeting that Saturday, August 31st, which really brought my attention immediately because that's my anniversary date. And I was like, wait a minute, that's Labor Day weekend. How do we have a meeting Labor Day weekend? And then we have another meeting on September 5th. That's still the whole week of Labor Day, and people are out of town. How are we going to conduct meetings when we have 2 dates where people are out of town because they take advantage and take away their kids on vacation?
Well, all of these dates that we have in here are totally flexible. And so we can go back and we can look at that September 5th meeting. And I know why you caught it. It's because it's our birthdays.
I know. So that was
I
August
missed it, but you
31st
caught
and
it.
September 5th. I was like, nope, you can't have that.
Yeah. So we can look at, that would be meeting 4, which is September 5th, and meeting 3, which is August 31st, and we can rearrange those to different dates.
Okay, so that would, obviously, you would have to provide some updates and date and give us those dates as well.
Correct.
Okay. As far as the 100 housing providers versus the 300 tenants, I heard you talk about reaching also homeowners. Is that something in the equation for the surveys? And how do we determine? Is it just, you said using a zip code, but how do we determine, like, I'm a homeowner, is my name going to be in the list? I'm not, I want to know if I'm going to.
It could be. It could, if you are a homeowner, say you are not a housing provider and you are not a tenant, you still could be part of the survey because it's randomly selected. I see the city attorney, so maybe
I
you're
think we've
disagreeing
done
with me.
exclusion lists in the past, haven't we?
Yeah, and we could do an exclusion list. So it could just be tenants and landlords.
We can at least ask our vendor, because I think we talked about doing an exclusion list only at certain level. Like when we did some of the community preference surveys or some surveys that we've done like a couple years ago, like we really didn't want to get Justin or me or Amy or whatever, but there are many staff that live, hundreds of staff that live in town, and we had heard some people actually got called. So we're not going to give them 1,500 names plus all the council and boards and commissioners, but I think we might have the ability to exclude some.
We can do exclusion list. I was understanding that you would want all single-family resident homeowners excluded. Is that what you were saying, council member, or did I misunderstand?
I would like to include the
would include-
homeowners, not me per se.
Right. You would be on the exclusion list.
Okay.
Call her first and then call her last and then double check.
I'll have my opportunity to weigh in here. Don't worry. No, I'm not, being on the survey, but I'd like homeowners to be included because that affects the economy for the city of Burbank. They need to be aware what's going on, so.
And that was our intent.
Okay.
Because if we would exclude all the single-family homeowners that didn't meet the either housing provider or tenant criteria, we would probably have to call more than 600 people to get to those numbers.
Well, the problem is that single-family residences are only conditionally exempt. They're exempt if the requirements of Civil Code 1946.2, which is the Tenant Protection Act, they have to have a written notice to the tenants to be exempt. Also, owner-occupied is exempt as long as they don't rent out too many rooms. If they rent out individual rooms, more than 2, then they're not exempt. Or if it's owner-occupied and they have an ADU, they may or may not be exempt. So I wouldn't want to exclude them. We've also had a couple of callers that said there's 13,000 single, I'm not sure if that was the population or the number of homes, but there's a lot of renters in single-family homes, and they may or may not be exempt from the Tenant Protection Act.
So is the answer, we are going to include homeowners? There's a way to find out when you do conduct a survey. Are you a homeowner?
They'll be randomly picked, selected,
Okay.
and then that would be one of the first questions. Do you live in Burbank? Are you a homeowner? Are you a tenant? Or are you a housing provider? Or, because you could be more than one, obviously.
Okay. So this is how we do the random. And so one of our speakers early mentioned the percentage. I think it was Sean that said the less than 10%. So the 100 housing providers, I know you talked about the margin of error, and I don't really quite understand what does that mean, because couldn't we do 150, 200? Because we have 100 and 300 tenants. In between, I think I'm a little confused who's going to fill in the gap.
So if you look on page 2 of attachment 2.3, which is FM3's research or proposal, in the middle there it talks about the margin of sampling error. And so the more people that they survey, the less the margin of error is. So if they survey 600 people and they come back and say 50% of the 600 people that we surveyed said yes, they would like to see a rent cap, the 50% could actually be 46% or 54% because the margin of error is 4%. So that's telling you that that number could be 4% greater than what the surveyor is reporting back to you, or 4% less. The higher the number of margin of error, the less people that you have, the higher number, the margin of error goes up.
Councilmember, can I interject just a little bit?
Sure.
Madam Mayor, if it's okay, so I'd like to just cover survey and statistics and what I know about mathematics. 2 years ago, we did a community-wide survey, and at the very beginning of the survey was the question, are you a voter in the city of Burbank, right? And then after that, they asked you a number of other questions. Are you a homeowner? Are you a renter? Are you a landlord? Then after that, they did a number of other questions, income bracket, all this stuff. When you do surveys, and yes, anything over 500 is statistically probable, 600 is a great number. That's totally fine. You don't need to go above that. It's diminishing returns. It costs you more and you get fewer and fewer percentages. 600 is fine. However, you have to make sure that at every step, the filter you're putting, the question you're asking, is proportional to the random survey applicants. And I say random. So exclusion lists, yes, taking off us and taking off city staff, and that's fine. But we shouldn't eliminate anybody from this pool other than people who don't vote for us. That's who we answer to. So when we did the survey 2 years ago, we included everyone under the sun who was a registered voter, because that's who we answer to. And that's renters, that's landlords, that's homeowners. It's a combination of everything there. So for me, if we get into trying to keep certain groups out or certain groups in, or requiring a minimum of any or maximum of any group, what you're doing is you're filtering this random survey into different brackets. And that doesn't work in statistical analysis. You need a full, proportional, randomized survey. So we need to get rid of all of the filters that aren't exactly what we need. First question should be, are you a registered voter in the city of Burbank? Second question should be, are you a homeowner, a renter, a landlord, or multiples? Which of these apply to you? But we cannot require that we hit a certain number on any of that. Because
so you're
that
not
would
concerned
skew.
about non-voting renters?
I'm not concerned about non-voting renters. If you're a renter and you live in the city of Burbank and you can't vote, then my job is to do the good of the city and yet still make sure I get elected every 4 years. And that's the representation of our representative government.
Well, you're not necessarily doing it for votes. You're doing it to protect
Well,
renters.
sure, I understand that. I understand it. But when we do a survey, we are asking the community what they want from their elected officials to pass ordinances, right? Because our job is to do the business of the city, and the city is the people who vote. I'm sorry, it just is. That's who we're beholden to. So we're going to have a ton of people who are homeowners and landlords and renters. Some can vote and some can't. And so for me to try to have a minimum or a maximum or an exclusion of any group it seems ludicrous, and it will skew the results.
So, colleagues, for the sake of time, not saying I agree with either of you right now, but colleagues, for the sake of time, we still have one council member who hasn't asked questions. I haven't asked questions. And looking at the sake of time, can we stick to the question portion for a bit and then move on to the deliberation? Just want to also reiterate the city attorney's point that we do have a responsibility to get information and to get results from our landlord folks who do not live in the city. They are part of this process. And Councilmember Takahashi.
I have two more questions, and I believe I was in question mode too.
Well, I started in deliberation mode, but let's stick to question mode.
Comments, I think.
Let's stick to question mode for the sake of time, everybody, please.
Well, this is important, so I appreciate allowing the time to do it. Thank you, though, Councilmember Anthony. I'm impressed with your mathematic skills here, but I do disagree that we need to survey everybody, whether they vote for me or not. They live in the city of Burbank. They will be on the list. In my opinion, they should have an opinion because
Let's talk about it in deliberation.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be deliberation. I'm not going to deliberate about it. I'm just saying they can always register to vote later. So, moving on, I have a question for Ms. Maribel here. Could you tell me how many tenants do we have a list of evicted tenants that go through the Landlord-Tenant Commission?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Maribel Leland, Housing Authority Manager. We have information on evictions in the community, and we're only privy to the information that does go before the Landlord-Tenant Commission. I do have that information here.
Thank you.
You'll give me a moment.
Sure.
Thank you.
And while you're looking, I can ask my question to also regarding the survey. Would the survey have the questions that has an answer yes, no, strongly agree, disagree, neutral, or strongly disagree? Would we have those type of answers?
Those are the types of questions that we've had in previous surveys. So it would really depend on what the question is, but the goal of the question is to get answers that can be combined and give you information that has been accumulated and not randomized. So what I'm trying to say is that they can take all the yeses and put it together, all the no's, strongly disagrees, and that type, instead of having open-ended questions where we just get a lot of information, but we can't really quantify that. So yes, those are the types of questions that will be answered, and it could be prioritized too. What is most important to you, this, A, B, C, or D?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have the information. We've been tracking the information by fiscal year. So the cases for evictions in this current fiscal year, which would be July 1st, 2023 to July 20, to current, we haven't ended quite yet, we have a few more days, is 14 cases total that have been before the Landlord-Tenant Commission. That is down from 24 cases total last fiscal year. That is the information in the cases that went before the Landlord-Tenant Commission, where households, tenants have indicated they received either an at-fault or no-fault. And we did track a couple of at-fault evictions, but the no-fault evictions in particular have reduced to the 14.
Okay, so the cases have dropped from 24 to 14. And are you aware of those were the Maui apartments by any chance? Some of those individuals?
Yes, I am aware that some of those cases are from households at the Maui apartments. That is actually primarily one of the couple of properties that we did receive the cases for.
Okay, so there is a reason for my question. When I hear there's mass eviction going on and people are getting evicted every day, I'm really concerned about it. I know we probably don't hear every case, but thank you for clarifying that. Thank you. I'm going to stop for now just to allow Councilmember Takahashi, and then we'll continue.
I actually have a few questions before we get into deliberation. Thank you for the thoughts and the questions. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for allowing me the time to ask. Okay, so there's a lot involved here, so I guess I'm gonna try to keep I feel like I'm looking at my paper. This is what my paper looks like right on my notes. So I'm gonna try to keep my questions organized. So first of all, for the outreach of the meetings and the online meetings and the pop-ups, would you say that the intention of all those meetings and all those pop-ups and all those outreaches is the intention of all those scheduled is to reach people who have not yet had a chance to speak? Is that the reason why you set it up the way you did was that was the intention?
That is correct. What we try to do is figure out ways that we can get the most voices to be heard, and we did that by using a large number of events and a variety of ways for them to provide their input.
Okay. And then I also noticed that there weren't any meetings downtown that were set up, and I'm wondering if that was I'm thinking that there's a lot of rental units downtown, so kind of a concentration here. So I'm wondering if that has been considered of maybe offering a meeting closer to folks who are renting in this area.
We were talking about having a meeting at Hotel Burbank possibly.
Oh,
which would be
right,
in the
Hotel
downtown.
Burbank is on this side of town, you're right.
Yeah.
Never mind. Okay, thank you for the clarification. And let's see. Also, I don't want to get into detail, just briefly, there's a lot of other things we're doing besides this survey when it comes to housing. Are we going to get an update in a future of the timeline of all the things that we're doing so we can kind of put this in a framework and understand both for ourselves as we make decisions through this and for the community to understand how everything's all kind of working together?
Yes. So the first thing I'll be giving you an update on, and they could be at the same meeting, but would be the housing enforcement program.
Okay.
So the new attorney position is out for recruitment, and we're already had a recruitment out for support staff that we can use. We're going to do, anyway, yes.
Okay, yeah.
And I would bring back the components that we broke down in my supplement memos. We got more and more detail as we went through the budget process.
Okay.
And so I would bring back where we are on those.
Okay.
Then you're going to get the ordinance, I believe, on July 16th. The revision to your local tenant protection ordinance will come forward to true it up with SB 567.
Mm-hmm.
And then separately, we've identified that we will need to revise the landlord-tenant commission ordinance section to true it up with the housing enforcement program, and council may have some other direction, because they already have mediation, but so that'll be the third thing. So you've got your regulatory ordinance, the housing enforcement program components, and then clean up with landlord-tenant.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. And I asked that because, follow-up question, we're not doing this in isolation. We're not doing this survey in isolation. We're not doing this outreach in isolation, right? We're doing it in, context of all the other things we're doing as well at the same time, like parallel, right? So I think it's important to remember, because as we're looking at this survey, to make sure that we don't put stock in it as being the only thing we have, the only information we have. It's part of a complex system, right? Okay. And my last question, again, you mentioned earlier, Mr. City Attorney, about our obligations to the landlords. Clarify for me, the landlords are technically a business, right? They're under the category of business owner.
Well, under the Constitution, they're property owners.
Property owners, okay.
So the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution protects against confiscation of property.
Okay.
And so rent control has been tested and it's allowed, but we take on, the more we regulate,
Okay.
the more burden we take on to ensure that they're still allowed a fair return. So that's the balance between whether we let the state keep the hard cap and whether we keep it a little softer, or if we put in our own hard cap, we take on some of that obligation.
Got
So
it.
it's kind of a continuum.
Got it. So the categorization of the landlords as a property owner, which have its specific rights as a property owner that we have obligations to ensure.
Right, and they could be a corporation, they could be a sole proprietor, they could be any formation of things, including an elderly person who can no longer live in their home but still needs income from that home. You wouldn't really call that person a business, yet they receive income from their property.
Got it. Okay. That's the last of my questions. I guess you have, who's running the meeting right now?
Yeah, I wanted to follow up just real quick. I had one question about the survey questions, and I know that they're going to ask a lot of questions at the end. And one of the questions that we had proposed here was if we give them a number on this is how much it would cost. Do you still support it and that kind of thing? Are we free to include? Would you be the survey answer? Would you be comfortable if we created a fee to cover that cost? Like, is that part of that conversation? Can we include that in the series of?
I would say yes. They're going to talk with each of the council members. We have the 9212 report, which did an assessment of RC. I think we should kind of stick with that, only because it's a report that came up with a number, an annual number and a monthly number. But yeah, I think that's fair game because the city either has to pay for the program out of its pocket or it has to pay for the program out of fees and their startup costs. The report broke out startup versus ongoing. So yeah, I think the only limitation, and FM3 is going to tell us what that limitation is, they can only keep someone engaged in a survey for so long.
Right.
So I think there's unless they call you, I guess.
I'll stay on all day. I wanted to ask the list that we're creating it's a list of housing providers who don't reside in Burbank? That's the list? No, what's the...
No, the list that we have is people who own a house, but their tax bills go to a different address, which indicates that they are probably a housing provider.
Oh, I see. And we need a minimum of 100 of those people, or we're going to survey those people to try to get 100 people who answer the second question of, are you a housing provider?
The second one.
Okay. So that's the pool that we're pulling from, and we're trying to get to 100. Okay.
We want to be at 200 to get that statistical margin error that we're looking for.
Okay. So here's my only issue with that. So, like, when we're talking about sets and subsets, Burbank residents are one set. Burbank voters are a smaller subset of that larger set. But people who have a registered, say it again, it's an address that's...
An address that they are showing as ownership, but their tax bill goes to a different address.
Okay.
So if I'm a housing provider or a landlord, and I don't live in that house because I am renting it,
okay,
I'm not to have my tax bill sent to somewhere else so that I can pay it.
I see. Okay, so the smaller set there is people who own property but have a tax bill that's not at that property. So it's a smaller subset of property owners.
I think you're making it complicated. Basically, that list that information will tell us who the landlords are.
Sure, no, I hear that. So it goes back to my original critique of that. You're basically creating, at the end of the day, two surveys. You're doing 500 randomized surveys and then 100 surveys of this subset. And so you're going to get two groups responding to the same questions rather than what I would prefer in a fully randomized survey where everybody is pulled from one set.
Not
Pick
necessarily.
A set and we pull everyone.
So they're using that list so they can get a representative sample of the landlords, right? They have to get to 100 to make it work because you want everyone to have their voice heard. So we want this to be strictly a Burbank resident survey, correct? However, they want to get to that 100, so there's a representative sample of landlords, residents, tenants, everybody. However, to get to that 100, they may have to go outside of Burbank to get 5, 10 folks that don't reside in Burbank. So that's where that list is.
No, I understand that part of it. My issue is by looking for that representative group, you're creating a separate survey. That's the issue.
What we're basically doing is we would be what they call oversampling.
Sure.
So we would do an oversample to make sure that we got to that number.
Right, but inherently oversampling skews results. That's my issue.
Only in that category, because that would be
and I'm fine with that as long as we're aware that that category is going to be oversampled and it's
Well,
skewed.
when you say skew, though, the way it's described is you're reducing the margin of error.
No, oversampling. So the reason we're doing that is to reduce the margin of error. I understand that that's why we're doing it. But when you put a minimum of a certain group in a subset, what you're doing is saying that you have to reach that point. Now, I'm not saying it's even going to be skewed, but when you oversample like that, it has the potential to skew the results overall, unless we're aware that it's going to be oversampled. And we can look at the results separately and say, okay, the 500 people that we surveyed over here did this one thing. Out of the 100 people over here, they did this one thing. And I'm fine with that. I just don't want us to get into this thing of like, well, it was a fully randomized 600 people, because it wasn't.
So staff aren't the statisticians. That's why we're hiring FM3.
Fair enough.
And so perhaps this can be corrected with your one-on-one interview with FM3 so they can satisfy you that it's proper methodology.
Fine. That's fine. Okay.
Cross-reference.
On the same topic of the list, attachment to -3, I just, in the FM research proposal, it says the success of the endeavor will be depend on the quality of this list. And that statement is repeated a couple of times on this page. And I'm concerned about the quality of that list and where we're getting that list from, and has it been updated? Because last thing I want is for them to come back when the survey, something goes wrong, and saying, well, the city of Burbank gave us a wrong list.
What they're saying is that we're responsible for giving them accurate data. They're not on the hook for bad results that come from bad data. So the burden is on the city when we get them started to give them the best data that we have.
Okay, so I just want to make sure. I know staff does a great job, but I want to make sure.
This is the best data that we have. We looked at our business licenses, and it wasn't as complete as what we could get from the title company. Normally, the title companies keep their information accurate. It's actually better to talk to the title companies than even the assessor's office, because usually those are more accurate. So that's where we're getting that list, because we feel that this is the most accurate list that we can find.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm good.
Okay, my turn. So, making sure I don't ask any of the questions my colleagues have asked.
Vice Mayor, before you,
Well, I was going to say, there's no way you're going to cover the questions I did. It was ridiculous.
And before you ask your questions, I just want to say it's 11 o'clock, so do you want to do a quick?
Oh, yes. Can I get a motion to go past 11 o'clock?
So moved.
Okay.
Sounded like a reluctant second.
Reluctant second, yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Clark, that was a motion by Anthony, second. Thank you. I guess show of hands? All righty, so we're going past 11. Okay, so just curious, in looking at the venue costs, is there a reason that none of the meetings are at CSB 104?
So the way the classrooms are going to be set up, the way the rooms are going to be set up will be classroom style, right? So we'll have tables, and once you add tables into the mix and you're not just sitting in rows, you take CSB down to like a maximum of 75 people, and we're looking for venues specifically that can accommodate up to 200 people. right? 'Cause the worst thing in the world would be obviously to turn anyone away. So we'd rather have more room than not enough room.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Let's see. Do we know, and I know these are more for the consultants, and first I want to thank you both for all of this and thank all of your staff because it is phenomenal. And as someone who happens to have been a researcher myself, it is a very comprehensive, data-driven, and robust approach that they are using. I know we have questions and concerns. I know there was an entire conversation about why the 100, where is that coming from? It makes sense from a statistical perspective, from a data-driven perspective, so that you get a sample size that is robust, right? Including the 600 folks to include homeowners and everybody. This makes sense, the way that we've done this, and I really appreciate the attention to detail with the limited amount of time that we have. As we heard, folks are dealing with this crisis every day. And so I appreciate the fact that, staff has taken that into consideration and is doing the most robust approach available. And not to mention, we're saving a buck. So you may all not know this, but have they done this kind of survey for FM? Have they done the survey? And for the other consultant, have they done this kind of outreach in other cities?
So both of these entities we have worked with before. We worked with them on Measure T, on Measure P, and FM3 actually did the city survey when we first started that. So Pivotal was not called Pivotal at that time, but it was a different group, Sorrel, and it's the same members of that group that is now at Pivotal. And so that's why we're suggesting that we use both of these. They're both very familiar with the city of Burbank and understand us, and they've done excellent work for us before.
Great, yeah, and I heard that and I appreciate that because I feel one part of this is folks that understand the city, the dynamics here, the landscape. The other part, though, is them understanding this specific topic. And I know I hear some uneasiness from folks about, well, what are we paying consultants for? To our knowledge, have they done surveys, outreach around the topic of rent control or housing, or specifically, right, more focused, kind of like what we're asking them to do?
Yeah, I know that FM3 has done, they're probably one of the premier surveyors within Southern California, probably all of California, because he's going up and down the state every time we talk to him. And so they have done these types of surveys already. And Sorrel, Pivotal, has done, I don't know if they've done this exact, rent caps and tenant protections type of outreach. However, they understand, like I said, they understand our city, they understand these topics, and the process is very similar. The questions are different, but the process is very similar. And in fact, Pivotal did all of the outreach for the airport. So all of those charrettes that we did,
Right.
that was Pivotal, called Sorrel at that time.
Great,
Same
and we
group.
heard great feedback on that survey, so
Yeah.
that is worth noting. Those are basically my only questions that my colleagues have. You have another question?
I solved it. So check it out. The 100 is not a minimum. Here's what you do. You do not use the landlord list as an exclusionary list. You leave them in the main group so that you have a 500 sample of everybody who's a resident, and some of them may be landlords. And then you don't shoot for a minimum of 100. You do 100 questions directly from that list. Because in essence, what you're doing is, if you use them as an exclusionary list, you're pulling them from the random sample of the 500. So I'm going to talk to the folks, and I'm going to explain to them to keep the landlords in the main group so that we have a fully randomized sample size. In addition to that, we do 100 questions from the separate so that we're making sure we get that information as well.
And after they talk to you, if they want to change the scope, we'll bring it back to council.
Awesome.
All right.
And I will just say, since we're heading into our comments, I would caution us to leave it to the experts. Thank you. At the end of the day, we are not statisticians as much as we, maybe some of us know a little more about, certain percentages and what you want to get in the margin of error. But looking at their not the report, their specific proposals. They have thought this through. And the reason I was asking those questions is to get to the bottom line. They have clearly thought this through. They have clearly done this in other cities. They have clearly worked with us in the past. And I really want to trust the process. We are not experts. I'm glad we're getting the opportunity to share the topics we would like covered, but I'm also really glad that that is the end of our participation, because we are not here to turn to people and say, do you want rent control, yes or no? Or do you not want rent control, yes or no? Let's be real. Anything from this body would be askew at that point. I'm glad we're leaving it to data experts who are looking for just hard and fast facts and hard and fast information from folks. When it comes to, and again, this is something I'll probably share with them, but when it comes to the actual survey itself, it would be nice to see a mixture of questions. Obviously, some Likert scale questions like what Councilmember Mullins mentioned, and also a space for comment. I know that's going to give us different answers, but let's see, right? To that point, I think we're going to get a lot from our one-on-one meetings with them about the kinds of things we'd like included. And I trust that they'll be able to include information, to your point, Councilmember Mullins, about AB 1482, what exists, what doesn't exist in their own language and in a way that is not skewed. I do think it's important to have them as impartial experts do that. To that point, I think since we're somewhat deliberating, I will say one thing. I don't want to reinvent the wheel. And last week, we agreed on moving this forward, on asking staff to give us a proposal and to come back. And I'm very pleased with what staff has brought back. Mr. Jones, thank you for bringing up that point from the beginning. I know folks are disappointed and want this to move faster. We get the money July, right? And this is as fast as we go. I appreciate staff's commitment to get it back October 1st. And I will say, Councilman Mullins, I hear you. There's three of us. But I think, to play devil's advocate, this can go both ways. The same way you find a disturbance, I think is what you said, with folks, and sorry if I'm mischaracterizing your words, I think that's what you said, but you're disturbed by the idea of folks thinking, oh, this has to be before the election. I'm disturbed by the idea of folks thinking, let's push it till after, because that can also seem like a bad thing. And I feel like this council has been working on this for 2 years now and has been talking about this. And when we bring in new colleagues, it's going to be a whole explanation. So I would like this council to finish what we started. And I want this survey that we're paying money for to come back to this council. And I want us to take ownership and responsibility over making some kind of a decision, whatever that decision might be. I think it's really important. And that's what I think the concern was with getting it done. And the other piece of that is we have every day, and I know we all have them in our inbox, somebody sending an email saying, you all are doing nothing, da, 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 da. And I agree with you, we're not doing nothing, we're doing something. We are. And this takes time. But I believe 2 years is a reasonable amount of time to focus on a topic. And I also believe in making sure that we're still presenting with good faith. And this is a good timeline for outreach for the folks who have not had the chance to come in yet. These are 2 formats. I gotta be honest, I don't know if folks will believe me, I'm a relatively shy person. I would prefer to do the survey than to go to a meeting. That would mortify me, right? So I think giving folks the option at the same time is also important. Let them figure. I know we talked about the concern of what if they don't know. I gather that the folks who are going to take the time to complete the survey or my hope is that they would also take the time to do their research, and that the folks who are doing the outreach, who are conducting the survey, we are paying to do this process, will give them accurate and factual information on what currently exists and what happens, and that it is not our job to be doing that, quite frankly. It's not BTU's job to be doing that. It's not AGLA's job. It is the folks who are conducting the survey. And that is how we get unbiased results at the end of the day. And that is my hope of what comes back from this. I do not know what we are going to get back. I do not know what the community is going to say. but I want to hear what they're going to say. And I think if we can get this done in the timeline, we are doing the right thing. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Do you want to go? Oh, thank you. I just want to respond to a couple of things that I said, and thank you for acknowledging it. Saying that, I don't know if you used the right words to me. I heard modified. Whatever, I understand that you're surprised, let's say, that people want to push it beyond November. I know.
And let me clarify, for me, it's not beyond November, it's beyond December. I really want this council to work on the things we've invested, the same way this council has worked on the gun control thing.
So thank you for clarifying whether it's November or December. So the goal is to have something happen before the new council members or member, whatever, I know there's going to be 3 of us here, be installed. The installation of new council members taking oath of office. My concern is there's some dates that we already talked about, mentioned today. There's holidays. We have to look at new dates, new venues, and see how we're going to replace those dates. We also expect staff that have to submit, I know this from my experience as a staff member writing report as the city clerk, they have to write the report 3 weeks in advance in order for it to be approved and reviewed by the city attorney, the city manager. All the staff reports that we get here have been written 3 weeks ago, and they have to go through a lengthy process before they arrive to us. So if we're having our meetings till the end of September, we're asking staff bring it by October 1st, and my concern is we're putting an unexpected deadline, not unexpected, expectation for us to say, you bring it back as soon as we're done with the meetings. We're being unrealistic because I have to understand that staff need to gather information. The city attorney, as I said, he walked us through all these possibilities, and all this may come up during our discussion and during the meeting. I understand that, the pressure is on, you need to get it done because you haven't got it done. And I'm not saying let's push it to January or, okay, if we want to bring it in December, I want to allow some time for the reports to be put together in a way that it would make sense for us and the public to make that significant decision. Or maybe there's not going to be any decision to be made at all. Maybe, like you said, maybe we don't know what the outcome is going to be. And so that's the reason why I said that we're pushing for this right before the election or right around the election. It really has something to do with the preparation. It has something to do with the amount of work that's going to go, and maybe a cancellation of a meeting. Maybe there's a lot of maybes that would happen. So I want us to be flexible as a body to say, yes, we give you a deadline, but on October 1st, I don't want the groups that are sitting here to come here and say, where is our report? You guys lie to us, because things do happen. And I don't know if they can put together everything they're going to have in less than a week. Okay, so I hope that council agrees that we're giving them that deadline to meet, but we also have to be realistic that it might not be here on October 1st.
Well, I want to give you guys a little credit. I think.
Well, I'm not putting, words in my mouth. I'm not saying they're not capable.
Oh no, I'm saying I want to give them a little credit in thinking my thought here is that you all put this together knowing the buffer that you would need, because I pushed on you all and I said September, and I have to be honest, I kept thinking about it today, and as a former staff member myself that had to prepare reports, that had to prepare things
not
like
in
this.
In the city of Burbank and Glendale, where they have 3 weeks in advance to do the
No, in the
reports.
state legislature where it's a tight deadline.
Then you know the laws and the deadlines.
And so in that vein, right, that is why I pushed. And I thought about it, and I was like, as somebody who's prepared reports myself, you all are also thinking about the cushion that you need to give yourself. And I trust that you all will come back and say, hey, there is this item that's remaining. We need a few more days. We need something. But I think, I came to you all saying September 1st, I want it there. So I want to take the time to say I appreciate your pushback and saying, like, hold on, we need the money, we need to talk to the consultants, and then we'll go forward. I appreciate the October 1st deadline. And look, if it's pushed back one meeting from then, it's fine. I don't really want to go any further than mid-October just because I also want to give us time to then review, look at it, and take the time that we're going to need to make round 1, 2, 3 of edits, which I imagine this council will do because they're thoughtful. So I know it's a tight turnaround for you all, but I know you've also already done the methodology to find the consultants. Simone came today and already, before we even asked, because the question was there from all of us, you already knew Labor Day, or that was going to be an issue. And so I think, I trust you all. I trust you all to catch those issues, and I trust you to bring them to the city manager. In fact, I believe part of the motion is giving you the authority to navigate that and navigate the contracts.
So, Madam Vice Mayor, the reason that date was caught because of my meeting with the city manager on Monday and bringing that to his attention. Not that staff was not capable, staff was trying to meet our deadlines by putting the dates as much as they can, as fast as they can. And therefore, things like this will happen, and the reason I keep on saying we can't push them fast to do this because we want it done on a certain date, because this meeting would have happened on August 31st and September 5th if I hadn't mentioned the Labor Day. Thank you. And I'm ready to move on if everybody else is.
I would like to give our two colleagues a chance to respond.
I have a question, actually. So, just to go back, in attachment 1, it says, attachment 1 to number 3, the pop-ups, all the pop-ups are done by August 10th. And then going back to the in-person meetings, 3 of the 5 of them are done before the end of August. So and the survey I know is going on, starts in July, but goes till September, but the team putting together the survey, they're going to be doing that on their own. So I guess my question to staff is, I don't assume that everyone's going to wait until September 5th to start working on the report. We've got plenty of starting data by August. And so I'm just assuming that there's going to be some work done. You're going to start to see some patterns form, and right? So we don't have to wait till mid or late September.
There's a September 12 meeting. That's the 5th meeting.
Sure. And
so you need to get information from that meeting.
But that'll be included in the report that's, I would assume, mostly generated. And at the time that we're having the last 2 or 3 meetings, I would assume all we're doing is inputting the data we're getting from the rest of the community outreach. Because by the time you've done 2 or 3, you're going to start to, right? I mean, is that not... Talk about the workflow.
Listen, we take direction from the council. Our goal right now is October 1st. If that changes, it's a tight deadline. I will tell you it's a tight deadline. We've got a lot of priorities. A lot of things are happening. The agenda is full. And every time you add an additional agenda item, that just...
We got leaf blowers coming.
There's a lot going on.
So
but we're committed to this. We know this is a big issue. We're committed to it. So if you say October 1st, if we're going to do everything we can to anticipate that date. If we fall off of that date, we'll let you know. But our goal is, if we fall off, it's maybe just one meeting, not 3 meetings.
Yes. Right. Thank you. And I appreciate that, Mr. City Manager, which is why I'm talking. I trust you all, again, to know the deadlines, to know the parameters, and to know if you need cushion for one meeting or so, to come to the city manager and say, hey, I need cushion for a meeting. And Councilmember Takahashi, I know you are ready to share.
I know.
Please.
I've waited to be able to have some...
Can I just say one thing, because this goes to a question Councilmember Takahashi asked while you were out of the room. And she asked, when am I bringing back the reports on the other housing items? And it's going to be in July and August. So we're not going to just be like, oh, let's start writing the report, because we've got other reports that you've already told me to get a housing enforcement program up and running. So we're doing that, and we're doing that in parallel. So the council has given us a robust menu of things to deliver. And to the city manager's point, this piece we're shooting October 1st, but I don't think that report's going to be like rough draft late July, just waiting for the last public meeting. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. You know, we have our staff who have shown, and I've only been on this council for a year and a half, so I can't say what, historically has been, but what I've seen in this year and a half is that when the staff tells us that they're going to do a timeline, they stick to the timeline. So when I hear them give us this timeline, I believe that they have a good estimation of what's going to take for them and that they can deliver. And to the point of the city manager, that if something does fall off, our staff also has a history of keeping us updated. So I don't have any doubt in our staff at all. Also, the 2 consultants we hired, this is their job. This is what they do. And so for me, I feel like what we need to decide tonight is not whether or not our staff and these 2 consultants can do the job we're asking them to do, but what do we want them to do? So that's what I want to talk about, if that's okay. All right, so I also think that it's important, at least from my perspective, I think it's important to really frame this, that we ultimately, as a council, we were voted to make this decision, okay? Or this is a decision, one of the decisions we're looking at. We are not asking the community or the consultants or the staff to make the decision for us. What we're asking for is for them to gather information, give us information, so that we can do the duty that we have been asked to do and been voted in to do, is just to make this decision. So we could technically, if we wanted to, we could make the decision, we can agendize it, make the decision whenever we want. But we have decided as a group that we want more information first. So for me, this whole process is about figuring out what information do we need to know individually, want to ask and find out for us to be able to make better decisions. And I feel like this process that we have been given tonight and been offered tonight gives us more information. So for me, that's the direction I'm going on this, and what the interest I have is figuring out how we can get as much information from this process as possible, and to trust the system and the process to get that information that we can. Now, that said, we're not going to get all the information. We're going to get more, but surveys are not a precise instrument. And so we're going to get more information, but it may not be perfect, but it's going to be more. And another thing that's important to me too is that through this whole housing process is that we, I love all you all, but we see the same people again and again. And one of the things that we wanted to do was to give an opportunity for the community who have not been able to show up, who do not know we're talking about this, to be able to chat with us, right? And I feel like this proposal does that. That's why I asked my question about accessing people who have not had a chance to speak. So I think that when we're talking about it tonight, and it's already a pretty late hour, it's really important to focus on those 2 things, to me. What information do we want, and how do we get that information from people who have not yet had a chance to speak? Okay, so that said, I'm okay with the timeline, because I think and it's kind of in alignment with all the other things we're doing, because we have been asked to look at this item. We are kind of on the cusp. This is like the last thing we kind of haven't really discussed. And also, elections coming up, and I'm looking at it not from a political perspective, but from a practical workload perspective, that whenever you change people in a dynamic, you kind of have to start over for some ways, right? So just kind of keeping it consistent to get through the material so we don't have to add more work to the staff. So I do want to try to get it done before the end of the year so that we can wrap up the topic and not have to start all over from scratch, or redo work or revisit things that have already been done because we have new council members. Let's see. I also am fine with, I think it's a good idea to have homeowners in the mix. Here's why. Because, well, first of all, there's many reasons. But I have 3 kids. They kind of live with me, they kind of don't, but all of them want to live in Burbank and they want to rent here, but they can't because they can't afford it. So I feel like even though I'm technically a homeowner, I have an interest. I'm not the only one in the community who has an interest in people who might want to rent their kids or themselves or someone they know. And again, back to the whole question of who have we not heard from? And I want to make sure that everybody's heard from, and homeowners are part of that group of people we want to hear from. And I trust, having seen results of surveys, I trust that the consultant will be able to cross-reference for us so we can rearrange the data however we want and we can get the information we want to figure out who's who. I'm also okay with more renters than landlords if that's what it ends up, because that's just the math. There are more renters than landlords. Because for every landlord, there's how many renters, right? If you have one landlord with 10 units, that's 1 to 10 ratio. So you're going to have more renters than landlords. That's just math. So it makes sense that you would have more renters in the mix. And then homeowners would be probably somewhere in there, but probably renters and landlords would be the most. Let's see, is there anything else I want to say? Oh, yes, there was a speaker earlier who presented, said that there were 3 studies. I don't know if he's still here. There are 3 studies. If you know who, could you connect with him later, folks in the audience, and ask him to send me those studies, because I always want to know more data. So please send me those studies. And let's see, I think that's it. Let me just double check. Let's see. Yeah, so again, just reiterating for me, the 2 most important things are getting more information and reaching people we haven't reached before, and I'm confident that this process will do that.
Thank you, Councilmember Takahashi, and I have to say I could not agree more. I think, thank you for bringing us back to the purpose of what we're talking about, and to answer the city attorney's question, are we trying to ask people something or tell people something? I think that's the answer. We're trying to ask people something. We want to know their thoughts.
Yeah, and to that point, Vice Mayor, if I may add, I think that telling the community things is just enough to get them kind of squared on figuring out what we're talking about, right? Just enough kind of baseline information so that this is the topic, this is what we're talking about, and then most of it, though, is getting information from them so that we can know more and make better decisions.
And that is exactly what we're paying those consultants to do from a neutral standpoint.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so good job, everybody.
All righty. Any further thoughts on this? Is anybody ready for a motion?
I can make a motion. I move that the city, 1, approve a sole source professional services agreement with Pivotal Strategies, a communications and public outreach firm, in the amount of $145,755 to structure the community outreach and engagement for considering rent caps, subject to any minor modifications approved as to legal form by the city attorney's office. See attachment 1. 2, approve a sole source PSA with Fairbank, Maslin, Mullen, Metz and Associates, FM3, a survey firm, in the amount of $65,000 to conduct community surveys for considering rent caps, subject to any minor modifications approved as to legal form by the city attorney's office. See attachment 2. 3, authorize the city manager or their designee to approve any ancillary documents necessary to effectuate the implementation of the approved PSA's professional service agreements.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes, and we'll see you in October.
Let's
Very
make that
good.
October 1st.
All righty. Now at 11:30, way deviated from my timeline. I'm asking them to stay on time, and I can't even stay on time. All righty. Let's talk about broadband. The fourth and final report to council tonight is the update on the results from the fiber to the premise broadband feasibility study. Daniel Leipert, Manager of Telecommunications, come on down and present the report.
With the slideshow. Good evening. I'm Daniel Lippert. I'm the Telecommunications Manager at Burbank Water and Power, and I know that it's late, so I will try to be concise to value your time. I'm here to talk about the results of our feasibility study for a fiber-to-the-home citywide network, as well as a municipal ISP. But before I get to that, I'd like to go back a little bit about the history of Burbank's fiber program to tell you how we got to this point. We actually were quite progressive in Burbank in terms of our communications network and began replacing our pilot wire relays and our copper communications with fiber optics back in 1986 when I was an adorable little scamp. We finished our network by 1996 and found out we had excess capacity, so we began leasing that to businesses such as Warner Brothers who could use that excess capacity for their own needs. In 2011, we expanded that program to begin offering internet services over that same fiber optic network, and that brought us to the One Burbank program. So you might be asking, what does One Burbank do? The way I like to describe it is if residential broadband, the stuff you get at your home, is selling Toyotas, what One Burbank does is sells fire trucks. It's a very specific service to a small number of customers who know exactly what they want. They want it built to their specifications, and they're willing to pay a premium for it because they know you can't show up to a fire in a Toyota Camry. So One Burbank is a very small niche in the telecom sector, but it is a successful sector. It's grown basically through word of mouth. Our customers are happy, our customer base is growing, and our revenues are growing. We've recently passed the $4 million mark a year, and the thing to note about these revenues is these revenues all go back to the electric fund. So every dollar you see on this graph is a dollar that helped to contribute to keeping electric rates low. That's a dollar that didn't need to be raised by increasing electric rates. So One Burbank has been a very successful program for Burbank so far. Which leads us to the question that you may have been asked, I get asked on a pretty regular basis. If we can do it to businesses, why can't we build this to my home? We have been studying this for a long time. It's not something that we've ignored. I first presented to our board on this subject back in 2016, and my predecessors have been presenting to boards and to this council going all the way back to the beginning of the program in 2011. So it is something we've been considering. But with the help of a grant from the Federal Economic Development Administration, we commissioned Entrust Solutions Group to perform a formal feasibility study to really dig into the numbers and study this in depth. They found that overall, that building a municipal network is feasible for Burbank Water and Power, but it comes at pretty great cost and with significant risk to the city. So let's dig into the findings. The first thing to note is that this feasibility study is answering the question, can we do this? That's a question of feasibility, and that's what this study is looking at. It's not answering the question, should we do this? That's a question of policy, and that can only be answered by policymakers, such as the four of you and the one that's in absentia. The study looked at four different things. It looked at our assets and our capabilities. It looked at the market for broadband in Burbank. It built a conceptual network model and looked at a financial analysis of how that model would do. And then it took a look at the risks that the city would face in building this network. The first thing they took a look at was our assets and capabilities, and this was never really in question. As I mentioned before, we've been building fiber optic networks for over 40 years, and we've been running an ISP for over a decade. So we obviously have the capability and the know-how to do these things. This would just be an expansion of what we're already doing. The other thing that we have going for us is that because we have an electric utility, we have an access to a network of poles, conduits, and rights-of-way to reach every building in the city, which is a tremendous advantage over a city that doesn't have a utility. In fact, without that infrastructure and without that capability and know-how, this would be a much shorter presentation, and I would just say no. But we do have those in Burbank, so we are pretty well situated to do this. The next thing they looked at was the broadband market in Burbank. Burbank has the standard duopoly of internet providers with a cable company and a legacy phone company. And along with the standard duopoly comes the standard discontent with that duopoly. Customer service and reports for the telecom industry are pretty much right down there with used car salesmen. It's not an industry that people are really in love with their internet provider generally. But an important thing to note is that Burbank is considered served. both by the Federal Communications Commission and by the state of California. If you look at this map, this shows all the locations in Burbank that have at least one provider who can provide a service with 100 megabits per second download and 20 megabits per second upload, which is the definition they use for considering something served and not eligible for grants. As you can see, this map is the entire city of Burbank. But there are some gaps in the market. This map shows the locations that have fiber optic service in blue. As you can see, it's a much smaller map. So these are the only customers in Burbank that really have true competition between more than one provider who can provide fast downloads. And these are the only customers in Burbank who have a provider who can provide fast uploads, which is important in a city like Burbank, where content providers are working from home and need to be able to push data up the stream instead of down. The other thing to note is that Entrust put an overlay of the communities in Burbank that are considered low to moderate income in yellow. And you can see almost as if it's allergic to those communities. They're not really being built in that neighborhood. So there are some gaps in this market that a municipal ISP could serve. This is where it starts to get a little darker though. They built a model to see how it would work if we built a fiber network citywide. The upfront costs that came from this conceptual design were about $130 million in capital expenditures, and then about another $130 million to operate it over the 20-year period. In order to get that capital expenditure up front, it would require taking on about $106 million in debt financing, because again, as I mentioned, grants are not going to be an option for this community. The model found that under some scenarios, this breaks even. Under some scenarios, it does quite well, and under some scenarios, it stays in the red perpetually. Under the baseline scenario, which is column 3 on this chart, the study assumes that Burbank's ISP would get about 30% of residential customers and about 35% of business customers. And under this scenario, it's essentially right at break even, returning about $2 million over the 20-year period on an investment of $280 million. But this is very reliant upon how many customers we get. If you look at the other columns in this scenario, if you bump that down by 5%, then the city ends up $40 million in the negative and is perpetually requiring subsidy from the general fund. If it goes up by 5%, obviously it's about the same in the opposite direction. So it's very, very sensitive to how many customers we end up getting. And here you can see the impact that having to go into debt financing to pay for this rather than being able to get grants has. That light blue line, which is not the light green line, this is not great colors, but that light blue line is the interest paid on this debt financing. And again, if it wasn't for that, this would be a much shorter report because we would just say, yes, absolutely, go for it. But you can see that extra drag and that anchor of having to go through bond financing for this effort is a pretty hefty weight to have to overcome. The last thing they analyzed for us was the risks involved in doing this. The biggest one is just the fact that the incumbents are not going to pack up their bags and go home and say, okay, fine, you win, Burbank, you can have it. They're going to fight tooth, nail, and claw to keep their customers. And they have pretty significant advantages in that they can wage a price war against us and make that money up in other territories. They also have orders of magnitude bigger marketing budgets than the city of Burbank has in order to persuade customers. So we're going to face significant competition from those two the moment we try to put our foot in the door. The other thing to consider is fixed wireless access, which is a form of internet service that's provided through mobile carriers, Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T. Now that's a pretty small portion of the Burbank market. In the survey that we did, it was about 3.5% of customers use fixed wireless access, but that percentage is expected to grow to about 5, somewhere between 5 and 10 probably, as that market matures and as those companies advertise their products more. And that's important to note because, as I mentioned before, plus or minus 5% is all the difference when it comes to this model. It's that sensitive. So that's something that we really need to be concerned about, is that could take away the very thing that we need to make this a success. The other thing we need to do, which is, I suppose, sort of related to the conversation we just had, is multi-tenant buildings. Those are a concern for trying to build out a new ISP, as you not only have to convince the customer to want to go with your service, you also have to be able to get access to the building from the building owner. And there's legislation to try and prevent them from keeping ISPs in, but I've yet to see anyone prosecuted under that legislation or any real sort of enforcement whatsoever from that. So it's something we're going to have to think about, is can we get these building owners to actually let us in the building, and then on top of selling it to the customers. The 800-pound gorilla in this risk section, however, though, is the bond financing that we would have to do. This is $106 million worth of bonds that we would have to issue, and those bonds would be on the back of the city. If we don't build enough revenues through this enterprise to pay those back, that's coming from the general fund, because it can't be subsidized through the electric fund or through the water fund, because it's not a utility service. So it's coming from every other service the city provides if we can't get those revenues up to cover it. And the last risk that we should consider is, the moment we announce that we're going to go forward with this effort, there will suddenly spring up a taxpayer group, a citizens group, some sort of euphemism of people who are very, very concerned about the government taking over their internet. It's pretty much happened in every city that's proposed this. Many cities are able to overcome this opposition, but it's something that you now have to devote time, money, and resources to opposing rather than actually building a network. So it's yet another anchor that would be put on this right from the start. So in conclusion, the results of this study pretty much are in line with what Burbank's own initial internal analysis has found over the years. In terms of feasibility, this is absolutely something that BWP can do. It's practically what we've been doing, just on a smaller scale. But in terms of whether we should go forward, we're talking about $280 million that we would be dedicating to this as opposed to something else. And it's $106 million in terms of bonds on our credit rating that are now going to affect our bonds for other things we need, such as renewable portfolio and the increased demands for energy from data centers. So it's feasible, but it's probably not worth the risk at this point, without being able to find grant sources, which we will always continue to look for, the grants and outside funding for everything we do at BWP.
All right, thank you for that report. You really took us on a roller coaster there. Well, now we actually have one public comment card. So I'd like to open the public comment and call up Mr. Rick Mann.
Hi, I'm Rick Mann. I recently moved to Burbank at the end of 2017. I bought a house. I have about 3 blocks on either side of me that has no fiber, as far as I know. I just learned about this last night, so I rushed over here today. I don't have a lot of cohesive comments, but I wanted to say that prior to moving here, I was on my HOA board up in the Bay Area. We had about 368 units, and we brought fiber to the community for about $700 per customer, and we ended up having gigabit symmetric fiber for $35 a month. If we had 100% subscribership, it would have been more like $23 a month. That was provided by a local ISP. We did the billing and collections. That was a big savings for us with the ISP. But it's really, really exciting to hear that BWP is looking at providing this to customers. I can't express how terrible our internet offerings are today, and how magical symmetric gigabit fiber is to have, especially if it's done at a reasonable price. There are cities around the world, Paris, in Seoul and other places like that, that offer this through private companies to their customers for $30 a month. It's extraordinary what other countries seem to be able to do that we can't manage here because of the way our systems work. I would love to help in any way I can. I can share my experience in more detail, but I've strongly encouraged BWP to do this, find some way to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment and for joining us at this hour. We appreciate your passion for it. Alrighty, folks. So this is a note and file, but we now have time to give staff any feedback we might have, comments, questions. Do I have questions?
Just some quick comments. That was a fantastic report, Mr. Lippert. That was amazing. If I was more awake, I would have laughed even harder. But it was a late hour, but that was phenomenal. I thoroughly appreciated that report. To Mr. Mann's comments, I think we are all aware of what internet in Burbank is like. We all deal with it. Because of the availability, like you said, there are areas in Burbank where people can get the internet. So we're not considered at risk or needy or worth whatever grant dollars are out there. Have we done any outreach to our county, state, or federal representatives to try to get earmarked grant money, to get either low-cost loans or any of that line item budgets in a state budget or a county budget or anything like that? Have we done any of that, or is this our first step that we're at today?
It's not the first step. I don't think we've done specific outreach to like a congressman or that, but
Do not worry, your time is not up. Mr. Mann, that was your time.
but we have talked with the county itself has an agency. They're focused on all aspects of broadband development, but they're not going to have the kind of money to push towards building out, especially building out to a community like Burbank that is considered served.
Mhm.
So we have directed them to our library department because they also have funding for items like digital education and outreach and possibly even providing devices, tablets, laptops, et cetera, for low-income families. So, but that's something that is not really a great fit for BWP to be handling it. So I recommended that they speak with our libraries and possibly with our community development department, and I believe that they have.
Okay.
I pay extremely close attention to all of the announcements coming from the state for all of their grant programs. The federal one is slowly making its way through the snake, and that's bound to come out at some point, I believe, in 2025, where the state will officially have their rules. But like I said, I'm expecting those rules to leave Burbank out.
And I believe we have further staff comments. Okay.
He's doing a fine job.
I heard you from back there when you were like, "Yes, we're applying to the grants."
Yeah, so we've tracked all of the grant programs, and there's a whole alphabet soup of them. Each agency wants to push broadband, so there's a lot of them, and we've worked with grant consultants to write grants. In fact, that's how we got the grant for this study in the first place. Was reaching out through the Economic Development Administration. We reached out through I believe the federal program is being run through the Public Utilities Commission here in California. But the NTIA, the Rural Agricultural Administration, which we would not qualify for those either. But like I said, there's about 5 different federal agencies offering grants, most of which we don't qualify. And then the state has at least 2 or 3 different programs, which I keep track of to see what their requirements are. So if we ever do hit the magic number, in fact, maybe I shouldn't even say this, but for this study, we got this grant only because for a brief moment in time, our unemployment numbers after COVID were high enough to qualify for this grant to get this study done. So we are aggressive in pursuing grants, we are aggressive in pursuing funding, and we will continue to be so.
Well, good catch. Follow-up question. The cost versus return analysis, this was done citywide.
Correct.
Does the ratio benefit us more in denser neighborhoods?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part?
Does the ratio of cost to benefit, does it favor us and the feasibility more if we were to just implement it in denser neighborhoods?
So the challenge with that, because there was two alternatives that we considered as part of this study. One was doing a public-private partnership, which if you can get a private party that's willing to meet our terms would work, but mostly they just want us to take all the risk and them to take all the money.
Sure.
That's generally how private partnerships work. The other was doing a smaller targeted area. And the challenge with that is there are great economies of scale that are achieved in the telecom market. There's a reason why most of the telecom companies are very large nationwide or at least large regional monopolies, because there's a lot of costs that come with the first customer that are fixed costs, and you need to try and spread that like peanut butter out over as many customers you can get.
I see.
We didn't run those numbers financially, but I can tell you for sure, if you make it smaller, it's going to come out in the red.
Okay.
If I may,
Oh.
Jim Compton, Assistant General Manager for Technology for REWP. Ron Davis asked me to look at this in 2012, as Mr. Hess knows. We've turned over every stone possible to look at any type of grant dollars at every agency across the board. We really want to make this work. In fact, Daniel, he lives in town here. He's like, I want to have it.
No. He's got customer number one behind you.
But in the same token, Google came in years ago and they were looking at trying to do fiber hoods. To your point, denser neighborhoods. And the problem is it's a numbers game. You have to have a take rate, a penetration rate. I've looked at 4, 6, 12, 30 to 50 up. And it's just, the cost is just so, it's just so cost prohibitive. So that's the biggest thing.
AT&T also wanted to come in and do a gigabit program, but to Mr. Lippert's point, they didn't want to take any risk. They didn't want to agree to our terms, and they wanted all the favors and none of the obligations. So,
And they didn't want to make it universal. They just wanted to come in and cherry pick, go up on the hillside, go to certain specific areas.
My last question was density. Oh, projections. So obviously we are trying to add more housing to the city. If in 5 or 10 years we meet our arena numbers and there's just more people, does that affect the outcome? Have we looked at that? Or are we just basing it on a point in time of today? Because here's my concern. There's a reason I bring this up. One of the first things you said at the beginning was this kind of high-speed internet benefits folks who upload. If you are working on a video game at home, if you are adding audio to a film at home, if you're working in any number of film, television, entertainment, animation industries, you have massive files that you're dealing with. And when you're done with your work, like you said, you have to upload it. Most people are downloading movies. There are a number of folks in this city that are uploading movies. I would be remiss if we simply noted in file. And so my question is, for the future, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, do the numbers pan out better the more we build out the city?
So purely from a mathematical, the more customers there are, the more customers we can get. So obviously that's helpful. Having Burbank be a larger community would make your numbers more favorable. The challenge you're going to face is the housing that's being built is in high-density apartment buildings, and frequently those are built with one set of wires that's connected to one carrier. It's pretty rare that the developers are forward-thinking enough to provide the infrastructure internally in the building to be able to offer competitive carriers. I've actually approached some that were doing large developments and said, hey, would this be something that you would be interested in? And yes and no, they're interested in it, but only if it's free.
he actually sits in every single development review meeting and does his pitch.
And one thing you will
Maybe
see...
you will be customer number one.
One thing you will see is a company that's not the city can offer to say, we will wire up the building for you if that gets us an agreement to be your carrier. The city obviously cannot offer a bribe to a developer like that, so we're going to be at a disadvantage on those large density buildings. But to your basic point, yes, the more customers, the easier it is for us to reach our numbers.
But the challenge is the MTUs, the multi-tenant units, to get into those units. That's where the big problem is.
I appreciate your forward thinking, being on those meetings and with the developers before they even think about it. Councilmember Takahashi, you had a question.
Actually, kind of sort of have 1.5. So just so I understand, the map on page 10 with where you show the broadband market with the current broadband that's available and the low income kind of superimposed on each other. Okay. The blue is the current market, right? So are those based on the neighborhoods demanding or asking for broadband to be brought there, and that's how they ended up getting broadband in that area? I mean, why is spotting? My house is in that one of those blue. I don't know how I ended up there. So I mean, it's great,
Probably
but
not. Like I don't make decisions, corporate decisions for AT&T, but I really highly doubt that they're taking feedback from the public on this. Most likely their decisions are made on either a financial analysis of these are high income people, they're more likely to take service. But my house is in one of those blue dots as well. And it was literally just, they had a cellular antenna they needed to connect. So they were running fiber down the block to connect that. And I just happened to be in the way. So I
That's
was
probably
lucky
what
enough
for us
to
too.
get service to my house.
okay. And then, okay, sorry, part 2 of that question. So the little dots then, though, are those all those little dots individual homes that have it?
Correct, a home or an apartment.
Okay. So my main question is this. So for me, the main interest on having access to broadband is an equity thing. So I mean, I'm still kind of understanding how the network works, but it seems to me, looking at these blue sections, that most of them are in neighborhoods that are single-family homes or probably higher income neighborhoods. And so the access to broadband is lower in lower income areas. And so I'm just putting out there in the universe to see if we can also look for ways to find ways to help lower income folks have access, even if it's through maybe subsidies or assisting them to get hooked up or understanding how to get themselves, to understand the process, somehow that we can assist with that. Because for me, that a lot of the access and this interest in this is for an equity perspective.
Exactly, and you kind of hit the nail on the head. The communities like Santa Monica do provide broadband, just cheap to public housing developments, but it is something that is subsidized. It is something that comes out of their general fund to pay for. So can we do it? That's up to you five.
So to dig into that thought in particular, BWP can't subsidize because you can't use ratepayer money from one ratepayer to subsidize another one.
Right, okay.
So the city could do that, but it
Right.
would be fully general funded. It wouldn't be BWP, it would be CDBG or,
Right.
or, some other part of the city.
It has to be subsidized. And if you look at Burbank as a whole, we did studies.
Microphone.
97, almost 98% of the population have internet. So our disadvantage is not like Santa Monica.
Right.
It's very small, and it would have to be subsidized.
Right.
So we looked at, that was one of the first things, hey, could we do a pilot? Could we do a pilot? It just, the numbers just didn't work.
Okay.
And if we can get some grant dollars, if this next administration maybe comes back again with more broadband, which we could qualify for, the problem, it's lower income and rural, and we just can't qualify for the grant monies. And we've been trying, like I said, since 2012, I have, so.
Great. To that point, is internet access or broadband access in our federal advocacy list? It's already included in there? It is? It is? Okay, great. Okay. It's already there? If it's not there, can we add it?
Yeah,
If it is there, then
I
good.
mean, when we're going to come back with the legislative platform. Obviously, they're going to still work on it despite whatever we do.
We've had it
but-
on our legislative agenda with our consultants for years.
Awesome, great.
So, yeah.
And if it's not in there,
It is.
it's
Make it
certainly
explicit.
something we could update or
It
whatever.
is? Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, any further questions?
Yeah, I have one final question.
Final question.
Wi-Fi. What is the feasibility of not building out the city, but just to some hubs and running Wi-Fi to the rest of them? How does that work?
The good news is we already do that. So the Wi-Fi network we built back in the smart grid days, I want to say that was 2008-ish, to read the meters itself. So we could refocus our meter readers to other jobs by reading all the meters automatically through Wi-Fi. Those Wi-Fi antennas are reading once every 15 minutes for about a couple of seconds. So that means they're spending 14 minutes and 50 seconds doing nothing. And so, I don't know, do you know how long ago that was? We'll call it 5 years ago. We just turned those Wi-Fi antennas on the full time and opened them up to the public. So it's not particularly great service, but it is service and it's completely free to the public.
We call it best effort. And what we found is the high school kids would come in and use it. You know the story.
Yeah, we see big usage around noon and before and after the school, locally by the schools.
Yeah. That's great.
But it is at 40-foot level. It's best effort. And we add to it as we need more coverage for our AMI system for their meter.
Right, and to that point, it's built to read meters. It's definitely not built to provide a good broadband experience. And that's because it was built using utility electric ratepayer dollars for a specific purpose.
So walk me through this. What if we were to look at expanding our broadband only enough to cover broadband Wi-Fi in as much of the city as we can cover? Because that would mean we're not running underground. We're not going into every single house. And I don't know, what's the range on like a Wi-Fi system we could set up like that? Is that any? Would I have to like agendize a whole nother feasibility study for that kind of thing, or?
No.
The propagation distances are getting shorter and shorter. So the higher G you get, the 4G, the 5G, what we've seen, and Mr. Lippert knows more about this subject than I do, but all the 5G want to go on our light poles right in front of businesses because the old 800 megahertz range, the analog, they had fewer antennas and they propagate over further distances. In order to do 5G, they want to be 2 per block. And so if we were going to increase our bandwidth, I think the rollout of our hardware would have to be far more robust as well.
So you're close, but not quite. The Gs don't necessarily matter, the generations of telecom. It's more the frequency. So the lower the frequency, the further it goes, but the less data you can transmit.
It's like AM versus FM.
Exactly. The higher the frequency, the more data you can transmit, but the shorter the distance.
Yeah.
So, but as each generation goes, you need to push a lot more bandwidth, so you need to shrink that distance down in order to be able to serve it. So they're correlated but not causated. But they've kind of reached limits of what they can really do. So they tried to go to what they call millimeter wave, which is a wavelength of a millimeter. But it doesn't go through buildings or even through your hand. So they've found a sweet spot of about maybe 4 to 6 gigahertz that they can get through walls and still provide service. So Wi-Fi, it's an option, and we could maybe make it better than it is now, the existing service. Obviously, again, that would have to come from the general fund. But we could make it better, but in terms of being a replacement for wired internet, it's not likely to ever really be able to do that.
Because it's going to hit a limit. Because you can't go through the walls.
That's what fixed wireless access is from AT&T or T-Mobile. They're using their mobile antennas, which have less interference than Wi-Fi, but it's still the same frequencies for the most part. And they can offer some services, but they have to throttle you when their phone antennas are busy. They can only offer it to a certain number of customers in a given area. It's not a replacement for wires.
And for the massive uploads that I was talking about earlier, you need wired.
Let me expand on that a little bit. Right now, we use 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz. Don't confuse that with 5G, to Joe's point. And we've looked at private cellular networks. We would have to build our own private cellular network to compete, and that's very costly. Trust me, I've been dealing with Verizon, AT&T, and all these cellular companies to try and get some spectrum to run the utility and then try to leverage. But guess what? They won't let me leverage that for business gains. So we would have to use traditional Wi-Fi, which has very limited, like in this building right now. You have a 40-foot, 100-foot, 300-foot range. You know, that's why we call our Wi-Fi best effort. As Ron Davis used to call it, sloppy Wi-Fi.
Where did we get the money for Burbank 1?
Excuse me?
The Burbank 1, where did we get the money for that? Where did that come from? How did we afford that at the beginning? Because that's been
Well,
around.
When we built Smart Grid originally, we've got American Recovery Act money from some grants early on in 2009, 2010. We built infrastructure out to handle all of our command and control, our fiber optic, all of our wireless meters, and we were able to leverage the additional asset. We call it asset utilization strategy.
Okay. So that wasn't general fund dollars
We
back then
built
either.
it to connect every piece of hardware,
Right.
smart grid, so that all the pieces could talk to each other. And to Mr. Lippert's point, there was a lot of excess capacity.
Yeah, so every substation, every relay, every water pump was connected, and so that got us part of the way there.
But again, that was grant money.
Correct.
Okay.
Grants make the world go round.
One question for you. In a hypothetical world, if we did this, what are the projected speeds that we're looking at compared to the duopoly folks?
So they would be competitive, they would be pretty similar. So with the fiber-based internet, obviously. So your base package would be 300 megabits download and upload symmetric, and then a gigabit package would be offered as well. The technology you would use to build this network would be relatively straightforward to upgrade to a 10 gigabit per second service. Some areas like Chattanooga, who's built a municipal ISP, offers 10 gig service, and they see some customers on it. I can't for the life of me think of what you're doing that needs that much bandwidth, but some people just like to have the biggest. So you would sell some. It may not be a high percentage at first, but over time, people said the same thing about a 1 gigabit service, and now that's pretty standard. So what was standard in a couple of years will now be obsolete, and what's crazy will be standard.
Mr. Mann needs 10 gigabits for his live Fortnite tournaments in his apartment. That's what he's.
Councilmember Mullins.
Well, I guess I'll put an end to this story. So my main concern, and I appreciate you being following up since 2012, that you're, and I'm very confident that you guys are going to continue watching and looking out for opportunities or grants or something that maybe we can bring this to our city. Dollar amounts, it speaks up, 129 million, 132 millions. I mean, where are we going to get the money from? I'd love to have the service. I'd love to pay $35 instead of the 90-some dollars I pay right now.
But it should be doable for less, and I think that would help you get more
Well, so I just encouraging you to continue looking at opportunities and seeing if there's funding. And I know you're doing your due diligence to trying to look for some opportunities. But I do appreciate that we even having this conversation now because, hopefully in the near future that something will come up that would allow us the opportunity to have this service for our residents here in Burbank. So that's the only thing I have to say. And
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. Great questions from council, and thank you both for the amazing presentation. Clearly you all have a passion for this, and you've ignited our passion for this. So thank you for the report, and I hope to see you all back here as soon as you think you find a grant, as soon as you think you find something, and we can move this forward.
Yeah, we really want this. So yeah.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, colleagues, we're now at council comments. We will hear council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments, attendance at conference, regional meetings, and community events. Unlike the mayor, I will be kind and I will start and not call on one of you individually to give you time to prepare. All right. So on Friday, June 7th, I attended the grand opening ribbon cutting of Nothing Bundt Cakes. It was delicious. What more can you say? Congratulations to Bonnie. You're phenomenal, and I'm glad you're in Burbank. On Sunday, June 9th, I attended the Road Kings 33rd Annual Charity Car Show, which was great. Dawn, you had an amazing new car to show. I loved it. And I also attended LA Pride. Happy Pride Month. We're still in Pride Month. On Wednesday, June 12th, I attended the Board of Library Trustee meeting. They had an update on the media-specific plan, and they wished Doris Dent a happy farewell, who will be leaving the board and who has been serving on that board since I graduated high school. So Congratulations to Doris. You'll be so, so missed. And we're also grateful for your service to the city. On Friday, June 14th, I attended the Army birthday cake cutting celebration. Happy 249th birthday to the Army. And I had a meeting with folks about the Burbank Animal Shelter becoming no-kill. I know they're looking to reach out to the rest of council, so be on the lookout. On June 18th, the 18th through the 20th, I had the pleasure of attending the NALEO conference. That is the National Association of Latino Elected Officials. It's my first time there. It's a huge conference. Met folks from across the country. Was really great. Obviously, the major discussion topic was housing because it is an issue here. It's an issue in Idaho. And it was great to hear from folks across the nation about it. And then finally, Saturday, June 22nd, I attended the Civitan Jamboree and got to congratulate all our amazing folks for the softball and baseball season they've had, which again, that is a hard sport. So props to them and props to Park and Rec for holding another amazing event. All right, who wants to go next? Councilmember Mullins.
I'll go. So on June 5th, Councilmember Anthony and myself attended the Domestic Violence Task Force, and I'm happy to report that we are kind of redirecting our efforts and our goals on the task force to really put some projects before us to look at how we can promote it better in the community. So it was a great meeting. We had good discussions. June 6th, attended the SCAG Community Economic and Human Development Committee meeting. And on the same date in the afternoon, I sat in for the mayor as his alternate for the Arroyo Verdugo Communities and Joint Power Authority. Just really quick, we have a new chair and a new vice chair. The new chair is Justin Jones with City of Pasadena. The vice chair is Kim Bowman from the City of La Cañada. And then Metro made a presentation regarding to the 2028 Games, the Olympics coming in. Very interesting. I mean, their obviously main focus is to streamline and put forth new programs and help moving people around. So they anticipate 10 to 15 million tickets across 800 events, and that's a lot. And then they said it's the largest sports event in the U.S. history, and they're trying to create some on the phone apps where you can find your transportation and a lot of great things. I have a whole layout here by Metro that they came in and made a presentation to us during the meeting. So it's good information, and everyone's gearing up and preparing for the Olympics. Then on Sunday the 9th, I walked through the downtown Burbank for the Arts Festival. Lots of people. You get lost in there, but it was a lot of good artists and vendors. So thank you, Parks and Department, for putting this on as well. June 11th, I had a meeting with FSA with Lori and Chris to talk about some of the issues on domestic violence committee and then also about their programs. Met with the city treasurer on June 13th regarding the treasurer's report, and also had a couple of Zoom meetings with community members. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anthony.
Hey, you did call on me. Just like the mayor. No, so yeah, the DV task force was great. We were basically going through and reconvening its direction and its purpose, and we had an excellent number of suggestions come out of that discussion. On June 18th, I was at the Burbank Tennis Center. They were holding a benefit for kids with Down syndrome to play tennis. It was a fantastic and well-attended event, very fun. And then the very next day, I had a conference call with SoCal Adaptive Sports, who are actively trying to bring more
adaptive sports to the city. So, and then the Civitan Jamboree Day was really fun. We got to march and see the folks out there. It was fun. Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Takahashi.
All right. Yeah, it seems like it's been forever since our last council meeting, so the list is long. Okay, so on June 6th, attended the SCAG Energy and Environment Committee. And then on June 7th, I also was at the Nothing Bundt Cakes ribbon cutting. And it was such an important ribbon cutting that my family came with. They've never come to ribbon cutting before. So all you have to do is just provide cupcakes and your family comes with. Let's see. Went to the downtown Burbank Jackalope Festival, and I got, actually Yoshi got this for me, my husband, got this cool, like, I don't know exactly what this kind of art is, but it's wood, burnt wood or chiseled wood map of downtown Burbank. So isn't this pretty cool? I don't know, got that. So I've been displaying that today during the meeting. I'm going to put it in my office. Let's see. On June 11th to June 13th, I was up in Sacramento at the National League of Cities, serving on the Community Services Committee. I was in Rancho Cordova, which is a really interesting, I've never been there before. And it's just outside of Sacramento. And it's similar to us in that I hadn't heard this term before, a first-tier suburb. So a first-tier suburb we are one. It's a suburb that's just outside a metropolitan area. That was the first one to be built, and then there's other suburbs that are farther out than that one. So first-tier suburbs are older, have older infrastructure, are usually landlocked, building, you don't know where to build out. Anyway, so Rancho Cordova was like our little sister city up there in Sacramento, so it was really interesting to see kind of similarities. And then, let's see. On June 13th, that evening, I came back. I went to the Leadership Burbank reception at the VFW, and Best Class 2022. And then on June 20th, I did the California League of Cities Community Services Committee online, and they talked about emergency response services, and specifically Listos. And if you haven't heard of this, I hadn't heard of it. And while I was in the meeting, I was chatting with Eric Baumgarter, our emergency services guy here in the city, and making sure that we're all hooked up with Listos and that we're hooked up with the LA County and stuff. And then I was also at the Civitan and Jamboree Day. That was super fun. I brought my bike. I always like to walk my bike down that parade. Yesterday was Sustainable Burbank Commission, and they talked about we approved funding for the committee for the first time, so they talked about how they're going to start using that money. They're going to give us a proposal for how they're going to use the money in a month or so. And then lastly, this morning, I went to this SFE COG mobility workshop where we also talked about the Olympics. And one of the things that came up during the meeting, was a couple of things that came up. So they said that the Olympics is 17 days. And for 17 days, the LA area will be basically holding the equivalent of 7 Super Bowls. 7 Super Bowls for 17 days in a row. And they started talking about all the issues, but transportation was the main one, but there's a lot. There's tourism and hotels and businesses and lots of different things. And I said, you know what, this sounds to me like it's disaster planning, because basically this massive thing that's happening. And so I asked, how can we as a city prepare and be involved with making sure that we're ready? And indirectly, they basically said it's up to us to figure that out. So I will be adding an agenda item a little later on this topic, because I think it's something we need to start thinking about moving forward. It's coming around the pipeline. So that was the list of things.
Awesome. Great. Thank you for that. And with that segue, now is the time for the introduction of additional agenda items. Do members of the council have any items to introduce?
I do. Yes. So in anticipation for preparing for the Olympics, I'd like to agendize, no hurry, but at some point to agendize, kind of just presenting to the council first step or a memo or some information about how we're preparing for the Olympics 2028 and what we can do moving forward, whether it's a task force or a ad hoc committee or whatever, because it is going to be up to us as a city to figure it out, and it'd be great to get started pretty soon. It's not tomorrow, but put it on the agenda for at some point moving,
Definitely not tomorrow.
Not
So
tomorrow.
you got,
Not tomorrow.
I got a whole queue of stuff
Yes,
that you guys
yes.
have prioritized. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
But, listening to the talk today at the meeting, we have to start planning sooner than later because it's planning for it is going to take some time to get everything hashed out. So, oh, by the way, they just published the venue list. So now we can see where the venues are going to be for all the events.
Great. Councilmember Anthony?
Yes. So obviously on the 16th, we're coming back with a letter of support to the president, but I would like to amend that agenda item to include my original request to have a separate ceasefire resolution from the city so that we can have both on the same night.
I don't think we're going to be ready to bring you a reso because we're not foreign policy experts.
Oh.
But we could agendize it broadly.
Yes.
That at least it's within the scope of discussion.
Yeah.
So that people don't have to wait for yet another meeting to talk about the resolution.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Would that work?
Can I submit the letter that was proposed to us today as a basis, or would that come at the next meeting?
Well, so sure. I mean,
We could include it. We do not have anybody on staff that can deal with international affairs and foreign policy. So I'm just not going to be able to draft you something.
Yeah, no worries. Something super simple first step.
And then council could talk about how they want to, A, whether they do one or the other or both, and B, how they complete that work product, whether it's a subcommittee or,
Perfect.
And then comes back to the full council. So we'll just make sure it's agendized so that everyone can talk about both.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other additional agenda items? No? We haven't given you enough to work on yet? All right. So now it is 12:26 a.m. Good morning, everybody. And we now adjourn the meeting in memory of retired library director and trailblazer Marcia Bell to Tuesday, July 16th, 2024, for a regular meeting in the council chamber, 275 East Olive Avenue, second floor. Thank you, and good night, and good morning.